Testing. Testing. 1 2 1 2. Test test. Is this working? Are we live? He hates us. You're live? Hello? Hey, hello guys. Hello. First stream when we're actually playing a good game. And also from the new PC. So hopefully, wait, hold on. Are the audio levels alright for the mic? I was having a bit of issues with that yesterday when I was getting everything set up, so I just want to check that I'm not blowing out your eardrums or anything. No BGM? No worries. That's for once that is planned. I'll be turning on the BGM in a little bit. I just wanted to test the way that the mic sounds on its own first. All okay? Yeah, new PC. This is a game changer for me, because I can actually now stream not only games, but Photoshop without my device blue screening. What's the specs? Don't have it on off the top of my head, but I'll scrounge it out at some point in a later stream to yap about it. Mic is good. All right, let me try turning on the audio. The BGM. All right, should be a little bit of BGM at the moment. How is that? Can you guys hear that? New gamer and new PC. That is me. Yes, we hear? Alright. Are the audio levels good for that? League stream wins, Vesda? No, no, no. That is the game music. That is the game music. Alright. Audio levels are good? Just want to make sure. Just want to make sure. It is very quiet. Okay. Hold on. Alright, sounds fine. I boosted it a little bit. Never played Plague Inc? Well, this should be an interesting experience then. I've only played 2 games of multiplayer against a bot myself, so. Charlie, thank you for the 5. Hi, I'm here to request you remove the stream slandering my girl client. Of course, Charlie. I'm here for scuffling for the 2, so 10-hour Plague Inc stream, can't wait. Today's stream might not be 10 hours because I don't want to force Murray to stay here ad infinitum. But perhaps for a future stream, hold on. Let me switch scenes and just see if it's coming through properly visually as well. There we go. Alright. Everything seems to be working. Everything seems to be working just fine. I've actually beat every disease on Mega Brutal. Same, Charlie, same. Alright. I'm going to give Murray a call. Hello? Yep, you're coming through just fine. Hey, alright. Alright. Hello. Everything's working for once. That's kind of, I'm very unused to this experience. This is wild for me. Yeah, probably. This is an EN stream after all. It has to. Wait, you don't hear him? Okay, wait, hold on. Let me check. Okay, there we go. We found the thing that's going to go wrong. Hold on. Let me. Murray, can you wait? Hold on. Can you say something?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Is that good? Can you guys hear him? And are the audio levels all right? Keep
Can you
talking.
hear me now? Hello, everybody. Now we hear. Okay, good.
Better? Okay, there we go. There we go. Hold on. Let me just. Okay. Is the audio
How
level matched up? Keep talking. We need to tune.
keep talking? 1, 2, 3, ABC. Hello, everybody. I don't know what to say.
All right. I think it's
Can you hear me
working.
now?
OBS is telling me the audio level should be all right. Too soft? Okay, wait. Hold on. Is that?
How ironic that the discussion that we had about how scuff is inevitable was itself scuffed, right?
Yeah. Turn Murray down a bit. Hold on.
Oh, now I'm too
Okay.
loud. Okay.
Wait, let's see. Okay. Should I have done this before stream? Probably, but we improvise. We improvise. Is this better? Is this better?
Hello, everybody. Is this better? You know, it's part of the experience, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure
We're
you were
making
relieved
it.
to have a stream
We're
where you didn't
making
have to
it
like
authentic. We're making it authentic. This is
authentic. Yes, authenticity.
yes. It'll do. Turn Murray. Turn Murray up and then simmer down. All right, that should be fine. This should be all right then. Okay. All right. We've now properly set up. So, for the people in my audience who haven't seen you around, although you show up to pretty much every stream, I think you've shown up in chat at least once. So,
Oh
for those in
yes,
my
it's my
audience,
Friday night routine.
yeah, I'm honored. For those in my audience who aren't aware of your content and what you do, would you like to give yourself a little bit of an introduction?
I would love to. Yes, I go by Murray Shinaide. It's a little pun in Japanese. If you don't get it, don't worry about it. I've been streaming since January 23. Off and on. For a while, I was doing the same sort of thing as Armchair, not quite the 8-hour streams, but I was doing like news and drama and that sort of thing. But I eventually had to give it up just because the prep time was, taking up a lot of time and I wasn't making any money from it yet. And I'm still not making any money from it, but it's all good. I just had to kind of balance my priorities. And so now I'm just doing guerrilla gaming streams plus weekly cooking streams. Actually, I do hand cam cooking streams. I used to do those on Tuesday night, but I moved them to Sunday night. So I still am planning to have one this Sunday at the same time as this stream, whatever this stream is in your time zone. But I haven't yet planned out what it's going to be. I need to figure something out. But at any rate, yeah, if you if that sounds interesting to you, give me a follow on Twitter or here on YouTube. And I'm honored for that you are sharing your audience with me. I appreciate it.
Nah, no problem. One thing that Mara didn't mention that I want to just briefly bring up as well is you've done on TVA, you've done extensive write-ups on some of the I would say the more obscure corporate collapses that happened throughout last year. That was how I first got introduced to what you do. So, if any of you guys want to check out some real quality research and deep dives on some of the most disastrous but unknown corpo deaths in this industry, I recommend going to TVA and maybe just giving Murray the threads that Murray started a bit of a gander. It's some real fascinating stuff.
Yeah, my big hit was the Akio Air thread. If you don't remember Akio Air, that was the one last year that was about to debut a new generation. They were a corpo who was about to debut a new generation, and until they like very weirdly out of nowhere, like nobody asked, tweeted, "Oh yeah, one of our new generation is a minor, so please don't draw lewd art of her." Uh, okay. So you can imagine how well that went over. It just kind of started it down. It happened like really quickly. It was like within 3 weeks after that tweet, the whole corpo went under because everybody quit basically. And yeah, just the management. If you're here for the tales of corpo mismanagement, that's a good one. But I've also done a thread on a corpo called Yume Plus, Cyber Idol, a couple others I can't remember. You know,
I don't know if you
once they
saw,
blow up.
but apparently at least one of the Yume Plus, the ex-Yume Plus talents have started talking about their time there, or making some sort of vague reference to their time there again, all these months later. So it
I have
does,
not seen them.
yeah.
Do you recall which one?
Name started with an RU, but I forget the exact. I forget the exact name of the talent.
Yeah, I can't remember any of their names either, but I'll look into it. That might be interesting.
Yeah. I saw a tweet about it. Yeah. Actually, do you know Zan VT?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I
he.
follow him. Did
I
he
think
tweet
it
about
was. Yeah, I think he either replied to it or he made a tweet about it. But yeah, no, it's it's kind of fascinating to see just how long these corpo collapses take before. Well, actually, sorry. Let me rephrase that. How long after the collapse happens that more information still comes out about it? It's, how do I say?
It might be a case where it takes a while for people to kind of think over what exactly happened and how things might have, especially if, you know, if they're young or, you know, it's their first corpo experience or whatever, that what happened to them should not have happened to them, right?
Oh yeah, no, that is something I understand. I suppose it's more surprise at how long it takes before people realize that all of the bogus contracts that they were made to sign are unenforceable, especially if they live outside of, if they live in like a Western country. Because some of these contracts and some of the screenshots of these contracts that we've been shown, things like, you shall not, you know, if you say anything negative about the company, you will be sued, or if you try to terminate your contract early, you will have to pay a fine of $10,000 or whatever. That sounds I can't help but think that sounds incredibly outlandish.
Okay, so I'm sure you would agree that there's kind of two parts to a contract, right? There's the legal part, and then there's kind of the social part, right? So even if there's some outlandish thing in a contract which is blatantly illegal, if you break that contract, you're still kind of seen as a contract breaker to others in the industry, right?
That's
agree with
fair,
that?
yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, and if I were in that situation, I mean, and assuming I signed a stupid contract for whatever, you know, if I were young and naive and couldn't tell a bad contract when I saw it, basically, even after getting screwed over, I would still feel hesitant about speaking out against it, at least, you know, initially.
I can
because
see
of that reason, right?
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I suppose the stigma of being a contract breaker probably does more to help enforce the terms of an unreasonable contract than the actual threat of legal action itself.
Yeah, I think so.
I do hope, though, in some kind of morbid fashion, I do hope that because of the sheer number, the sheer scale of how many corpos went under because of overlapping unethical business practices last year, hopefully that's kind of dispelled the notion of, okay, if I break a contract that was written with the purpose, the almost express purpose of exploiting me and other talents at the company, I would hope that stigma is no longer, you know, the stigma around just simply being a contract breaker is no longer as strong in terms of the way that it's enforced across various people in this space.
I mean, I guess if I were in the position of somebody looking to hire someone who had done this, it would depend a lot on the circumstances, sure. Like, just how bad things were.
That's
But I mean,
true as well.
if it were something that were along the lines of don't speak out about the company, which might not have any legal enforcement, but still, you don't want people doing that, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So for where a breakage like that, I might take that into consideration as a negative thing, right?
Yeah, I mean that is yeah, that's kind of unavoidable, which I suppose it's a bit of a. There's two sides to that, right? Where at the same time, I'm kind of torn between how. I'm trying to figure out how to word this. After last year, there seemed to be an almost equal split among a lot of the ex-corpo refugees who ended up speaking out publicly in some form or other about their experiences at their old company. And they seem to be pretty evenly divided between two different sort of sides, I suppose, for want of a better way of putting it. One where they still seem to have hung on to the whole dream of being able to make it corpo someday or get into a better corpo someday, and others who have just summarily dismissed the entire notion of VTuber corpos entirely. And because that split seems to be so evenly divided, and because of the fact that just the general cultural atmosphere of VTubing over the last year has become a lot more against the idea of corpos, I feel like it is a little, how do I say, a little surprising that we haven't gotten more exposés on some of these companies, I suppose. Because of the fact that there seem to be so many talents that because you are right in that, the threat of being blacklisted is probably a very major factor in determining whether you shut up, even if you have a case to make that the contract in and of itself was unreasonable, that your conditions were horrible, and that you speaking out would probably have some sort of tangible benefit to the industry as a whole in terms of just exposing bad actors. But for those who have summarily dismissed the entire idea of corporations, it does surprise me how many people who seem to express that notion have not also gone scorched earth on their old exploitative corpos, I suppose, is the point that I'm making.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. If you've given up on the idea of ever wanting to be part of a corpo again, why not burn all the bridges, right? I mean, I guess, like we saw some of the people from Idol do that, Blaze and so on.
Oh, well, Blaze was Ayan, right? Yeah.
Yeah, God, I always mix them up.
Really?
Big fan.
What about? That's okay. How do you mix up Idol and Ayan?
Well, they were around the same time and were about the same size, and
Fair,
both are like
I
4 letters. I don't know.
Fair enough. I don't know. I find it very. I've developed I suppose this is an occupational illness of some sort that I've brought upon myself through my content. But I tend to remember VTuber corpos by the scandals that they've had. And for me, like, sure, both Idol and Ayan had their problems, but their fuck-ups were so unique that, personally, in my mind, they're like worlds apart in terms of how they're defined in my head.
Yeah, I'm just glad you're pronouncing AN right.
Yeah, it took me a while. It took me
Finally.
a while. I had a whole the whole stream. So for those who don't know, the stream that I did on AN, where I was just talking about it throughout the entire stream, Murray was in my chat like correcting the way that I pronounced it. It took me like 5 hours, but I finally drilled it into my head how to actually say it properly. Months after it's dead, no less. So I'm sure I'll get a lot of utility out of that one. Makirius, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to 5 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. But how? Yeah,
I
it
think that
is.
was Trumpet that did the 5 subs.
Oh no, I remember when Trumpet was called something different before, and he told me that he changed his name because people weren't pronouncing it correctly. So that's why I
Oh,
still
okay.
call him. That's why I still call him by his old user. But yeah,
Okay, got it.
it's yeah, it does surprise me that more people don't choose to go Scorched Earth if they express as much derision towards the whole idea of going corpo as they already have. Because at that point, what do you have to lose, right? The legal threats probably okay. Assuming you live in a different country to the people who are trying to threaten you with legal action, I would assume that trying to actually get a lawsuit to stick would be a nightmare for the person who is suing in the first place. But when you remove that threat, and you also remove the tangible effect of being blacklisted because you're not going for a corpo anyways, what I'm not quite sure what's left as a kind of seal, I suppose, or whatever remaining information you're hanging on to.
The only thing I could think of is that there's still the idea of like contracts with sponsors, gamer subs, and all that, right?
Yeah, I suppose, but I mean, funny you should bring up gamer subs because I don't think that most sponsors would really. In your experience, have sponsors appeared to care about things like divulging information about old corpos you've worked for? Because especially if the corporation has been exploitative or has been noted to be exploitative or has had a very public controversy or collapse, I'm not so sure that would factor into their decision to keep you on.
Well, I mean, we might never know because it would be proving a negative, right?
That's true, that's true.
Like if you didn't get the sponsorship in the first place, then how do we know why you didn't get it, right?
That's true, that's true. Oh wait, actually, this is kind of tangentially related to that. Master Ren, thank you for the 5. So Cherry. Kyusha, Kitsu, Doki, Shondo, etc. all slandered or doxed, etc. in the past few weeks, but the harassers are quote-unquote on the right side of history. Yeah, there does seem to be quite a bit of that going on over the past few weeks, hasn't there? I feel like I don't know if this is a trend that you've also observed as well, and I don't know if it is a trend or if it's just my pattern recognition working in overdrive, but there seems to have emerged a new meta on specifically Twitter where if there is a content creator you don't like, there seems to be emerging a trend where you just make public statements about them that are as outlandish as possible, and then you kind of put them into a spot where either you offer to compensate them for the way that you have presented them publicly, obtain some sort of personal information that you use to send through a payment of compensation or whatever, and then end up posting that online, like kind of pseudo doxing them, which was the case with Catliente and Alicia X Death. Or you say things that are outright slanderous, outright libel, and just cross your fingers that they will either not sue you, in which case there are no consequences, or that they do sue you and they still end up doxing themselves to you, which is, it's a bit of a, I don't know, is that something that I can't tell if I'm if I'm just seeing things, or if that seems to be something that's picking up in frequency.
Well, other than the Catliente thing, can't really think of like any examples that you might have in mind. Like, are you suspecting that part of the whole what did you call it? Fox girl derangement syndrome?
Yeah, Fox
that
derangement syndrome. Yeah.
was that she would try to sue somebody and end up having to dox herself? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because it does seem like that's something that people seem to be aiming for, I suppose. Because the alternative is just that, well, I suppose the alternative is also equally likely in that they might just be, retarded. But,
It did, I mean, when she put out that thing, kind of threatening Vice with the lawsuit, that did make me wonder, like, did she really intend to push it that far? Because yeah, she would end up having to dox herself, and then who knows what else might end up having to come out in Discovery and all of that.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of thinking that was probably more of a bluff on her end. Not that it wasn't a chance worth taking, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm not seeing it that often.
Fair enough. I do. Yeah, the thing I am worried though is that the whole slander people and defame them because they can't actually sue you without doxing themselves. I feel like that is a smear tactic that seems to be extra effective against VTubers because of the fact that the entire point behind this medium is keeping yourself anonymous.
Ideally, yeah. And then there's just defamation lawsuits are very expensive, and in many states it's very difficult to actually get even for trial to start, because there's anti-slap legislation that tries to throw out any lawsuit that doesn't look like it's going to win, any defamation lawsuit. It sounds like a terrible nightmare. I wouldn't, but like I said, it worked to make that thread for Kirsha, so who knows?
True. To be fair, apparently they doxed her already at this point, so does it really matter now? I suppose not. I suppose not as much.
Considering the personalities involved, I'm sure as soon as this started to go down, there's a Discord server somewhere, that it's out there that they were, seeing what connections they had and what they could already find, and I'm sure that 10-year-old picture of her, was out there, and yeah. I'm sure it was all happening that way.
Unsavory, but true. Also, I don't know if anyone else in this chat has seen, besides Master N, because you brought it up in the super chat, but yeah, the reason why I called it Fox derangement syndrome instead of just Kirsha derangement syndrome is because it seems to be spreading outwards, where people are now getting on Kitsunero's ass as well. So for those who don't know, Kitsunero is a Fox VTuber, German Fox VTuber, who was referenced in I think the second Kirsha hit piece that Vice put out, and who is mainly a React streamer, from what I know. And yeah, they doxed her for saying that men deserve to be treated with kindness, or that men also deserve to be treated with kindness, which is probably the most Twitter thing to do. But yeah, it's people are also trying to guilt by association her by saying things along the lines of she's expressing alt-right views, etc., etc., etc. The 10-year-old playbook. But yeah, they hate Alana too. Yeah. Although I do think that Alana is at a size where taking on her fan base is kind of suicide for these people, which, to be fair, is probably a good thing. But yeah, Rima is safe. That's because she's a horse.
I think the rift between doxing someone and actually showing up at their house and threatening them is wide enough that I don't think Kirsha's going to be in any real danger.
Mm.
I mean, especially that she, proudly advertises being a gun owner and all of that. I would be very surprised if anything ends up coming from the people. People are lazy. They'll talk shit in their Discord servers, but I think she'll be fine. I
I
think
hope
she'll do
so.
okay.
I hope so. I am glad that Kirsha lives somewhere where guns are you can concealed carry if you have a permit for a gun. So I think yeah, I am glad for little things like that in times like this.
I've heard different things about which state she lives in, and I don't know how much we want to say for sure,
Yeah,
considering she's been doxxed.
I
But
wouldn't say it just on stream, but from what I've seen, it appears that she lives in a state where that allows concealed carry. So
from what I've seen, it's a state that allows open carry and
okay,
without a permit. So just like Wild West type of stuff.
I see. Okay, well, I mean, say what you like about America, but America's pretty good at disincentivizing people from following up on doxers, depending on where you live.
Depending on where you live, yeah.
Don't dox? Very much so, Rankosek, very much so. It's already suicidal when they target Kirsha anyways. I suppose that's kind of true. Although, I don't think her fan base is... They're not the kind to ruin the life of someone who's attacking their Oshi. Not to say that Alana's is either, but I feel like the response from Kirsha's fan base to Kirsha getting slandered has been a lot more in the line of building her up than tearing down her assailants, which is probably for the best, all things considered, because things would probably get messier if the alternative was true. Kirsha could probably end up, if this happens more times, eventually Kirsha will probably build up to being able to purchase a third world country all on her own, which is kind of insane.
What? Why did you go to third world country?
I mean, they're bought and sold anyways, just by, different people.
Which one? Which one should you buy?
Oh, there's so many to choose from. I think if she bought Haiti, that would be funny to be. I think that would be funny.
Haiti, yeah, Haiti's a good one. I think Lesotho rolls off the tongue really well. I like the name of that one.
Lesotho of the Fox Woman.
Sorry, Lesothians. Lessons, really? Is that what they're called?
No, I made that up, but it sounds funnier. She can
anyway,
buy
I didn't mean to disrespect your
Zimbabwe.
country.
And then the Kirsha pick becomes a reality. Alcatraz. Yeah, very, very much. I've very for a while there. Before the whole doxing thing happened, the Kirsha thing has been really amusing to watch, purely because of how much she and her fan base ended up showing up all of those people who were talking about her being, oh, she's a brand risk, oh, she's bad for business, yada yada yada. And then she turns around and makes like 160k on a gamer subs what was it? Code? Which is it's just funny.
She made that much on gamer subs, really?
Apparently. Which is, yeah, it's kind of... I'm glad that the people who are in her corner are people who both have money and are willing to spend it in a way that reflects their principles.
Yeah, jeez. Gosh, that would really help me out, that amount of money right now.
Yeah. I think that would help all of us out, to be honest, but yeah.
Wow. And that's a lot of
I suppose,
caffeine powder too.
True. I suppose it's not that surprising though, considering the fact that her, the positions she advocates for are, the ability to buy what you want, make sure that there are quality products being sold to people, etc., 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 which is the whole point of her content about like what's been going on in gaming and the like. So I suppose advocating
Yeah.
for other
Speaking
people
of,
pays
meanwhile,
off.
how's that game doing?
Oh yeah, sure. We're
Crime
talking
Boss.
like half an yeah. It's so funny that I just don't understand, right? Like I've been trying for the past few weeks. I've been trying to think who could possibly be on Crime Boss's staff that looked at the amount of exposure they were getting from Kirsha without doing shit at that point, up until that point that we know of. Apparently she had there was a skin that they were basing off of her that was in the works, but that hadn't been released yet. And she was just giving them free exposure to an audience of thousands every week, pretty much, if not, multiple times a week. And they looked at that. They looked at a bunch of, well, let's not mince words, Twitter freaks and abortions of articles, and they thought, okay, we'll choose the bankrupt newspaper and the Twitter anons over this. I just don't understand how the math worked out in the head of whoever made that decision. Because I just don't understand how you get into that position if you are this bad at assessing demographics, trading trade-offs between exposure versus brand image. The thing is, they didn't even have that visible a partnership with Kirsha. People didn't even think about them until they chose to terminate her for some reason.
I almost wonder if, for whatever other reasons, like even the amount of money they were making with Kirsha still wasn't enough. And they decided they needed to wind things down, and they were just looking for a way to do it. And they found this. Because I agree with you. It doesn't really make any sense otherwise. I mean, they had Chuck Norris in it, right? I'm sure we're already getting some shit for associating with him, right? They were not like this wasn't like some, pastel colored it wasn't like Dustborn, right?
Yeah, it's not Dustborn, it's not Concord, it's not
Right. They already should have been to a place where they were probably ignoring a whole bunch of stuff like this already, right? So yeah, I almost wonder like if there's something else going on here besides just she's too much of a liability now, we have to jettison her.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes me all the more confused about that decision, because it's not like the crowd that they would be pandering to by trying to make a show of dumping Kirsha would be the demographic they were aiming for anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
So it doesn't even make sense as a kind of gamble of, oh, let's get rid of our brand risk partner and promoter so that we could have a chance at a new audience. The new audience that they stand to gain by doing so was never an option to begin with. I mean, we saw when what was the guy's name?
Chuck Norris?
Oh no, the VTuber who ended up playing the game after they dropped Kirsha. Was it?
Oh,
I think it started with a Nyara. Yeah. Nyara VT. They played the game, and then almost immediately afterwards, they were talking about, okay, I've been informed that this game has homophobia in it, and I'm just like, what did the people in charge of Crime Boss expect? Like, what was this decision that they made? It just didn't make any sense to me.
It's a mystery.
Yeah. But curious, thank you for the 5. It's probably just cowardice. They thought she was a liability. See, even in that case, you would assume that they would do some sort of risk assessment where they weigh up the cost versus the benefits of publicly dropping her. And seeing how she was apparently their main source of reach, promotion, free engagement, it just didn't make any sense. No matter how I thought about it, it just didn't make sense to me as a decision. At this point, I'm sort of resigned to the idea that it just had to be an ideological decision, because it doesn't make sense from any other perspective.
But I mean, that goes back to what I was saying earlier, where if this thing was kind of based on ideology, then a leftist-centered ideology, then why is Chuck Norris there in the first place?
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. That's a fair point. It just doesn't make sense, regardless of what angle you look at it.
It doesn't make sense. No,
yeah.
Like, okay, Hershey was a liability, okay, but before that, she was an asset, and a huge asset to the game, right?
Yeah.
So did this whole controversy really tip the scales into her becoming, like you just said, weighing the pros and cons? Did the cons really outweigh the pros just so suddenly? It doesn't make sense. That's why I think maybe something else is going on. I don't know.
At this point, I'm thinking that the only option left that makes any sort of sense is sabotage from the inside. They just had one exec who had infiltrated the company or whatever and just wanted to make them do something really stupid. Oh yeah, no, correction. They didn't publicly drop Kirsha. They privately dropped her and then Kirsha made it public, yeah.
It's true. But I mean, it was going to come out anyway. If she
for sure.
Suddenly was not talking about the game, people would have figured it out.
Yeah, people would have put 2 and 2 together eventually.
Chuck Norris is not a VTuber. That is why. I mean, I feel like
I think Chuck Norris being like, quote unquote, homophobia, I think that transcends being a VTuber or not.
Right, yeah. If it was really that big of a problem from the inside, why was he there in the first place?
Exactly. It's just, I think it's just another case of, well, I suppose it's just another case of people not knowing their demographics or audiences.
It's weird.
That, and also, I suppose that to some extent I can understand if you have a small product, a very small niche product, right? You're not comfortable in the demographic you've already secured, so you're more willing to roll the die, toss a coin, and see if you can grab more people while risking what you already have. But and again, when you're smaller, I suppose there's less of an incentive to actively exclude, discriminate, decide on who you want to buy your product. But yeah, Billy, like you said, they did their math, but boy, were they bad at it. Yeah. It's impressive that everyone reporting on this has managed to mess up the timeline or the articles or who wrote what. Goes to show how bad the articles were that no one read. That's true. Although, how do I say this? This is a topic that, because of how forcefully polarized it has become, partially due to Fox derangement syndrome, people don't seem to want to cover it as much, which I don't blame them for, but it does require your willingness to be, quote unquote take a side, so to speak, and get your hands a little dirty if you want to cover the entire thing in its totality. But frankly, I'm more surprised that, well, actually, now that I say that out loud, I'm not that surprised, but the fact that Vice allowed this shit show to spiral into like 3 or 4 separate articles is kind of crazy. Although now, since apparently the funniest kind of politics in journalism is the politics that happens in the workplace of the publishing house, because apparently now that editor is in hot water as well, which honestly deserved considering how things went. But it does amuse me to think about the idea that the whole Anna Valens thing got roped into, potentially, allegedly, roped into a whole workplace politics thing where other people who wanted to get the editor sacked weaponized it as well behind the scenes. Which is, that's just...
Is that confirmed?
That's not confirmed. That's what Anna said on I forget whether it was Twitter or Blue Sky, but it's
Hmm.
the idea very much tickles me.
Interesting.
Yeah. That one article that ended up being mean things 4chan said was wild. Yeah. At a certain point, as an editor, even if you're just editing for Vice, of all things, you surely have to look at a submitted article where half of the sources are anonymous, anonymous channers or random redditors and go, yeah, maybe we can skip on this article. Maybe we don't need to publish this. But apparently not. And so now their editor is, having their talk with upper management, I suppose. But
I think it was the first stream you did back when this first kind of blew up, where you went over the Vice like editorial guide, not really guidelines. What would you call them?
Requests.
Goals, yeah, and kind of checked off the ways that the article just fell short of them.
Yeah. It is crazy to me that even for a publication like Vice that doesn't have a statement of commitment to journalistic ethics and principles, that doesn't have any set of distinct guidelines when it comes to journalistic conduct, but just a list of articles and subjects that they would like to have and their criterion for the people they'd like to write those articles. Even that was violated by Valen's first articles and every article since, which is insane to me. If you have guidelines that are that loose and you still don't enforce them, what are you doing as a publication?
I really wonder if the editor was just on autopilot and,
I don't know if they were, though, because they made an editorial after the fact defending Anna.
But initially, like,
maybe there was a case of
candy job where you just kind of push the button for everything that comes across your desk and not even, bother giving it a once over and
I suppose
cash your check every 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Although it is kind of, I always find it strange how long these publications last for. Even post-bank, well, I suppose. I remember that Vice got bought out after they went bankrupt. Do you remember who they got bought out by?
Was it like the government of Saudi Arabia, or am I mixing them up with something else?
Oh, I don't think it was that. I remember.
Okay.
I don't think it was a government. I think it was some sort of private investment firm. I don't remember the name of it, but I vaguely recall that it was some sort of private investment firm. Yeah, Kotaku and Vice. They're both publications that have supposedly gone bankrupt or something similar, and yet they still seem to be like scraping along, which is, yeah, it's they can't die soon enough, in my opinion.
It kind of reminds me, I mean, like, they're both like strong names that once really had some power behind them and in some respects still do, right? So it kind of reminds me how, like, the Polaroid brand keeps getting bought and sold and attached to different things. So now you can go out and buy like Polaroid USB cables and sunglasses and that sort of thing.
Sure. The thing is, though, their articles have gotten so much flack over the years that I'm not even sure you would want to be associated with the name Kotaku, or with Vice for that matter. Because now, I don't know if this is the case when it comes to mainstream, but online, certainly, most people associate Vice with either documentaries about donkey fucking or pedophilia apologia.
The donkey fucking one's kind of interesting, though.
That's true. That was when they were still capable of cooking with their exposés and their deep dives.
I remember when they were very new. Gosh, this must have been like the mid 2000s. They did some articles about life in North Korea, and I think that was how I first found them. And they gave me like bad dreams, like nightmares. Those articles.
Were they that bad?
Really interesting stuff. Really compelling.
Yeah. No, because I would assume that the way that it works is, a publication like this starts out and it has something to prove, so there's actually an incentive to make something good or make something that stands out or something that actually ends up affecting the way that their reader sees the world. But then they slowly devolve into just clickbait slop and they lose the, I suppose, the monetary incentive to keep making content that has some sort of integrity or some sort of journalistic principle backing it or whatever. Because now a lot of these publications have become glorified blogs for the quote-unquote journalists that populate them. It's all personal agenda or vendetta or whatever. There's a quote by I'm having trouble recalling the exact names of the various people, things, or creators of concepts that I'm bringing up over the course of this stream. This is why I usually have slides, by the way. But there was I remember I think that I talked about this in one of my previous streams, but when I was going through journalistic ethics training, there was a quote in one of the articles that I was reading from like 1980 something or like 1990 something, where somebody was talking about how journalism is broadly perceived by the public, and they said journalism is perceived as gun-toting, avaricious, mudslinging, and like little else. And the fact that that phrase has held true for whole decades and has, if anything, intensified in how accurate it is to describe the state of the trade, the industry now, is... That was one of the first things that kind of blackpilled me to what I was learning in university. Because when I looked around at the kind of stuff that was being put out and had the label journalism slapped onto it, that was... There's no real coming back from spending, what, like somewhere between 4 to 6 years of believing that journalism actually has some important role in society, and then looking at the state of quote-unquote journalism as it exists today. Especially online. Because holy shit, has the internet been a disaster for journalistic integrity and the quality of what gets put out by journalists.
Your trumpet did a callback by bringing up enshittification. And
Yeah.
I think that is a good fit because it costs money to fly people to North Korea and put them in a hotel or something like that, right?
That's true. That's true.
If you can just have people that are just sitting at home in their pajamas writing blog articles, you have better margins there. But also, just like, did you learn much in Australia about the Spanish-American War?
No. I had to do all of that. I had to Google all of that stuff myself because they don't touch on that at all, either in school or in university, unless you do like a very specific degree or you take very specific units.
I mean, in some ways that's understandable. We didn't learn about like the Emu War until much later anyway. But anyway, the Spanish-American War, gosh, I can't remember exactly when it was. It was like the 1890s or something like that. But it was basically a period of time where the American media had been established to a degree. And you had the New York Times. You had a bunch of newspapers in New York, actually, like 5 or 6 or something like that. Basically how it started is that, America was in its little imperialist phase and was looking over at Cuba and being like, hey, that looks pretty good over there. So a boat blew up, an American warship blew up in Havana. And to this day, nobody knows exactly why. But the newspapers just went with the story that it was like Spanish sabotage, that it was a war crime and all this sort of thing, and so on and so forth, and really went crazy with it. Yeah, blamed the main on Spain, as Robin Tios in chat. And so my broader point here is that that war probably wouldn't have happened without the press making a huge deal out of it. So I want to say that like this whole thing about like the press not really being all that independent and, you know, even-sided and so on and so forth. I don't really think that's a new revelation. Like,
Yeah, it's not.
The only
it's
difference that the internet gives us is that we don't have to go out and pay, you know, a nickel for a newspaper to get it. You know, we just kind of turn on our phone while we're on the toilet, right?
Yeah. Welcome in, Prince. I was going to say, one of the things that, see, so you bringing up the Spanish-American War there is really, that's a perfect example of one of the things that they should be teaching us in media when you study it in university, but they don't. Because what I've noticed about the way that university media courses are taught in Australia, I assume that it's somewhat similar in the UK and America as well. There are a set of assumptions, ways that the degrees are designed to frame the role of journalism and journalists in broader society that are built into the way that we are taught. And the problem with talking about things like, for example, the role of the media in incensing people to go to war, probably, you know, I would assume on behalf of the government or whatever, is that when we are taught about the quote-unquote importance of journalism, what, you know, why journalism as an industry deserves to exist, deserves to receive public funding, the justification is that they are supposed to be what is called the fourth estate. And the fourth estate is basically a way of conceptualizing society into four different parts, right? So you have the government, you have the church, you have the people, and then you have the media. And on paper, what the concept of the fourth estate is supposed to do is show how the media's job is there to counterbalance the state, to act as a kind of a way of calling out bad actions when done by a government, keeping a lid on their ability to grow and, you know, limit their power through informing the general public. And the thing is, lessons like the American Spanish War and the role of the media in starting that, or, you know, popularizing the notion that America should go to war in the first place, those little tidbits, at least here in my experience, don't get taught, because it fundamentally undermines that whole idea that journalism is inherently independent and can be used as a kind of refutation to government overreach. Because that, in practice, more often than not, that just doesn't happen. And
right,
it's become this kind of mantra that they teach over here. It's this kind of this thing that no one talks about because everyone assumes that, you know, it can be taken for granted that, yeah, the media is the fourth estate, that obviously, even though it's publicly funded, meaning that it relies on the government for funding, surely it's still independent enough to still criticize the government in a meaningful way, right? It's what, like, once you see that, you can't unsee that. That, and also the fact that a lot of a conventional media degree, at least over here, seems to be demonizing social media and demonizing the whole concept of, how do I say, the ability to report on things being distributed to people in general rather than just being monopolized by a handful of quote-unquote accredited journalists. A lot of our degree, especially the ethics portion of our degree, is, oh, look at what social media has done. Look at how little standards citizen journalists have. They have no oversight. They have no overreach. What do we do about all of this stuff? And all of the answers invariably tie back to, this is why accreditation is very important. Or, this is why we need to give the government more power and size so that they can better regulate these social media platforms. And the entire time, I'm like, again, once you see that, it becomes very difficult to go through the rest of your degree without, to some degree, asking yourself, why is this the solution again? Why? What is what is the point that's being made here? Because it really just seems like people have said this for years, where, you know, universities, it's not about education, it's about indoctrination. But in like the first 2 years of doing my degree, I was kind of like, okay, that's just something people say, right? But then then I got through the rest of my degree, and I started noticing this pattern where every single time a problem gets, a quote-unquote problem gets up, that basically boils down to journalists no longer have a monopoly over how information is reported, right? Every single time that problem's brought up, the solution always boils back down to the same two things. We need to respect journalists more, and governments need to become more powerful and grow bigger. And once I started noticing that, that was when I kind of went, okay, yeah, maybe people saying that, you know, universities are for indoctrination, not education. Maybe they have a point there. Maybe they're onto something.
Yeah, it's not really exclusive to journalism, but certainly there is a, what's the word I'm looking for? But basically, they're protecting their own status and position and ability to make money in this field. It's like licenses for hairdressers, right?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I am very glad that, yeah, as some people in the chat are pointing out, I'm very glad that the way that information is put out is now more decentralized. Because if we were relying on journalists, that would require believing the lie that they are capable of being independent from the government, which let's be honest, that doesn't happen. No, that has never happened, I'm pretty sure. Sure, you have individual journalists who act independently. You have individual journalists who are willing to really go to bat for the sake of the general public, potentially risking their own lives in doing so. But publications? No.
These people reporting these stories and writing these articles and all that sort of thing are just people, just like everybody else. They have their, what's that saying? Opinions are like assholes. And to expect people to not include their opinion in stories like this is not realistic, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So you just have to, okay, it shouldn't take. Ideally, it shouldn't take, if you, quote unquote VTuber gate, or in my case, it was Gamergate, for where you are reading a news article and you're like, wait a minute, this didn't happen. This isn't true. This isn't, you go to the Wikipedia article, and the Wikipedia article is based on news articles, so it is also, full of things that didn't happen, and then new news articles get written based on the Wikipedia article, which then get back into the Wikipedia article, and it's just
one big Ouroboros of lies and inaccuracy.
Ideally, it shouldn't take like a big event like that to happen. I almost want to say they should teach this in school, right? But I mean, there's so many things that they should teach in school.
Yeah, they wouldn't. Never.
Yeah.
The funny thing is... Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah.
Just in general, everybody in this chat, if you're going to learn something from it, just keep in mind that everything you read in the news, you're reading these stories about VTubers in the news, and you're like, hold on, that sounds like bullshit. Well, okay, keep in mind that, when you read articles about things you have no idea about, like foreign stories, or the economy, or wars and that sort of thing, it's probably the same thing where if you were in the know about all the things that were a factor in that story, you'd be like, hold on, this is bullshit, right? You can't really avoid bias and bullshit in news stories, so you just kind of have to keep in mind that everything you're going to read is going to have someone's opinion in it and that sort of thing. I think that's a more realistic way to approach the whole problem than trying to create non-human journalists that don't have opinions somehow, right?
Yeah. See, that's the reason why they would never teach this in schools, because that requires fostering critical thinking and independent thought. Right? The solution is to essentially place the duty for understanding that, every journalist, every presenter, every speaker on a topic has their own biases, etc., and to be able to learn to identify that when you consume their content in some form or other. And this is like a broader trend, but for decades now, people have been infantilized more and more and more, where, it's always, don't get me wrong, if you present a topic, you have some ethical obligations, if not, if only out of your own personal principles or whatever that you hold yourself to. But the idea that the audience has any sort of duty unto themselves has become very unpopular, I've noticed, over the past decade or so, or probably longer than that. But yeah, it's this constant infantilization of the audience that, again, it's something that is hard to stop noticing once you start noticing it. Curious thing with the two. This is why I get my news from VTubers and blogs. Fair enough. Another thing that's
you mentioned
yeah, sorry.
You mentioned like personal. The word just escaped me, but like personal ethics and that sort of thing.
Yeah, principles.
What if you're? I'm sorry.
Principles.
Principles. That was the word. Thank you. But what if your principles are to try to sway the people to your way of thinking because your way of thinking is morally correct?
I think, I'll be honest, I can respect that if they are open about it. If you outright say, I am a propagandist, yes, that is contemptuous, but there is a degree of respect that I will afford to that degree of honesty with your audience. It's kind of like, buyer beware, right? You get what you came for. If you come here and I declare to you, I am a propagandist, my job is to alter your perception of reality so that it fits in line with my own. If you, as a member of the audience, hear that and you still fall for it, honestly, at that point, that's on you. That's no longer on the, I respect putting it out there. And actually, that's a pretty, we're tangenting kind of hard, but how do I say this? I think I did talk about this in one of my previous streams, but the whole idea that, how do I say this? A lot of people claim that they like the idea of democracy, that they like the idea of everyone having their say in how things go in society, because on paper that makes sense, right? If you're going to live through it, you should probably have some say in it. Until you actually get to the consequences of what happens when your society runs off of that kind of model. Because everyone likes the idea of democracy, or at least in the West, but nobody likes the things you need in order to make democracy work. And there's funnily enough, the nephew of Sigmund Freud was a guy by the name of Edward Bernays, and I brought up his writings and stuff in, I think, I'm trying to remember which one it was. I think it was in the stream that I did about drama tubers a while back, like last year sometime. But Edward Bernays, Sigmund Freud's nephew, went on to become someone who is broadly referred to in media academia as the father of propaganda. I've quoted his book on stream before called Propaganda, where he explains how it works. Funnily enough, a book that he dedicated to his wife. And in this entire book, he goes in depth about how propaganda is not antithetical to democracy, but it is a natural consequence of it. Because if you have a bunch of people who all have a say, some sort of sway over the way that society runs, but you don't have any sort of way of herding them together or guaranteeing that they will think along the same lines, the only solution to actually get shit done in your government is to make them think along the same lines, to take control of the way they see reality and put out a message that is designed to corral the masses in a direction that you want. And when I read that book for the first time, that kind of fundamentally changed the way that I view the whole idea of democracy and the media's role in democracy. Because the way that fits in perfectly with the way that media actually functions, which is that it is essentially an arm of the government, while also shitting all over the lie that media is supposed to be some sort of counterbalance to whatever the government is doing. Because, again, if you live in a democratic society, propaganda is part and parcel of what you ask for, whether you're aware of it or not.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. This is kind of like... Oh, sorry, yeah?
Lone Pigeon said something in chat, which kind of brought back a very interesting memory, which is along these lines. He said, even in long-running investigative journalism programs on TV, when they get into something I know something about, I can see their flaws, biases, mistakes, and what they're leaving out. So, I bet like half the audience was little tiny babies when this happened, if they were born at all. But back when President George W. Bush was president, I think this happened like right after he was reelected, so maybe like around 2005. There was a TV news show called 60 Minutes, which has been around since, I want to say, like the black and white era, like the 50s or 40s or something. And they, were pretty... it was on CBS, I believe, and it was pretty popular. That it was very well respected. And one of the journalists on there, his name was Dan Rather, no S. And he's been around for decades, and he was also like pretty well respected at that point. They ran a story about George Bush getting like a George W. Bush getting like a reprimand when he was in the Air Force because of bad practices and like, doing drugs or something like that. I can't remember the exact details. Their evidence for this was the like typed out report, right? The problem with that report, and they showed a lot of pictures of it, and it was online and all that sort of thing, was that it was very clearly written in Times New Roman. Now, this would have happened like in the 70s or something like that. Nobody had personal computers that could do, sans serif fonts and all that sort of thing. They would have used a typewriter, right? And I actually did a stream with a typewriter once, if you guys want to go check that out. But anyway, one very important difference between how typewriters work and most like computer fonts is that every letter on a typewriter will be the same width, right? So like if you have a lowercase I, normally that would be like a very thin letter, right? Or lowercase l, whereas a W would be like a very wide letter. But like on a capital W especially, but on a typewriter, they're all the same width. So you could look at that document, and if you knew anything about like how typewriters work, you could say fake. But they ran with that story. Like, they didn't get a single expert to verify that thing. It was so obvious. They made like a huge... they just blew up their legacy, both Dan Rather and 60 Minutes as a whole. And you just have to wonder, like, why couldn't they just get one person to look at that and say, bullshit. Typewriters don't work that way. You know what I mean? And they had somebody, like, I remember seeing a GIF making the rounds where somebody, like, actually went into Microsoft Word and typed out the exact same document, using Times New Roman, which I think was the default font for Microsoft Word at the same time, and then overlaid it with the document that, 60 Minutes put out. And the one that 60 Minutes put out had probably been, like, faxed a couple times, so it had, a little noise. But otherwise, it was pretty much the exact same thing. Like, you gotta keep in that there's another example where you just gotta keep in mind that, like, what news is telling you is probably... Yes, GIF. Did I pronounce it incorrectly? People give me crap in chat. What news is presenting to you is probably bullshit if you know if you know what's going on. But even with that story, like, you didn't really have to have like an in-depth working into like the Air Force, disciplinary committees and how they work and all that sort of thing. You just had to like look at that document and know how a typewriter worked, right?
Yeah.
It was crazy. At the time, I remember looking at that and being like, is this really happening? It's so obviously bullshit.
If there's anything that I've slowly become more and more numb to, it's just how blatantly journalists and news publications are willing to do shit like that. There is no shame. There's no sort of internal limiter on how low they are willing to stoop in order to get a story that they want out there. But it's insane to think about.
They want it to be true, so they kind of tunnel vision on it and don't let themselves like consider any alternatives, I suppose.
Yeah, the conclusion comes before the evidence, right? And I suppose the thing is, and I mean, this is I think everyone can relate to this, where I think we all understand the appeal of pushing a perspective, an agenda, or speculating on something, because that's just human nature, right? But this is why in all of the funny thing about all of my streams is you could take the premise of what I'm saying throughout the entire like 5 or 8 hours or whatever and essentially distill it down to a single sentence. But the thing is, if I were to ever have a stream where I just come out and I say that, I would be rightfully torn to pieces over it, because those conclusions, without any evidence to back them up, make no sense. And the thing that I wish, the thing that I don't respect, publications, news publications and journalists for, is they are doing the exact same shit as the rest of us. They're pushing their own agendas, perspectives, whatever. They're essentially speculating, ratting, whatever. But they won't bother. They will try to lend it a veneer of objectivity by making up evidence, and then using that made-up evidence to affirm what they're saying. And I mean, if you're going to just speculate and do all that stuff, just say it. Just add a disclaimer. Make it very open with your audience that that's what you're doing. But
yeah, I agree. But I don't think that'll happen. I think
it's just
you need to have the other approach where you just go into it assuming that will be the case.
Yeah.
And you need to teach people to have that approach, because it's not obvious.
Kind of in line with that whole idea of like trying to, I suppose, encourage people to identify when they're being had by someone who's supposedly giving them information. One of the pet peeves that I've developed over the last few years is how much the term misinformation has caught on among just all spheres of society, all spheres of English-speaking society. And the reason why I hate that word so much is because it's such a blatant example of, not to be too pretentious, but newspeak, where if you call something misinformation, that means it is either one of two things. It is a lie or it is an inaccuracy. Sometimes it's both, but most often it's at least one of those two. And the thing is, if you call something misinformation, that takes the onus away from you from having to identify which one it is. Is it a lie that was told deliberately for the purposes of deception and trying to nudge the audience to a certain way of perceiving the world? Or was it an inaccuracy that was made in good faith, but simply requires you to have more background information and, for you to be able to identify where it went wrong? And The thing is, when you can just call things misinformation, you no longer have to do that little bit of critical thinking on your own. You don't have to take a stance on the intention of the person feeding that information out to you, either. It's just, oh, it's misinformation. And it's such a vague nothing term. But I really do hope that at some point we go back to just calling things lies or saying that something's inaccurate and then identifying why it's inaccurate or how it's a lie. Because that's the other thing that misinformation conveniently doesn't have to do, right? You just call something misinformation and usually it's not followed up by a correction. And that's the other thing that's annoying about the popularity of the term.
I like fake news.
Yeah,
that one made the rounds for a while. That was a fun one.
Agreed. Lion MX, thank you for being Footstool for 10 months. Just tuning in, having wine and painting 40k. That's the life.
Nice.
Kawaii Potato, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Here's thank you for the 2. I don't like democracy. I want absolute monarchy. Hashtag Jacobitism. Yeah, fair enough. Honestly, when I was younger, I couldn't see why people would want monarchies over democracies. Now that I've had a little bit of time to actually see how people behave in a democracy, I can see the other side.
Do you know what he meant by, or he? I'm sorry, I'm assuming people's gender. Do you know what they meant by Jacobitism?
Mercurius, would you like to give a bit
Jacobism?
more? I would assume that it's Jacobism, but just, you know, with tism slapped onto the end of it. But
Jacobists were the one killing the French monarchy, weren't they?
I would assume so. Hold on. Mercurius, would you like to give more context? I saw a South African politician talking about charging people with treason for quote-unquote misinformation that is just saying things the government doesn't like. Yeah, that's the other thing that I don't like about misinformation. It's such a vague label that you can slap it onto anything. Inconvenient information can be misinformation. That's the problem. This is what happens when you stray away from pointing at things and saying it's a lie or it's inaccurate. Because then you actually have an obligation to say, okay, how is it inaccurate? Or what is the truth? When you just say misinformation, like that all dissipates into the ether. Jacobists are Scottish monarchists. Ah, okay. This is outside of my area of expertise, so I'm gonna rely on you, Murray, to affirm whether that's the case.
I don't know anything about the Scottish monarchy. I'm sorry.
Also, it is soft sounding like George Carlin is a bit on shell shock becoming post-traumatic stress. Yeah, a little bit. I much prefer when someone says lie or inaccurate because it's just more to the point. It's shorter, saying misinformation. Then with the monarchy, the representative can be responsible for stuff and take responsibility. Yeah, that's the problem with the way that democratic governments work. No one takes responsibility for anything. I suppose that's why we have so many corrupt politicians.
I suppose there is an appeal to when something goes wrong, there's one neck you can wring, right?
Yeah.
It's hypothetically speaking, not speaking specifically of any certain person.
Yeah.
Jacobinism. Okay, that's the word. I got the word wrong. Jacobinism. That's right.
Jacobinism? Oh, okay, there we go. Never mind then. So many words have lost all meaning to me nowadays, so much overuse without any understanding of their meanings and not even caring for their meaning. That's the problem, because it has become popular nowadays to assume that the meanings of words are based on vibes. And when words stopped having definite meanings that are independent from how people use them, I feel like that's when that was the how do I say, the floodgate that was put in place to stop deterioration of language. Something Asmongold said that I find interesting is that they add so much bureaucracy that the fault is spread so thin that it's no one's fault. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's how democratic governments function, I suppose.
Words based on vibes. I mean, as opposed to what?
As opposed to the words having like actual meanings, right? For example, well, I mean, case in point, right? The way that people throw around the word Nazi. That's always going to be the default, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from now. Yeah.
Yeah. That's always going to be the default.
Good example.
Yeah, Nazi, fascist, or even to some degree, like, you know, woke and stuff like that. Like, you know, it's just none of those words. Well, I mean, obviously, conceptually, Nazi, fascist, they have definitive meanings. It's just the problem is no one uses it that way. People, I've ranted about this before, but people, I'm willing to bet that most of the people who use the word Nazi on social media aren't even aware that Nazi is not a word in and of itself, but a shorthand or two words, National Socialist or Nationalist Socialism. And the thing is, it's so, again, it's like a little pet peeve that something, how do I say this? Something that people will simultaneously say that, you know, Hitler, World War II, Nazi Germany was like, you know, really important part of history that should never be forgotten, etc., etc., etc. But they will then turn around and start watering down the terms themselves by just throwing the word Nazi out wherever they see something they don't like, or throwing the word fascist out when they say something they don't like.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that completely.
Shouldn't it be called Nassau then? German. In German, it would have been different. It would have been different.
Yeah, I'd have a lot more syllables.
Yes. I do wonder if it's like a German thing, because at this point I've become convinced that being German is essentially having genetically inherited autism, but you have it's I wonder if the German tendency to do everything with military efficiency is due to some sort of culturally evolved trait where they blow out the number of steps required to do something on top of that, so it kind of like it cancels out. It's like an evolved solution to an evolved problem. But yeah, not calling Hitler. Yeah. Holy shit, we've been talking for like 1.5 hours. All right.
This was fun.
Yeah. This is like a classic. This is a classic. The classic VTuber gaming stream.
Have you had the background music playing the whole time?
Yeah, I have. To be fair, I think the Plague Inc. BGM is probably one of the more suitable BGMs that I could have turned on to talk about what, you know, underlying the topic that we were just discussing.
The decay of civilization.
Yeah, the decay of civilization, the erosion of language for the purposes of control, etc., etc., etc. Should we boot up the game?
I need to take a brief break. We've been talking for that long.
Fair enough.
I'll be back in a couple minutes.
All right. I'll use that time to catch up on super chats.
Right.
Let me just check to see if I missed any to begin with. Hold on, give me a second. Sorry. I coughed in the microphone there. My bad. Sorry guys. Sorry you had to listen to that. Actually, there was a message earlier by Aura Ether. There's a reason why teachers never teach us to use Wikipedia as a source. See, I remember that being a thing when I was in school, which was a long time ago. But having taught kids as recently as like 2-3 years ago, it kind of boggles my mind to see how many of them not just disregard that general rule of don't cite Wikipedia as a source, but they never seem to have been taught it, which is insane to me. Because, and I don't know if any of you have, if any of you have kids who are in school nowadays, and if you can confirm this or not, but anecdotally at least, it does seem like that whole idea of don't cite Wikipedia has been left behind a little bit. Yeah, actually, good point, Yugure. ChatGPT. I do wonder if nowadays the heightened focus on getting people to not use AI has kind of overshadowed the equally valid assertion that you shouldn't use Wikipedia as a source. The importance of just going for a primary source if you want to find something out. Hey, if Sheena can yap for 2 hours before playing Batman, you can do this. True, true. Hold on, let me just grab another sip of water.
Ready when you are.
Just getting a quick sip of water in before we actually begin.
We should probably start out by explaining this game to people who might not be familiar, because it's not very obvious looking at it what's going on, right?
Very true.
Oh, I guess he's still getting water. Oh, okay, you're back.
Yeah. All right. So, brief. I suppose we could just go through like the rules they have here, right? Hold on. All right. So, should we explain on the fly?
I think it would be good to kind of explain at least part of it going into it. So the basic idea is that we are playing as a disease.
Yes.
And at least in the single player game, like you are trying to kill off everybody in the world, infect and then kill them off.
Yep.
And like you're fighting against sort of the clock, because humanity will eventually notice you as a disease and research you and try to cure you, come up with an antidote, a vaccine to fight against you.
Yep.
So if you play single player, that's how you'll lose pretty much 99% of the time, is humanity comes up with a cure and starts curing everybody.
Yes. Main currency in this are DNA points. You spend those on evolving your disease to have traits that advance your game plan, either by helping you infect more people, kill off people so they can't be cured later, or just making yourself more difficult to cure in various different ways. On top of that, I'm trying to think if there's anything else to cover. Aside from that, yeah, I think that pretty much covers all of the bases as to like the basics of the game.
The multiplayer aspect, the multiplayer game is a little bit different, because we're not trying to kill off everyone. We're just trying to be the last disease standing.
Yes.
After our opponent's disease either gets cured, or another way to lose is that you become too fatal. So people start dying off faster than you can infect other people. Yes. Because once people are dead, they can't affect other people. They can't infect other people. So in the single player game, you kind of have to balance your lethality with your infectiousness, because if you are too lethal, you're going to kill people too fast. If you're not lethal enough, humanity will have enough time to cure you.
Yes.
But when we're playing multiplayer, we're probably not going to be worrying about lethality too much. We're just going to be going for infection and try to infect people.
Yes.
More than our opponent, basically.
Yeah. And to explain why people are referring to specific countries in chat for people who don't play Plague Inc., there are multiple ways that various different countries in each game can respond to your disease as a way of trying to stop you from spreading. The most obvious one is trying to cure you. However, in the meantime, while they're, getting research done into your disease to try and figure out a way of eradicating you, they can also do things like shut down their borders. Basically, the way that you get more DNA. If you don't get into a country, you can't infect the people there, you can't get DNA points out of infecting them, killing them, whatever. So when a country closes its borders, you have a problem. Now, usually if a country is landlocked, shutting its borders doesn't really do anything because your disease will just spread anyways. However, then you get to island countries, and those are the real problems. Because once they close their borders, once they close their ports, their airports, whatever, if you haven't gotten in before that point, you are fucked because you can't reach those. You can't reach those populations, and therefore, if you have any health in single player, if you have any healthy people left, by the time your disease is cured and you run out of infected people, you lose instantly. However, with multiplayer, it's not as much of a problem, but generally speaking, you still want to get as far around the world as possible. So that's why people are memeing about Madagascar and Greenland screwing over playthroughs, because those are countries in the game that are infamous for only having one point of entry, which is a seaport. So yeah. All right. Yeah, we have a lot of Greenland enjoyers in chat, which is good to see. All right. I think we can get started with that explanation out of the way. All right. Let me hold on. All right, there we go. This should work.
Yep.
All right, excellent. My first time playing against an actual human being. While I'm still.
Yep, mine.
Hey.
Mine too.
We'll figure this out together. Aren't they building an airport in Greenland now? Yes, they are in the real world. However, in Plague Inc., they've added, so essentially in terms of the different game modes you have, right? You have, single player, the base game. Then you have multiplayer, which we're doing now. Then you have what they call scenarios, which is basically DLC content where, well, you have speedrunning as well, but that's a separate thing. You have the scenarios are basically DLC content where they add in various different hypothetical or real life scenarios as a way of changing the game. And Plague Inc. added an entire DLC where Greenland now has an airport. So they didn't want to add it into the base game, probably because of balancing things, but they did acknowledge it at some point in the game. So, all right, let's get started. Oh, all right.
So they're going to be able to see your screen.
Yes.
I will hide the stream because that's going to be kind of an advantage for me.
Fair enough.
But yeah, we will each be seeing our own screen here and not be able to see like where the other player is.
Yes. Oh man, I love the in-game music. Your opponent has chosen their starting country. All right. Let's see. All right. I forgot how. Fuck, I'm struggling to multitask. All right. I forgot how intense the OST can be, because usually when I'm hearing it, it's only playing through my speakers. But having it blasting into my ears directly via headphone is quite something.
I actually have it muted because I find it kind of repetitive.
Fair enough. I might be the tism, but I enjoy it. I like it.
Oh, it's good. It's repetitive. They have the one song, right?
Yeah, fair enough. They do invent like themes for the different disease types though, which I do appreciate. That little added bit of extra effort. Yeah.
So in some ways, this is a map painting game.
Yeah, kind of. It's all clicking the buttons here and there. Hold on. Let me take a. All right. You didn't name your disease? That's...
No, I did. Oh,
no,
you did.
I didn't. I'll remember that for next time. My bad. Have you heard the trailer version with the ringer? Yeah. No, that's the trailer was how I first found this game all the way back in like 2012, 2013. Hold on. Let me see what I grab here. All right. But yeah, no, this is Have you seen the trailer for Plague Inc?
I don't remember it. No.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I mean, I might have seen it and just not remember it, right?
Fair enough. No, they were... I remember that they were one of the few mobile games that, at least in my opinion, they had like a kind of a... They actually went ham when it came to making a trailer that really leaned into the themes of the game. It was a guy basically voice acting as a scientist that was dying of the disease he was trying to cure it. And I remember that the way that they presented it was just, it just sounded really like creepy. And that was the thing that first grabbed me when I found out about it. This is my
I don't remember it at all. Maybe you could look it up between games or something. These games are going to be shorter than normal games, by the way. They only go for like 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. First the world goes to Akai and then Kuro. Yes. Alright. Oh. Alright, I need to... Okay, there we go. Alright. The question is, do I... it's really hard with multiplayer because you need to, unlike with single player, which is really easy to figure out when you start killing people because that's just when you infect everyone, right? Or when you get close to it, when you've infected every country, then you start killing people. In multiplayer, it's a lot more difficult because they balance this by making it so that killing people makes you lose faster because obviously if your opponent, if your disease dies out before your opponent's does, you lose. But it also gives you significantly more DNA points in multiplayer than it does in single player. So they've kind of added that little incentive there. So it's a bit of a funny balancing act. Okay. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Oh, Saudi. Yeah. In terms of like starting countries, a lot of people go for like, China, India, because they have like 1 billion plus people already in there. Wait, actually, I think... Wait, hold on, let me see. Yeah, 1 billion plus people already in there, which makes it really easy to get like a jump start in terms of how many people you infect across the world. But I think Saudi is very underrated as a starting country because of how many planes it sends out everywhere. Central America.
Egypt.
Damn. Yeah, Egypt.
Egypt is good.
Yeah, agreed.
It has the 2 seaports, right?
Yes. Alright. So, in terms of what makes multiplayer significantly different, one of the things that makes multiplayer a little bit more interactive. Fuck. Oh, wait, hold on. My bad. Give me a second. Let me just pop bubbles real quick. So, in this tab, this doesn't exist in single player, where they've basically included a bunch of abilities that help you fuck with your opponent in some way, either by making them easier to cure and thus quicker to wipe out, or ways of trying to making it easier to kill or infect people who are also infected with their disease, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on, let me see. Alright. Going for the stealth approach isn't really working. Hold on, let me see what I can do here. I guess we do this. Starting country's been found. Oh, okay. Mine is more threatening. Fuck, I think I evolved too many things. I thought it was China because that's where the trailer starts. I mean, yeah. Years back, Yeah. Have you ever tried BioInk? Yeah, I have. I never really found BioInk to be that fun compared to Plague Inc, though. I guess I just like the wider scale of things. I think I blew my load too early with the symptoms. Let me see.
Yeah, I usually go easy on the symptoms that don't also have a infectious aspect to it.
Yeah.
Because that's how you start killing people if you go for the symptoms too early.
Yeah. Also, the fact that it makes your disease more threatening, so they focus on curing it more than your opponents.
Yeah.
I've yet to get a game where I buy up all of the different abilities that are specific to multiplayer, so I'm curious to see what they offer. Don't focus on what I just said, Robin. Armchair loves the pandemic scale. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the thing with BioInk that makes it, I don't know, to me at least, less entertaining than Plague Inc. is there aren't as many... Because with Plague Inc., one of the things that the devs have done to make each game a little bit more interesting is they've introduced a... they have, like, in-game events that change the outcome of your game. Some of them that basically build up, like, stories that happen along with your disease's progression across the world. I don't find that BioInk has that same ability to do that, which is what makes it a little bit... I mean, it's still fun, but it's, like, less interesting than Plague Inc. to me.
I haven't tried it myself. I've only played this one.
Fair enough.
And I haven't done any of the DLC or anything like that.
Alright.
Well, you were stomping me early on, but now we're kind of evenly matched, huh?
I might get cured, though.
Oh, you're at 89%. Whoa.
Yep.
I gotta hold on for a little while longer then, huh?
Oh, okay. What? Oh, okay. What happened? What?
Oh, wait, you won. Hold on.
I was...
Infected all life on Earth unobserved.
Oh, wait, was it because
okay.
Oh, wait, so that's the... I didn't know that was a win con, that you just infect everyone. Okay.
Yeah, that's how you normally win, but I still thought I was doing all right because I guess just all my guys were also infected by...
Oh, okay. Yeah, because when I was playing against the bot, I thought it was the last to like get cured or something along those lines. Okay, now that I know that this is a win con, that changes how I'm going to play. All right. Okay.
Oh, are you starting a new one already? Wait, no, my stream is back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I've exited to the end game screen, but yeah, no. I guess, okay, so that's why they included the ability, that's why they included abilities that make it easier for you to infect people who are infected with another disease. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, okay. I thought, I'm not gonna lie, I thought I was gonna lose that, because I was at like 95% cure percent.
I thought you were gonna lose it too, damn it.
Alright. This time I'll remember to name my disease. Alright. Okay. Let me get you back in. Alright, we have to call this Tommy Hort, right? There's no other we have to do this. Okay, so
that's a good one.
The plan is we have to evolve diarrhea as soon as possible. And then that's like the condition, right? We have to make it lore accurate. Alright.
Okay.
I'm gonna see I wonder if combos work similarly in multiplayer to the way that they do in single player. So to give people context, in single player, what you can do as a way of enhancing how infectious your disease is or how quickly it kills people is evolve symptoms that combine with one another in order to create a funny effect. One of the symptom combinations that you can evolve is insanity and diarrhea, which is the screenshot that I included in the starting soon screen. which creates something that the game calls the public defecation symptom combo, where lore-wise, everyone just starts shitting themselves in public with your disease. It makes it more infectious, but it also makes it easier to cure, presumably because when everyone starts shitting themselves, people prioritize curing your disease higher. Hold on. Do they have? Okay, they do have it. They have this. Okay, now we've satisfied the conditions. Now we can go back to actually playing as we normally would.
There's also like ones like where you like zombification or The Walking Dead or something. I can't remember what they call it, but
they have
I can't remember exactly what the combo was, but there's different fun ones like that.
Yeah. So I think I can remember the combos off the top of my head, so I'll just rattle them off real quick. You have Walking Dead, which is insomnia and anemia, which makes your disease more difficult to cure because everyone's tired. You have profuse bleeding, which is you give people skin lesions while you give them hemophilia, so they just bleed out of their skin without stopping. You have public...
Sounds fun.
Yes. You have public defecation, which is what I said before. And you have projectile vomiting, which is coughing and vomiting at the same time, which I think that's pretty self-explanatory. I love how they sprinkle in like those. There's something that never gets old. I don't know if it's just because I have the tism or whatever, but the way that they sprinkle in those little like those little sound effects here and there of just people coughing, or occasionally when you roll the the little girl singing "Ring Around the Rosie." It's little things
creepy.
like that. Yeah, it just adds a little bit of like, character to the game that I really appreciate. All right, what symptoms match a streamer? Like, we have diarrhea already for Tommy Hort, right?
Insomnia.
Insomnia, okay. We're gonna... Insomnia and paranoia. Okay. Alright. Okay, now we have lore-accurate Tommy Hort. Wait, do they have insanity in this? Wait, let me see if we can find that. They have blind... Okay, blindness isn't really... Alright. Oh, you started in... France? Okay. Spain. Oh, okay. Ambitious.
Where did you start last time? Was it India?
Saudi.
Okay. Ah, you went with the Meta. Okay.
All right. Let me see. Okay, there we go. I think. Do they have insanity? Oh, psychosis. All right. Oh, they do have insanity. Okay, it's down the psychosis tree. I should have known. All right. Okay. You have psychosis. I always hear that line in like Parrot's voice now. All right.
Is there one that's like malnutrition or something like that?
I don't know actually. Wait, hold on. Let me take a look. I think there's like hypersensitivity once you evolve anemia, because that's the way it usually works in the base game. I suppose hypersensitivity is like that makes sense. Let me see.
I am not getting very many DNA points this round for some reason. It's going really slow.
Is it? Oh, it might be because you started in a rich country and you spread to other rich countries. If you don't buy drug resistance, then it slows your spread in any country that has the rich
you're probably
demarcation.
Right. Yeah.
Also, I probably if you don't have any lethality, that would probably also be why. Ooh, okay. Alright, now... Okay. Okay. Let's see... do here. Okay. Parrot brainworm. We should actually... I forget how many disease types there are in multiplayer, but I'm pretty sure Neurax is one of them. So again, for context, in Plague Inc., they have different types of diseases that you can play as. You have bacteria, you have virus, nanovirus, etc., etc. All disease types have their own unique game conditions and traits that alter the way that you play. One of the diseases that they introduced fairly early on as paid DLC was something that they called the Neurax worm.
which is basically playing as a kind of mind-controlling parasite. And I'm pretty sure that they have that in, I'm pretty sure they have that as one of the disease types that you can play as in multiplayer, but I'm not too sure. Yeah, it's a literal brainworm, yeah. I remember this prion, yeah. Off the top of my head, just the different kinds of diseases and the way that they change your game. You have... oh, okay, people are starting to cure me. Okay, we finally get insanity, so we have lore-accurate streamer disease. Yeah, so... different disease types. You have virus, which mutates really quickly, meaning that it gives you extra traits without you needing to spend DNA to buy them. You have, fungus, which spreads slowly, over sea, but spreads really quickly across land. You have parasites, which are better at hiding their presence so that people find out about you later on, probably when you're already starting to kill them. Prions, they spread slower, but they're harder to cure. Neurox worm, which has alternate win condition of mind controlling everyone instead of killing them. Necroa, which is basically a zombie virus. Alternate win condition, you turn everyone into a zombie. Or... yeah, you turn everyone into a zombie. There were two others. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. Mine has been cured. I didn't even realize because I was too busy yapping. Okay, hold on. Whoa. Okay. You have,
Oh, it's fine. You can yap some more. Go ahead.
yeah, so you have, fucking, what was it called? They added in a vampire plague where you, again, alternate win condition, turn everyone into vampires, or you enslave them with, like, some sort of mind control or whatever. A bioweapon, which just gains lethality passively, so you don't need to worry about, Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna lose this because I spammed severity way too much early. So they just cured me really quickly. But yeah, bioweapon,
There's
you
like
gain... Sorry, yeah?
There's like a monkey simian...
Yeah, simian flu, which is basically based off of Planet of the Apes, where your win condition is... You make it so that apes take over the world instead of people, so you basically kill people until you have less people than apes. Bioweapon gains lethality passively, so you don't need to buy that yourself. And then nanovirus, which is basically the world starts curing you from frame 1, which is changed the dynamics of the game a bit, but it makes it more fun. All right, GG. All right, blew my load too early again. I want to see if there's a way to win with lore accurate streamer disease.
Yeah, I never really got out of Europe on that one. You were stomping me pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, I didn't.
If you hadn't gone for the meme build, I probably would have.
I want to figure out if there's like a sweet spot though. So we're gonna see if we can make this work. All right. Have you been getting like genes or extra plagues unlocked in multiplayer, by the way, through these matches?
Yeah, I haven't really been paying attention to it, but yeah, it is telling me I'm unlocking stuff.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. Win 5. Oh, we need to win in order to unlock more disease types. Oh, they don't have Neurox. Okay, so they only have base plagues. So virus, fungus, parasite, bioweapon. You do have genes.
Yeah.
Though. How do you unlock genes? Do you have to win in order to... Oh, you need to complete one game in versus game. I assume that means you actually have to play a quick match or something with a random person, not with a friend.
I have 2 genes I can select: Unstable, Inception, and Peekaboo.
Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. I've been unlocking them as well. All right. Okay. I have Innocent Infection and Base Hydration.
Okay, so I wonder if it's just giving them out randomly.
Yeah, I think they are. Okay, that's cool. It's nice to know that even games with friends can unlock extra genes. All right.
Unstable Inception says it will give me bonus DNA at the beginning, but your starting country will be selected randomly. That's kind of interesting.
That sounds pretty.
Should I try that?
I mean, that sounds pretty decent. So long as you don't you don't start in like Greenland or something.
Yeah, it might. We'll give it a try.
Alright, I'll try putting in a gene as well. But people will find it. Oh, okay, that's fine. I don't mind that. That's actually good, isn't it? Okay, wait, hold on. I'll put in one gene. Insert.
Yeah, I don't like the other one it gave me.
Alright, yeah, neither. Okay. Let me invite you back in. Peekaboo. Virus hyperpermutation. Okay, we're gonna have to lock in order to be able to play that. Alright. Let's go, gotcha. We'll see. I'll see if I can beat Murray 5 times, and then we'll see. We'll need him to beat me 5 times as well, so that he gets access to virus as well. All right. All reliable. All reliable. All right. Let's see. We're gonna try something a little different. We're gonna evolve in a different order this time. Instead of versus, gonna try co-op too. Do you want to try co-op, Murray?
Sure.
All right.
Excuse me, sure. Man, I've been talking so much my voice is breaking.
It's something I've often I swear my voice has changed at least a little bit since I started streaming. Just because of how much I've sort of like forced it to get used to being used for hours on end. I swear being autistic is like a hidden buff for streaming, because you can strain your voice by talking for one day when you're streaming, and then the next day, because you're autistic, people won't expect you to talk to them. They just think you're being non-verbal. So you can just recover in peace. What? Forced might not be the right word, but yeah. Something along those lines. Pressured, maybe. Perhaps. Alright. There we go. Okay, I was evolving things in the wrong order for previous games, because I was operating off of base game logic. Being used for hours on end, a quote to live by. SMH. Degenerates, the lot of you. Horse? Was that a Rima reference? Good luck, I love gambling. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, wait. Let's see if we can, okay. Alright.
Where did you start on the very first game? Was it India?
Saudi. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, that's right. You told me that.
Yeah. Simian flew. Okay, yeah.
Did you do Saudi again?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Let me see. Ooh, cool. Okay, there we go. I may have to start killing people. Alright. That's... the thing I love about when people play Plague Inc. on stream is that they always sound like absolute psychopaths while playing.
Yeah, it is a game about murdering people. Oh, you found me. Yeah, it started me out in Libya, which is actually not a bad place to start, I think.
Yeah. Poor countries are always extra. They always make your early game a bit easier. Didn't this game have a competitive event or two? I haven't really been paying attention to see if Plague Inc. has a competitive scene. I do wonder how that would work. I imagine it's just versus games, right? But I haven't... The idea of...
Speedrunning, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. The idea of Plague Inc. the esports kind of tickles me, though. Alright, let's see. Alrighty then. I guess we can start getting people to shit themselves to death. Hopefully that gives more points? I'm not sure. Cure research has begun. Alright, they've started cure research for me. Alright. Here's where the balancing act starts. Alright. Okay. Alright, hold on. Okay. Oh. Okay. Wait, hold on. Let's try pivoting. Damn, what the fuck? You've been spreading like crazy. Holy shit. Alright, wait.
Yeah,
hold on.
that bonus DNA might be OP.
Yeah. Although, okay, maybe I can go for the late game. All right, hold on. Let me see. Pivoting tactics is always awkward, but maybe we can make it work. Unknown. What? Okay. We are getting into more places, which is nice. But hold on, let's see. Gastric also. Okay, I think that looks good. I need to get in the game where I figure out where all of the different symptom trees lead. Have you heard of Pandemic 2, the Flash game's spiritual predecessor? I have. Oh, Greenland just shut. Okay. Greenland and Caribbean are off limits, so this should be interesting. Okay. Let's see how this goes. Alright. Okay. I'm hoping we can maybe clutch a win by clutch a win by outlasting you.
They are researching me really quickly. Yeah, I might have had the same problem you had last game.
Yeah. Alright. Please don't die. Alright. I'm hoping the people infected with my disease don't fall over too quickly. Greenland, the last hope for mankind. It really does. I wonder how accurate this game is to the way that real life actually works. Because the thing is... Oh, okay. The thing is... I remember that when the pandemic first started, I think it was... I don't remember if it was the US government or like somewhere else that actually contacted... the people who made Plague Inc. to see if they could quote unquote collaborate on a game mode that they could use to teach the public about how disease spreads. I'm pretty sure that's why they came out with the Cure game mode in this game as well. So
yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the American CDC.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Center for Disease Control.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I lost here.
Oh, I tried pivoting tactics this time. All right. Okay. Cure wouldn't spread as fast. All right. Okay. Now I just need to find the sweet spot to start dumping all of my points into symptoms. All right. What was the what gene did you just unlock?
Pharmaphile?
Oh shit, I unlocked the same one.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I didn't. Yeah, I'm just clicking through. I'm not reading what they're doing really.
Fair enough. Pharmaphile seems pretty decent. I'm gonna add it. Do you want to add in the second gene?
Let me have a look at it here. Let's see. Give your plague a bonus in wealthy countries, but a penalty in poor countries. That sounds OP too, yeah.
Yeah, because I was gonna say poor countries already have a deficit in terms of how easy they are to infect, so I wonder if this doesn't really make that much of a difference. That's interesting.
Yeah, we
This
can
is
try
the
it.
federal government. I now distrust cure mode. Yeah, I mean that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Personally, I haven't played that much of cure mode because I'm not like, I prefer killing people. Okay, that's a bit of a. But yeah, no, it's.
Flip it.
Damn, a poor debuff. Yeah, I don't think it's actually going to make too much of a difference, but I guess I'll find out. Is it available? I don't know if Cure has a multiplayer function because it didn't show up when I was looking at the different game modes for multiplayer. Hold on, let me. Oh, I forgot to change the name, so it's still Tommy Hort. I want to see if I can pull off the combo. If I can pull off the public defecation combo. Let's try it. For no reason in particular, this is going to be our starting location while we go for the combo. Alright. Let's see how this goes. Colder disease, attempt 6. That gets old after a while though. It's not as cool or funny when it shows up on the in-game pop-ups. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Shh, Robin. Shh. VTubing has an elephant in the room. Yes. I feel they could do an interesting thing where one player is virus and the other player is trying to cure the virus. Oh no, absolutely. If that is a game mode that they do think about adding, I do think that would be really, really cool. But I'm not sure if I don't think they have it yet. Although I did look at the patch notes for the last update that Plague Inc. had, and they are going to they are apparently adding in a new disease to the base game, which should be interesting to see how that turns out and what it is.
I'm surprised they're still developing it. Yeah, I figured it would be over by now.
Yeah, no, they're still actively updating this game, which is pretty impressive considering it's been around for more than 10 years now.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Even more respect for not turning it into some sort of live service abomination.
Oh, yeah.
I think they very well could. I'm not entirely certain, but if anything, if the games industry has taught me anything as a consumer of the past few years, is that any game can be turned into a live service abomination. So
yeah, I'm sure, especially the mobile versions, right?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like
pay 99 cents to get 20 free DNA or something.
yeah. Like, you know, undo cure percentage by 25% for only 50 cents or some shit like that. Cute and funny disease. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. What symptoms? What symptoms will we need for that? I think hypersensitivity plus insanity, right? Hold on. I need to do a game where I just concentrate on symptoms, even if I lose, just so I can see where the trees lead.
Just like not even bother with transmission, just do symptoms.
Yeah, just symptoms.
That would be that'd be a challenge.
The suicide run, so to speak. Whoa. Plague Inc. Battle Pass featuring Snoop Dogg. That would be really I feel like this is a game that could really easily work in the whole celebrity cameo thing that a lot of other games have been trying to farm.
That'd be ridiculous.
They have a really easy way of integrating those cameos as well, because they can just put it into the news function, right?
Yeah, I guess for the single player mode, yeah.
Yeah, I mean even for the multiplayer, I suppose. Okay, there we go. All right.
Multiplayer doesn't have the news thing though, right?
I think it. Well, it's kind of. Although it devolves into just updates about your disease really quickly. Usually in the news.
Oh, okay, the thing in the lower left, you mean, right?
Yeah.
The events.
Yeah. Basically, news for context for those who don't play Plague Inc. The news tab is basically where you get in-game events that affect that could potentially add up to or affect the quote-unquote story of your playthrough. All right. Okay. Let's see. Okay.
For example, there's like if the Olympics happen in Tokyo and like how that can be used as a vector to spread disease.
Yeah.
I think there's like global warming takes over, so more of the countries become warm countries. So the effects, the abilities that affect warm countries work better, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's basically how it works. All right, they have some pretty funny ones in there occasionally. I think I can't remember any of them off the top of my head. But when you start getting into the different DLC disease types, that's when they start having the really interesting headlines. Because I know for the zombie one, they have some really uncanny ones. Like, you know, what was it? I'm trying to remember. Mother missing after you know, son returns from the dead or some shit like that. Like, you know, just random little bits of like lore sprinkled in, where it's a really interesting exercise on... Oh, wait, where'd you start? Did you start in China?
It put me in Korea.
Oh, in Korea? Oh, okay. But yeah, no, really interesting exercise in seeing how much you can, like, build a narrative while restricting yourself to only the amount of words that you would put into a news headline. Which... I don't know. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're fun.
I'm trying to figure out what abilities I should grab, because right now I'm not really okay. I mean, since they seem to be paying attention to you, I guess this is as safe a time as any for us to go for the streamer build, right? I'll just grab that. Hold 2. AI Darth Vader slowly dies from your disease. It would be really interesting to see if Plague Inc. adds in like an AI disease type thing, or like a mechanical disease or something along those lines, like a computer virus thingy, which would be kind of, I don't know, not really the theme that they're currently going for, not really something that fits in with the way the game currently exists, but I think it would be interesting to see how they would go about that. Alright, so we have... Okay, sorry?
It'd be silly along the lines of the monkey ones, right?
Sure.
Silly. Like, you know, Terminators take over or something.
Yeah,
Skynet.
yeah. I'm pretty sure someone's made that as a custom scenario before. Because...
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, surely, right? Headache mutated. Okay, we got headache. Now we just need psychosis and insanity, and we have lore accurate symptom combo. But yeah. What a the simian plague, the monkey virus variation of this. Wait, hold on. All right, yeah. The monkey virus has like a symptom combo where it's basically, what was it? It's called Rude Awakening, where it's basically you evolve the ability to get your apes to fling shit at one another so they infect one another faster. Alright. Insanity.
I am way too lethal.
Okay. I was gonna say, I think I may need to pivot into trying to sabotage your cure rate in order to win. Because you've definitely got me beat in terms of in spreading across the world. Actually, the more multiplayer that I play, the more I'm like appreciating the mechanics they worked into it. Because if both of you guys are like, because if both players aren't lethal or severe, that's probably like when infecting everyone in the world becomes a viable win condition. Because no countries have sealed themselves off like is currently going on. But so there's like an incentive for both players to keep a lid on how lethal they become. But at the same time, if you go all out, that's also a viable win condition. Because you can just play a game of chicken when it comes to lethality. I don't think we need that. Alright. Please... Okay, we're starting to gain more people being infected. Alright. What is this? Okay, wait, hold on. Oh, okay. I want to try doing this. I want to see if that makes a difference. What is the active ability? All right, let's okay. Let's do this.
What's that?
Active
You see a little
ability. It forces a country of your choice to focus on curing your opponent instead of you. And
How'd you do that?
it's in the abilities tab. So if you evolve genetic exposure 1, it gives you access to benign mimic, which is the active ability. I think it gives you a limited number, so like 7. So I'm assuming you want to target like really rich countries with this.
I think I did evolve that. Like, how did you trigger it? Did it give you a button somewhere? Or?
Yeah, it should show up in the top left, right under the news tab. Active abilities.
Oh. I'm not seeing it. Huh. Maybe I didn't evolve it.
Sounds like
oh wait,
something
no,
the
yeah.
kids would actually
benign
do.
mimic. I see it now. Let's try
Yeah,
it.
there we go. So you can probably pick a country. Hold on, what's this? Oh, never mind. That's the cost, not how many times you can use it. Okay, never mind. Oh, Lumi! Welcome in, Lumi and Lumi Raiders. Welcome in.
Yes, welcome.
We're playing Plague Inc. with Mari Shinaide. We're giving the competitive version of the game a go. Welcome in. I hope you had a great stream. Hello, Lumi. Hello.
Yeah, I'm being cured. You won this one for sure.
All right. Did we manage to evolve all the symptoms? Oh, okay, we did. Okay. Okay, we can finally move on from Tommy Hort to something else. Get raided. Take a seat, raiders. Alright. Exit score screen. Okay. What gene did you just get?
Pharmaphobe.
Pharmaphobe. Oh, okay.
I guess that's different from pharmaphile.
Yes. So, oh yeah, bonus in poor countries, but penalty in rich ones. I see. Penalty. Bonus in rural, but it doesn't seem that good. I was showing the new model while playing Dread Out. It got a remaster. Oh, okay. The new model's really cute. The new model's really cute. I saw you posting about it on Twitter. But yeah. Your artist cooked for that model. Do you see brainworms? Alright, we have to go with brainworms. Alright. Head Hort or brainworms? I'm still getting used to one of the most irksome parts of moving over to a new setup, I suppose, is trying to relearn how to type so that your fingers don't go everywhere. Brainworms. Alright. I really wish I had I really should have spammed more PvP games in my own time so that I could have actually unlocked more disease types. But for now we'll be brainworms in name only. Moshi Studios is a gem, 10 out of 10. Amen, amen. Neurax is not available. All you have is Parasite, which is base disease type. Hold on, let me... Alright, there we go. There's a workshop mod for Skynet? Ah, okay. That makes sense. But in Heart you are a worm? Yes. Actually, we could try going for different transmissions, because we are playing as this. What transmissions would fit? Well, actually, hold on. What transmissions and what symptoms would fit being a brainworm?
I feel like if you have brainworms, then you, like, just stay home in your room all day, right?
True. Alright, we probably start in a rich country then, right? Because that's the brainworms is like it's very much a first world problem. Okay, we're gonna start in a rich country. Let's give this a go. Oh wait, does it give you a bonus based off of which country you started?
Different countries have different starting DNA, yeah.
Oh,
that's just the base multiplayer.
Okay, interesting. All right. Well, okay, obviously you can't cure brainworms, so this evolution makes sense, right, guys? Okay. How goes the game? So far, I think we're 2-1.
I think you're 3-1.
Oh, 3-1, okay.
Yeah, you've been stomping me.
This is... I have an unfair advantage because I've been playing a lot of Plague Inc. for years now, even if I haven't touched multiplayer. But, yeah. I mean, this has been... It's been really nice to find out about, like, what this game is like, because I've never had a reason to touch multiplayer before. But, yeah.
That's fun.
Hydrophobia. True. No one drinks water. I wonder if they have that as, like, a thing. Oh, hypersensitivity, right? Oh, anemia. Okay, so anemia, paranoia.
Yeah.
Anemia, paranoia. Those have to be the symptoms, surely. Oh shit, we start. Okay, I just realized we're gonna have to. Does it spread? Okay, we have to do this, right? Like for the meme, we have to use this. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna use rats as main transmission vector.
Well, that's good for the urban countries, right?
Yes. All right. Let's see. Or showers. Okay. Hold on. All right. Let's see. Let's see here. Okay. Gotta evolve this, and then we're gonna start working on the symptoms, just to bring it up to something that's actually. Yeah, the rats are winning. Yes. Now we have to cross our fingers so that we can get lore accurate ending. Okay, hold on. You have okay. All right, now we can start working on the symptoms. Let's hope that we don't get discovered sooner, because if we do, the rats will not be winning. Down with water. Dr. Pepper runs through my veins.
What has happened that Dr. Pepper has become so popular in like
that's
the
what
last 3
that's
years?
what I was going to say. It's made like a cultural comeback, kind of, out of nowhere. Also,
Somebody mentioned it on TikTok or something.
Gabriel, the reason why I would involve the resistance of the thing that is basically, if you start in a hot country, you get resistance, you get inbuilt resistance to that heat, which is why it's more important to evolve the resistance for the opposite weather condition. So if you start in a cold country, it makes more sense to prioritize heat resistance. If you start in a hot country, it makes more sense to prioritize cold resistance. I've been obsessed with Dr. Pepper for a long time, since I was a kid. Fair enough. So what is the difference in like flavor profiles between Dr. Pepper, Coca-Cola, and Pepsi?
I've never actually tried Dr. Pepper, so I have no idea.
Oh.
I mean, I don't think it's a cola for the first off.
Oh, fair enough.
Like, I don't think it's supposed to taste like the rest, right?
Really? Oh, okay. To me, they're all kind of the same to me. That's mostly because I don't drink soft drinks, like, at all. All right,
oh, really?
Cure research has begun for me? Question mark? Yeah, it has begun for me. All right. Now I need to work on infecting people faster, so I probably need to start evolving more shit. Oh, shit. Did I evolve seizures? Fuck. Okay, that's pretty bad. Wait, did I? Or was that... Oh, I did. Okay, wait. Can I devolve it? Yes, I don't want that. Flavor's very different. Coke is too thick. Pepsi's just kind of air. Sprite is good? Okay. I've tried drinking Sprite for the first time, I think like 3 or 4 years ago. And I remember I actually had the jitters because I was so unused to consuming sugar in drinks. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I've been drinking water pretty much my entire life up until that point. Exclusively water. I also drink 0 sugar Dr. Pepper. That is better than the normal one. Ah, okay. Lore accurate brainworms. Amen. Gaming share? Yes. What other things do you get by having brainworms? I suppose psychosis and insanity is like the normal the normal thing, right? Maybe not insanity.
can't-
Maybe just psychosis.
Like, what would take your meds work into? Like, not drug
True.
resistance, or
Oh, I don't know. I feel like that would work into more drug resistance, right? Because you have to keep having them even after you take your meds. It would be interesting to see what would happen if you didn't involve. Okay, maybe for next time. Maybe for next time. I don't know. Maybe I think blindness makes sense, right? Because when you have brainworms, you just like you're just not very in touch with reality. Yeah, we have so far we have insomnia, paranoia, anemia, and hypersensitivity as the symptoms. Let me see. All right. Oh, damn, you're going crazy in the European continent. I've been found. Okay.
yeah, doing all right.
Brainworms can give seizures. Alright. Maybe I need a little bit of lethality. Maybe I should allow seizures to be evolved. Or psychosis, maybe. I wonder, does insanity give? Oh, insanity gives lethality in this game mode, which is interesting. Alright. Maybe we evolve that. Alright. My disease is not spreading, which is a little bit of a problem. Hold on. Maybe drug immunity. I don't know if they have that in this, right? Oh, they have genetic hardening. I don't know. Hold on. How do we win this? How do we win this? US plague versus Soviet plague. Did you start in... Wait, hold on. Did you start in Russia?
No, they had me start in Sudan.
Oh, Sudan. Oh, okay. Interesting. Is there a zombie plague? Yes, but that's only in the base game, the single player. Not enough spread vectors? Probably. Because we went for rats instead. Muscle cramps from constant high-octane gaming sessions? True. Hold on. Let me see.
Not
It has to be
standing up,
part of
yeah.
inflammation, right? Oh, no. Wait, hold on. Subconjunctival red eyes. Surely... Okay, headache and red eyes have to be it, right? Hold on.
Look at the screen all day, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We're slowly
we're
figuring
getting-
out the build.
The original theme was brainworms, right?
Yeah. Brainworms.
I guess like staying home and doom scrolling all day would be part of that, yeah.
Yeah. Alright. Okay, the lesson is I can start in a rich country or I can go for rats. Apparently I can't do both. Okay. Alright, now I know which symptoms to go for, so there's less experimentation the next time we go for this build.
I think I almost got you here.
Yes. This is, yeah, almost certainly you're gonna end up winning, because my disease just isn't spreading.
Lethality's catching up though, that's bad.
I think you'll be fine. I think you'll be fine. Although the game does do this weird thing where when you have a smaller percentage of the population left, it starts killing them slower for no reason. It's the rats. We're not strong enough. The rats are not.
It might just be like a simulation of like there's fewer people transmitting, right? Because more people are dead.
Maybe, but the thing is that happens even if everyone is already infected, and you're just waiting for the timer to tick down to the point where there's 0 people left alive.
Yeah.
Okay.
The single player has the speed control, right?
Yeah. You need rats with wings. True. Although, I'm not. We can try that. We can try that. Actually, we could try that. We could go for a gacha build. All right. I do hope that at some point they add in an extra symptom combo, which is just streamer. I feel like that would be easy to do. Some combination of insomnia, paranoia, insanity, and I don't know, vomiting or nausea or even diarrhea. I feel like that could work. Parrot time? It might be parrot time. It might be parrot time.
Insert Phillian joke here, right?
True. Alright, now we're down to my less than 100 people. Okay, interesting. Alright. Vomit drawer. True. We need vomiting as a symptom. Alright. Okay. I guess this works. Do a flame. Yeah, so, yeah, you can see what I mean, right? Where the number of infected people just, like, drops extra slow for some reason. Even though I haven't changed the lethality at all.
Yeah.
Lamau,
And I'm getting no new.
Yeah.
I'm not getting any more DNA points at this point, so it's just waiting out the timer.
Yeah, same here. Are there any mold? They do have fungus. They do have fungus in the multiplayer. But again, you have to win multiple games in order to unlock different disease types. Let me know, by the way, when you want to switch over to giving co-op a try, because I feel like that would be interesting.
There we go. Yeah, let's do co-op next. I will concede that you have bested me in more games than not.
Alright, let's see how co-op works. 2 plagues on the same map. How quickly can you wipe out the world? Oh, is this like a speedrunning thing? Play with a friend. Invite friend. We could both go for meme diseases, right? See if we can win. Hold on. Do we still
like
go
just
for
streamer themed or just general meme?
We could go general. They don't have to be streamer themed. I've just been going streamer themed because because that's what my chat has been suggesting. Anyone else got any ideas for disease themes that we could do? Double brain. Oh wait, we can pick a difficult. I guess we just go on normal, right?
Yeah.
If mold. Oh, we don't have the fungus type unlocked, but we could go for. I suppose we could go for mold, right? We could just call it mold.
Pipox?
Pipox. Okay.
I'm trying to think of a pip something.
Pipox. Pipox.
I'll go with that one, sure.
Alright, Pipox. Okay. Parasocial. Actually, if you do Pipox, I can do parasocial.
Oh, it's not letting me select any genes in this one. I guess we have to unlock genes and
they might be separate. Too. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, they have a different set, I think. Alright, well, I'll go for parasocial. Alright. I wonder how this mode works, because this I haven't played even in a practice round. You can't do this alone.
Coordinate your starting countries.
Ah, okay. 2 plagues. Starting countries changes the amount of DNA. Pick wisely to increase your chances. Alright, so... Oh. So we... Oh, wait. So we have to agree on which country we pick, right?
I think we're still picking separate ones.
Oh, we're picking separate? Oh, okay, cool. Okay. I mean, you can go for... do we go for...
my goat Egypt here.
Okay. Let's do India. Why not? Let's do India.
Sure.
Alright. Okay, this time we actually... I'm going to actually try going...
Wait, you know what? No. I need to start in Pakistan.
Oh, sure.
Yes. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Oh, all right. This is we have it. We have the dream. We have the dream start.
Okay. Insomnia first, of course.
Yes. All right. Hold on. Let's see. Oh wait. Do I evolve separately to you or? Hold on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, I was gonna say it still gives me the option to evolve it, even though you already did, which is interesting. Oh, I think
Vomiting.
Can we double the effect? I think we because evolving it for me is way more expensive than it normally would be because you evolved it. I'm not sure.
Is
All
it?
right. I think so. Wait, hold on. On mine it says that starting cost to evolve Insomnia is 10 points. Can't cure parasocialism, so I'll evolve drug resist 1 and 2.
Okay, yeah, that must be the case. Because yeah, for me it's 5 points.
Yeah. Parasocial pipox. Let's see. Okay.
I got vomiting for the
vomit drawer.
for the vomit drawer, yeah.
I see. Hi, my name is Chairman. Make the redeem. Oh. Okay, wait. What? How do we actually do that, though? How do we actually do that? Oh fuck! I need to. Okay. I need nausea. I need insanity and diarrhea. We need that combo.
You want to do that one?
Sorry.
Okay, I'll get diarrhea. I've got like 64 points right now.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll go towards insanity then. I'll go from the headache angle. Oh, okay, this is easy. All right, I'm almost there. All right, I think we pull the trigger after we have a foothold in countries that can infect Greenland, because otherwise they'll just shut off instantly because of how severe we are. Take your meds.
See, in abilities,
Sorry?
in abilities, there's like ways I can like help your disease to like increase or decrease the lethality.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
Actually, wait, does it have a way of? Oh, it steals infectivity, but it also steals the reshuffle preparatory genetic. What is this? Does it reduce the cost of future reshuffles?
Maybe it just unlocks it.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
It's 0 points on my end, so I'll go ahead and select
Sure.
it.
What does it give you?
Okay, yeah, it unlocked it 2 reshuffles and then something to help each other.
Oh, okay.
Like I can DNA complexity transferred to partner, or steal DNA complexity from partner.
Oh,
So, like, I can make-
okay. I'm
To
assuming.
make you more or less complex.
Yeah. I'm assuming that DNA complexity is how difficult your disease is to cure.
Right.
So, all right. I'm gonna start evolving transmission, so water and air, just so we can start infecting other countries that aren't connected by land.
Okay, I'll do cold resistance and heat resistance.
Take your meds. Of course, India was a stereotypical choice. I don't know what you mean, Gabriel. I don't know what you mean. Oh, I mutated insanity. Okay, nice. Now we just need diarrhea, and that should finish the combo. The only problem
Why
is
is the world researching curing me instead of you when you're doing better?
that's a good question. Do you have any lethality?
I haven't killed anybody yet.
Oh, that's weird. What? What's your severity? Wait, hold on. What symptoms do you have?
Vomiting.
Insomnia.
Insomnia.
And epistaxis.
Yeah,
No,
I think they just gave that one to me.
That's weird. Mine are way more severe. Lab created in Turkey. Oh, this is okay. So this is a lab that's focused on curing me. All right. Interesting. All right. They're the country with mathematicians, while Saudi Arabia has money. True. Men, stop getting pregnant. Yes. All right. Hopefully we get. I'm gonna get aerosol in a second, so we should be able to spread a bit quicker.
Nice.
It's really weird that they did focus on
well,
you.
you will spread.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, it's basically if between the two of us we infect everyone, doesn't that count as a win, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I feel like this is there's less juggling to do than multiplayer, because here if you get too severe too early, you both lose, right?
The pace seems slower.
Yeah, pace is a lot slower than it was in multiplayer. I'm gonna start evolving cold resist for me, because I started in a hot country. Oh, actually, never mind. I don't know if we need to do that, to be honest. Do we have people infected in Turkey? Cool.
I guess it would have been smart for like one of us to do hot, one of us to do cold, and then one of us to do wealthy, and one of us to do poor.
Sure. Oh, actually, I don't know if we need poor, because we already spread easily in poor. But I think starting in a rich country could be helpful because it gives bonus DNA at the start. If only infertility was an actual symptom in the game. I feel like it would be interesting to see if the game would be willing to add that in, because I feel like that would fit as a symptom, but it would be kind of dark. Okay, they're more focused on curing me now. All right. How do you get rid of the labs? I guess we focus on fully infecting those countries and then killing them, right?
I guess. I have no idea.
I suppose. Wait, hold on. Let's see. I'm waiting to. I guess we can involve livestock 1 and 2 for more bonus in rural areas, because I really want to fully infect the Scandinavians so we can get into Greenland, and then we can start pulling the trigger on lethality.
Yeah, I haven't gotten into. Well, no, that's not true. I got to Saudi Arabia.
Alright. Meningitis. I forget how... There are more trees to explore, huh? Okay, the infection rate of my disease is still rising, which is a good thing. The cure is progressing pretty quickly, though. Oh, and we haven't reached the Caribbean just yet. How do you get rid of these countries? I do wonder. Okay, we have 113. Let me see if I can evolve. Oh, do we want to... Hold on. Increases research speed. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, we got into... Did we get into... You got into Greenland, right?
No.
Oh. Why is it red on my map? Oh, okay, never mind. It just got infected.
Did it?
I think so. Hold on. It's not saying... It has
red. If I select Greenland...
It has... Oh, shit. I've been cured already. Fuck.
Are you looking at Iceland?
No, I'm looking at Greenland.
When I select Greenland, I see 0 infected, 0 dead.
Oh, what? Okay, wait. Hold on. This has been a mess. Hold on. Coma, blindness, parent. Let's see if that reduces. Cure is at 100%. Holy shit. How do you get rid of these labs? Because I think they're speeding it up to the point where it's like unwinnable. Oh, you can still help wipe out the world? Okay. Wait, hold on. I can give you more infectivity, can't I? Oh wait, genetic sacrifice.
Yeah, here, I'll take some from you too. I can take some, right?
Oh no. I think at this point I've already
Steal
lost, so I can I can make you harder to cure. I can increase your infectivity. Alright, let's see. Can we get you to be more infectious? Because we haven't had that many countries. People are no longer parasocial. I do wonder what that would look like. Okay, hold on. Let me see what else I can do.
Oh yeah, you've been wiped out. Okay,
Yeah,
I see
yeah.
now. Yeah. It's on me to save the day then. Huh?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. I'm still getting DNA points for some reason. Hold on. Let me see. How do you get rid of the super labs? Surely there's like a function here, right? I'm gonna
Somebody
try
in
to
chat help us out.
I think you neglected cure resistance. Yeah, that's true. That's true. No people, no labs. I get okay. Yeah, fair enough. We just have to kill them. Greenland is icy and Iceland is green. Yes. Was there a reason why they reversed the naming for those two countries in particular? Was it just to like trick people to migrating or something?
You know, I've heard that. I don't know if I believe it.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
sounds too cute, but
yeah. Save the disease society. Amen. All right, Murray is killing people, which is good.
yeah, I'm going for lethality. Maybe a little too much at this point, but
There's still quite a few countries that seem to have been infected. Hold on. Hold on, let me see. I think that's everything I can really do at the moment. Do you
got like a blue.
Do you have water? Oh, they're only on 33% for you.
I do not. I do now.
Okay. That
I'll get
should
both.
help to spread to other countries, although are they still sending out ships or planes? Oh shit, I think all the countries have locked down at this point.
I've got 2 open ports in Scandinavia, Norway and Sweden.
I see. Oh, okay,
yeah,
you just got
into
Greenland. Nice. Okay.
Now I'm in Greenland. Yeah.
All right. Interesting. Okay. Is this? Wait, wouldn't it be broken though if we just didn't? I'm curious to see what's stopping you from just adopting the strategy of, oh, what the fuck? Oh, so you do just have to kill the country in order for the super lab to stop. Okay. But yeah, no, I do wonder if... What if we just never evolved symptoms and just didn't have any severity? Wouldn't that be overpowered if we could just spread across the world and then just quietly start killing people? USA looking at sea being wiped
Yes.
out? Free real estate? Sure.
Okay, I think I went too hard on lethality here.
Fair enough. Oh, your infection number is going up. Although there are countries that have healthy people, so I think this is still going to be a loss, but this has been educational. This has been educational.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we did all right considering neither one of us knew what we were doing, right?
Yeah. All right. Interesting. Okay. I'm getting a shit ton of DNA, although I don't know where that's from. Symptoms also help spread in complexity, doesn't it? Yes, but also it makes you... The severity gets you noticed and actually... It starts to cure progress faster. So in theory, at least, this used to be a bit of a meta strategy where you could just not evolve any severity, just devolve everything until you've infected everyone, and then you pull the trigger. Because at that point, it doesn't really matter if they start curing you, because you can just outrace them by killing people yourself. Your disease is still hanging on, yeah.
It's still trying. I guess in this mode, the super lab thing makes it so like there is some incentive to do lethality, right?
Yeah, I would assume so. Although I do wonder if the super labs pop up regardless of if you have severity or not, because it would make more sense if they just did. Next round, one person starts in Greenland, the other in Madagascar. You want to do a... We'll try and see if we can win one round normally, and then we'll try doing a challenge round, I suppose.
Sure.
We could go with... Okay, so what happens if I unlock... Okay, so there is an ability that one of us can unlock called Unscheduled Flight that allows us to send an infected person to one country of our choice. I think that could be the secret to winning. Alright, let's see. I think I'll hold off on doing a thematic build until we figure out how to actually win a game first.
Sure.
Piphox is not strong enough. Neither was Parasocial. We need to go harder. Ready. There we go. Alright. Let's see. It's interesting that they haven't introduced Mega Brutal difficulty for co-op. Although I do think that Mega Brutal would be kind of annoying.
Okay.
Alright.
So you'll do a hot country and I'll do a cold one? Does that
Sure.
make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. What about Canada?
Sure. Just be sure to evolve drug resistance ASAP.
Oh, right. It's rich, huh?
Yeah. Although it should give you more starting DNA because of that. Alright. Let's see. We'll go with this and this. And we'll go with... go with this. And... nausea and coughing. Just to see if we can nab the combo. Getting projectile vomiting early would probably be a pretty big boost to our early game. Gonna need more GFE for that, sure. Yeah, I am very surprised that they haven't come up with like a streamer-specific disease variant or even a DLC disease type. North America do
Probably
be
an
rich.
easy way to get...
Sorry?
Probably be an easy way to get some attention from streamers, at least for
Oh
a
yeah,
couple weeks, right?
absolutely, yeah. Although it is kind of odd because I think I've been seeing more and more streamers actually play Plague Inc. on stream lately. It's having like I think it's having a surge in popularity. Because I remember that Jelly played it not too long ago, and Shy Lily and Vettel also ended up playing it. So across both Twitch and YouTube, it does seem to be garnering at least some interest.
Jelly plays a lot of weird things, though.
That's true. That's true.
Weird's
But
the wrong word. You know what I mean.
That's autistic. That's what makes that's what makes the content enjoyable, though.
Yeah. I tried that one she played where you are like trying to make trying to combine elements.
Is that
What's
Baba
that
is
one
you?
called? No.
Oh,
It had,
was it
like, a
the
steampunk
the drug making sim that she did?
I mean, it wasn't always drugs. You're also trying to like, I think at one point you're trying to like filter water, and it was like on a hex grid, and you like combined certain elements. I bet somebody in chat will know.
Hold on, what was it? Like
It's mixing chemicals, yeah. But it was like something alchemy maybe.
Oh yeah, maybe. Okay, they've opened the super labs. Although I don't know who they're curing just yet. Alright. Alright, let's see. Sneezing, vomiting. Oh shit, I forgot to evolve vomiting. No wonder I wasn't getting the combo. I might be a little stupid. Is it just called is it just called mixing chemicals? Surely it has like an actual name, right?
No. I can look in at the end of the round because I'm sure I have it still installed.
Fair enough. Oh, they have it in. They have it in Greenland. What the fuck?
Greenland?
I think so. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm looking at
whether-
your screen.
I-
Man, you're
oh, no,
mixing
never
up
mind.
Iceland and Greenland. You have to be.
No. It was hovering right next to. It was hovering right next to Greenland.
What was?
The super lab icon. Alright. Oh,
You mean just like in your UI?
yeah. Just like here.
Okay.
Um.
I still haven't made it outside of Canada.
Oh, okay. All right, I've been making the rounds, so I think I could start pulling the trigger on starting to poll the population. Let me. I might need drug resistance. The good news is I'm like all across the world, so it shouldn't be too hard for me to start pulling the trigger. Having a baka moment. Maybe. Alright, Peru. Okay, I have max lethality, so now I can start evolving things that kill people. Egypt is fully infected as well, so I think... Alright, I need dysentery. That's what we're gonna be doing.
You can have it.
Yes. Alright. It also makes my disease more infectious, which is a good thing. Yep.
Does Oregon Trail mean anything to you as an Australian?
Not really, no.
Okay.
As in, I know it's associated with dysentery because a lot of people died from dysentery on the Oregon Trail, but besides that, not
Right.
really.
Well, they made an educational video game out of it.
Oh! Wait, was the...
Starting...
I swear I remember watching people play this. What was it called again?
Just the Oregon Trail.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay.
And yeah, that was kind of a meme from that game, is you have died of dysentery.
Ah, I see.
Or, you know, some player name has died of dysentery. It's like a very unpleasant way to die.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, definitely. I can think of few worse ways of dying than shitting yourself to death. Do we go meningitis or do we go insanity? Okay, this makes me harder to cure as well, so insanity might be the play. I'll evolve these two to slow down the cure research rate. Okay, there we go.
I have so little infection that I'm just kind of spamming
Oh, I'm in Greenland. Okay.
transmission now.
I can finally pull the trigger. Okay. I just need coal. I have coal 2. Okay, never mind. I have coal 2. We're fine. All right. Actually, if you want to boost my lethality, that would be. I think we could wait. I think we can beat the cure timer. I think if we kill a super lab, the cure progress goes down, but we'll see.
I'll need to wait a little for some more DNA before I can do that, but I will.
Fair enough. No, I think we're fine. I think we're good.
Okay, there
the
we
cure
go.
is a little scary, but okay, it's on 90. Oh shit, it's going up by 2% at a time. All right, wait, hold on. Let me. Okay, I've got to try to. Oh shit! All right, I'm being cured. Shit! All right.
What can I do?
I'm
Anything?
trying to. I think this is all right. I don't know. Cure percentage is really high. Coma? Maybe coma? Okay, at this point the cure is progressing so quickly. I don't know if it's doing anything. Hold on. Let me see. I think I waited too long. I didn't blow enough of my load, so to speak. I think I waited too long before I started going for lethality. That's the problem. I need to go for it sooner. Starting country lost. Yeah. I do wonder though. Do you have a foothold in any of the countries that have in Europe? All right, I'm going to
UK. I think that's the
UK.
only one.
All right, I'm gonna make your disease harder to cure. See if that does anything. All right, I'm gonna focus on trying to. I'm gonna see if I can lend you some infectivity to help. I don't know. I think. Hold on. Because usually, if you end up killing a certain percentage of people in a country, you end up damaging their ability to research for future diseases as well. But I don't think I managed to get to that stage just yet. All right. Oh wait, sorry. I pressed spacebar by accident. Armchairs in backseating mode. I think you're confusing med resistance with cure research resistance. Oh no, because I was going for these symptoms that are supposed to slow down cure research. But yeah, no, I didn't get genetic hardening. That might be necessary. To be fair, might be necessary. Oh, they're starting to ramp up cure production for you as well. Okay. Do you have okay, hold on. Oh. Alright, never mind.
Okay, that helped. Now I'm taking over France. That's good.
Alright, great. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything else I can do from my end. Do you have hold on, it should say, right? Okay, there we go. Do you have a ooh. Do the countries ever open up their borders again?
Don't think so.
Ah.
We're probably kind of stuck. Yeah, looks like
Yeah.
everything shut down.
All right. I think it was a combination of me going for lethality too late, but also going for severity too soon. So I might change that for a future playthrough. I have the seat in my back. Wow, mode. Death by enshittification. I see what you did there. The name of the chemical mixing game is called Morlec Synthes. Oh, okay. Does that ring a bell?
No.
Oh, okay. It might be a different one, potentially.
Yeah. I think I'm stuck here, so
Ah.
yeah, we'll just wait this out, I suppose. I am spreading still, but yeah, I'm never gonna be able to get Greenland or anything, so
Ah, okay. Yeah, this might be a loss then. We could end it early and then try again.
yeah, might as well.
Alright.
Confirm exit game, is that gonna
Yeah, I think so.
Ooh. Yeah, okay.
Alright. Exit. Alright. So this time. Thoughts on new Warhammer 40k game by Owlcat? I haven't seen it. Have you seen it, Murray?
I don't follow Warhammer or anything.
Oh, sorry, Gabriel.
Opus
The
Opus Magnum was the name of the game.
oh, Opus Magnum. Okay, was that different to the one that Jelly played?
I'm pretty sure she played that one.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me search it up real quick.
Sure.
Opus Magnum. Oh, it was Opus Magnum. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay. I just misremembered it. Heresy. I have been getting recommended Warhammer lore videos in my YouTube somehow. Maybe because I've watched Bricky before. But yeah, no, I'm being recommended them by a YouTuber called name starts with Pancreas. I don't remember the rest of it, but yeah. let me see if I can just grab it real quick for the sake of having getting it right. Hold on, let me see. Fuck.
Gotta be careful. I heard the lore videos is how they get you.
I'm not going to lie, the world is absolutely fascinating. So it might just I might just get got. Yeah, it's called the guy's name is called Pancreas No Work, which is pretty as far as YouTube names go, that's pretty keyno. So yeah, if any of you guys are into Warhammer 40k lore videos, Pancreas No Work is I've been enjoying his videos thus far quite a bit. But yeah. Alright, so game plan for this, I suppose we go for opposite countries? We go for opposing countries, right? So
I thought that's what we're kind of trying to do. But
yeah. Well, actually, we could cover our bases better by both starting in a country that helps spread really quickly, I suppose. Because maybe the DNA boost... I don't know if the DNA boost is worth it for starting in a rich country.
Yeah, Canada wasn't a good start.
Hmm.
Sounds diabetic. Is that what happens when your pancreas doesn't work? I was thinking it was a blood disease or something.
Oh, no.
Kidneys.
Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure. Isn't it the pancreas that makes insulin? So if your pancreas stops working, then you can't regulate insulin in your blood properly. I assume that's how it works.
Sounds like it could be correct to me, and that's good enough, right?
Sure. All right. Let me invite you to the game. All right. So, I guess one of us could start in a super spreader country like Egypt, and then the other person can start. If you want to start in Egypt, I can start in China or India to give us a bit of a boost, because I start in a country that has more than a billion people in it.
Okay, hold on. I think that the dialogue box that normally pops up when you invite me isn't popping up. Can you try again, maybe?
Yep.
Are you able to cancel it and start it again or something?
Oh, it doesn't let me I'll try going back. Back in.
I'm getting a Steam notification, but the actual box inside of the game that popped up before isn't popping up. That's weird.
China, yes. Can you do a Trump impression?
I guess not. I haven't really thought about it.
That's fine.
We're playing Plague Inc. It's the best game ever. You know, lot of games are good. Plague Inc. is the best.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a very particular way of speaking.
Give me 1 to 10 in chat.
In terms of the cadence, I'd say that's a solid 7.
Okay, thank you.
Scarling, thank you for
I'm
the
still
10
not
gifted
seeing the
memberships.
box.
Welcome to the 10-year Footstools. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
That's really weird.
10 gifted memberships. Dang. Thank you.
Welcome to 10-year Footstools.
Let me try backing out of the game entirely and restarting it. I don't know.
All right, I'll
Maybe
try.
That'll help.
Okay. I'll try. Let me know when you're back in. What are you cooking? We are cooking. We are getting cooked actually by the game's co-op mode, because we can't figure out how to make it work. We're still in the process of learning how to make fire, so to speak. But yeah, we're trying to infect and kill the world. You can play with friends on Rogue Trader, but since I have no... Nice gift. Amen. Amen. I think
Alright, I'm back.
we're only 5... Alright, let me try inviting you again. I think we're only 5
There we go.
memberships away from new emote slot, although I need to check to be sure. Oh, okay, you're in. Alright, excellent. Okay. Let's try... Once you unlock the other variants, it's easier. Might just be people that want to go parasocial. It's too hard. It's too hard. Alright. Maybe you should pick casual. We'll try normal once more, and then we'll go for casual, I suppose.
Sure.
Just to see, just to get a hang of it. Alright.
We don't need to take the shock to the pride so soon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You selected India. Give me your suggestions, since you're better at this game than I am.
I mean, Egypt or Saudi Arabia are both solid. Saudi Arabia because it sends planes everywhere, and Egypt because it's poor and sends boats and planes everywhere.
Okay. I'll do Saudi Arabia then.
Alright. That means both of us are probably going to need cold resist at some point. Yeah. Alright. I'm going to see if I can... Man, droplets are OP in the early game. They're so cheap and they give so much infectivity. I was amazed you didn't go water. Yeah, because in multiplayer, so usually what happens in usually in single player, you don't have droplets or dust. You only have air and water, and they combine the effects where water gives you a bonus in human environments plus more ship transmission, and hold on, and sorry, I'm having a brain fart. Yeah, so it gives you a bonus in human environments and more ship transmission, and air does the opposite, where it gives you a bonus in arid environments and more plane transmission. But in multiplayer, they've split it up into two separate trees. So you need one tree for humid/arid, and you need another tree for plane/ships. Especially if we consider the Gandhi River. Alright. Let's see... Oh, okay. I think if we go for the same methods of transmission, it costs more.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Because they want to encourage players to go for different things. Alright.
Right.
Oh, okay. Maybe that means... Okay, so one of us... I can leave plane transmission open so that it's easier for you to spread by plane, because Saudi's really good for that. So I'll leave plane alone. And I'll let you have dust and air to yourself.
Yeah, I figured dust was good because like all the surrounding countries are arid, it looks like.
Yeah.
Most of them anyway.
Air and water to extreme bioaerosol. Yeah, in multiplayer you need all four of these branches in order to get bioaerosol, which is what makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, it's more expensive.
I'm going to go for slowing your... actually, let's see if we can get the projectile vomiting combo early. There's a little bit of severity gives us extra DNA whenever we infect a new country, and that's what I'd ideally like to be able to do. This time we're going to try and go for, instead of drug resist 2, we're going to invest in genetic hardening to hopefully not get cured as quickly. Okay, new worrying disease. Okay, so you got spotted first. Alright, now I can just concentrate on spreading, because I think they're going to be concentrating on curing you.
Once again, why did I get noticed first? I've got 70 million, you've got 1 billion.
Yes, it's a little weird. I think maybe... I don't know. Do you have any symptoms?
I got the cheap one, the coughing, epistaxis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
because
so
that's only
weird.
like 1 point, right?
Yeah, you have less severity and you've infected less people. Why'd you get spotted first? Alright, I need cold 2, and then I can start doubling down on making myself harder to cure. So Jerry, caught the sleep virus, the EP sleep virus, if you will. I hope you have a good rest, Masterin. Hope you have a good rest.
Yeah, thanks for coming back.
Alright. Okay, we have cold 2, so hopefully now we should be able to spread... Actually, I'm gonna try to buy bird 1 and 2 and see how that works. pancreas no work? Does he have? Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Let's hope it's only name. It's in name only. I'm gonna try getting bird 1 and 2.
Why would you name yourself that though?
I think I don't know. It's if you ignore the fact that it implies diabetes, I think it's a pretty funny name. All right, bird 2. All right. Okay, hopefully we should be spreading faster now. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, now we're starting to get more countries. All right. Imagine it was just a matter of okay, hold on. Let's infect. Okay. It was just a matter of managing to get the right transmission before we started getting all of the DNA. Let's see. We need Rogue 2. I don't think so. All right. How quickly is the cure progressing for you? Not that quick. Okay, I think that's still fine. You've spread to a lot of countries. Let me see if I can... I'll boost your infectivity. Let's see if that makes a difference. Oh shit, okay, I'm infecting a lot of different places. Alright. Okay. We've made everyone start shitting themselves. Which is good. I wonder if symptom combos even work in multiplayer, because so far we haven't gotten any.
It might work and it just doesn't call it that, you know what I mean?
Sure. Ooh, cure percentage for you starting to speed up a little bit. Let me see if there's anything I can do about that. We haven't infected Greenland yet, or the Caribbean, which is a little scary. Actually, I spoke too soon. I just infected Greenland. Okay, there we go. We just need someone to send a ship to the Caribbean. Oh, okay. I just found total organ failure. Excellent. Ooh. I'm hoping the Caribbean gets infected soon, otherwise they might end up shutting shit.
You had me do the airplane stuff, so I don't have any of the water.
Yeah. I have water, but my presence in the US isn't that big. I'll try getting drug too and seeing if that makes a difference. Okay. People are getting infected a little quicker, but active ability that lets me boost infectivity. Alright, let's try in the US and see if that makes a difference. Okay, wait, it's on cooldown still. Oh shit! Okay, it's really... okay. Okay. We just need one boat. One boat. Fuck.
I'll go ahead and get... I've got like over 100 points right now, so I'll go ahead and get water
I can send someone to the Caribbean.
By boat?
By plane, using an active ability, I think. Wait, hold on.
Does that work if it doesn't have an airplane? An airport?
Oh, fuck. Wait, hold on. Does it? Wait. I've never used that ability before. Let me see. Oh shit, it does work.
Oh, nice.
Wait, clutch. Okay, wait, okay, now I just need to start killing everyone. Alright. Okay. Alright. We could win this. We could win this. Alright. I think... Okay, wait. I can't believe I just didn't remember that we have the ability to actively infect countries. Alright.
Oh shoot, I haven't been paying attention to my research. Reshuffle.
Alright, hold on. Let me evolve all of the symptoms that make me harder to cure. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, I think we might actually win this one. Everyone's infected. Yeah, I don't think there's any healthy people left. Yeah, everyone's dead or dying. Alright.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Okay. We finally did it. Okay, we're starting to blast the research facilities too. Alright, okay. Let's go! We actually won this.
I'll go ahead and bring up my lethality too here. I just have a little itty bitty sliver
Yeah,
of it.
it's a bit like Neurex in that you can actively target countries to infect. But yeah. That one pilot that went to the Caribbean, I feel this compelling need to fly there. Yeah. Oh, it actually destroys cure progress when one of those labs goes down, apparently, which is pretty neat. Alright, let me shuffle as well. Alright. Alright, I think we win this. Starting country lost, but that's because the country is completely dead, which is good.
Yeah, my
Alright.
research stopped going up.
Hey, let's go. Alright. Alright, China's the last one standing. Parasocial eradicated, but you can still help. I think we're fine. I just need to add lethality to you. Alright. I think we get points for the other disease killing people as well. Yeah, no, I'm getting points from you, your disease killing people.
That might be it, yeah.
I'll increase your lethality and then we should have this in the bag.
Yeah, let me see what I can do about increasing mine.
I'm glad that I evolved the thing that makes me easier to cure, but you harder to cure, because now we're just riding on your cure percentage not reaching 100.
Oh, it went back to 88, yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Alright. I think we win this. I think we win this.
Yep, waiting down the timer.
Reverse Corona-chan. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't select anything. I'm not getting enough DNA.
Yeah.
Under a billion.
I think we're fine though, because we're finally... Yeah, everyone's infected. There's no way out. Total organ failure plus necrosis. 2 words that every plaguing player learns within the first few games of playing.
Under half a billion.
This game has done more for teaching me about geography and medicine than literally any science class or geography class that I've had at school, which is honestly a little interesting to think about.
It's kind of worrisome, yeah. Gastric ulceration, that sounds fun.
Yes. Hold on. Let me... Oh, wait, I can boost lethality.
Oh, we win.
Nice. Alright. Alright, we actually... we finally figured out how to win a game. Alright.
The Pipox parasocial combo, yeah.
Yeah. Kino. Alright. Do we attempt the island start challenge?
I'm gonna need to take another short break before that.
Fair enough.
Alright, give me a couple minutes here.
No problem. Learn a lot about geography and history because of Crusader Kings 2. Oh yeah, no, that's also a great game, world sim game for learning about just different things about learning about how the world works, I suppose. But a game makes you learn more than school. Pretty much how I got into physics because someone played from the depths. That's kind of wild. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the game gives you an incentive to explore more things about the world, though. That's the thing. Because in school, it's all spoon-fed to you. and it's not a complete feed either. But in a game, you actually have an incentive to go around and explore things. Like for example, in Plague, you wanna be able to learn what each of the countries are. You wanna see if they have a port or whatever, and along the way, you start learning their names and stuff, and just even like a very general idea of their conditions. Very, very, very general, but yeah. Can you have one of your disease named brain rot? Sure. We can do that, we can have brain rot as a disease. Orc sinful. We should do a China start run where I actually do lore accurate COVID. I'm sure someone else has done that already, but rot maxing, eh? Yes, indeed. I do not remember anything about air purity in different areas at different times of day. I mean, that's a lot of stats to remember. From brain worms to brain rot, probably from TikTok seizures. We need to evolve seizures at some point in this game, yeah, because because that's just thematically, it matches thematically. The rise of VTubing.
All right, I'm back.
All right. Let me just send an invite.
So you're thinking like you start on Madagascar and I start on Greenland, or vice versa? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah. Just the.
Okay.
Which one would you rather have?
I'll do Greenland.
All right, I will do Madagascar. All right, this should be interesting. I might at some point. I might just depending on how I start spreading, I'll just evolve the plane ability, just so we can spread around to whatever countries we want.
Well, you'd have to go for boats first, right?
Yeah, I have to. There's no other. Well, we both have to. Yeah. Although, hold on, let me check if Madagascar has an environmental condition. Balanced climate, poor and rural. All right. If I want to spread inside the... Oh, okay, I get a nice little DNA bonus, which is cool. I guess... yeah. I'll let you evolve water 1 and 2 first.
I just got 1. Okay, I'll get 2 here.
I'm gonna see if I can go for the animal transmission, see if that's any better. Because when usually when you fully infect your country, every boat or plane they send out is infected, regardless if you have air or ship, air or water.
So you're thinking like the what's the pigeon one called?
Bird. Yeah.
Bird? You think bird they'd fly over the ocean?
I don't think they fly over the ocean, but once I managed to get a ship out there, once I managed to get a ship out to some other country that is landlocked, I think we should be cooking. But you're gonna try to do it without getting water. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do it by just prioritizing fully infecting my country first. I guess in that sense I should get cold resistance. Let's go sheep. Amen. I love sheep. Did you know on 4chan there's like a thread, like a recurring thread that's only about sheep VTubers? Oh. How many are there? Because the only one I know of, well, I know of 2. I know Aero Woolcott and Chikafuji Lisa. What other sheep VTubers are there?
Pippazoshi. What is she called?
Oh fuck yeah! I
Fake
can't believe
fan,
I
I
forgot
can't
Watame.
Watame,
Yeah, no. Okay, that's three. That's three. Parrot also loves sheep. I know. I can't believe I forgot Watame. Thanks for the summary. No problem. Alright. I don't know. I don't think Madagascar has sent any ships out, which is a little inconvenient for my plan. But hopefully, at some point, they have to send out a ship, right?
Oh, I got into Russia.
Oh, nice. Lisa's cute. True and real. If Maxwell played this, it would be called the Watame virus, probably. Probably. Alright, we're gonna start mutating stuff pretty soon, so... maybe I do need to get ship 1. Although, I don't know if it's that, or it's just that my country hasn't sent out any ships. Yeah, I don't think it's sent out anything. Oh. Alright, I might need to evolve the ability to actively infect another country. Oh, that costs 32 DNA. Yikes. Alright. I can see why this start kind of gimps. Ooh, cure research has begun. Am I the one getting researched?
Yeah, you got more people.
Alright, cool. It's still not moving beyond the border. Alright. I'm gonna need to save up. Make sure to get your Lisa plushies. True. Order period is almost over. You can always use mind control on the plane. Yeah. It's just that I have to save up quite a bit of DNA before I get to that point. I could just send a plane out to Central Africa, China, and Mexico, and that should get all of the land masses. But I just need to get to 32 DNA first. The only good thing is that right now I don't think that cure priority is very high because I've only infected 1 country and I have no lethality.
Yeah, I don't have any either.
Alright. A few points away, then I should be able to... Oh, okay, they're ramping up cure production anyways. Ooh.
Damn. What can I do?
I don't think you really need to do too much just yet. Actually, if I send planes to those countries that have super labs and I increase my lethality, we could basically do like a targeted hit, right?
I guess that's one way to look at it, yeah.
Alright. Actually, I'm gonna send the plane from here over to Norway, and I'm gonna start increasing my lethality. If you boost my lethality as well on your side, I think we can just eradicate countries one by one.
Okay, lethal gift 1 done.
Alright. Let's see. Let me try and find Toff.
I can do lethal gift 2. Do you want me to do that too?
Sure. Alright. I think I'm
Cool.
infectious enough for that to be fine. Alright, let me grab... Okay, so tumors... I need tumors, necrosis, and then Toff. Because I don't need... Okay, yeah, I spread through animals, so I should be fine.
What is TOF? Are you abbreviating something?
Oh yeah, total organ failure.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay, there we go. I found Toff. All right. Oh, did my... Could always use one. All right, hold on. Do I have drug resist too? I do. Okay. Oh, I need heat and cold resist. Fuck. Alright. I'll grab heat resist first.
Yeah, I'll be cheaper.
30 DNA.
Well, I've surpassed you in infection now, so maybe they'll start focusing on me.
Oh shit! They're really focusing on curing me. All right. All of the countries that are researching cure are cold. Fuck. Hold on. Let me see if I can. All right. Wait. Hold on. Okay. Can we? Oh, okay. They're curing me. Fuck. All right. Yikes. All right. I'm just gonna make you harder to cure, and then hope for the best.
All right. I'll start spamming transmission here.
All right. I'll see if I can. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There we go. GG. Time to backseating mode. Yes. Brain rot has been cured, but you can still help wipe out. Yes. Alright. I'm gonna boost your infectivity and then see how that goes. Because you seem to be spreading pretty well. Hold on. Does it reverse? Does it reverse the cost penalty if I devolve?
I don't know. What did you devolve?
I devolved heat 1 and 2.
I just got heat 2 and it seemed to be normal price, so maybe.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. Alright.
Yeah, I'm stuck up here in these cold countries. Oh wait, well I got into Turkey. That's good, I guess.
Alright. Okay. I'm boosting the infectivity where I can. Actually, hold on. Let's see. I'm gonna send you over to all of the different island countries so you can start infecting them. I think that's a better use of DNA, honestly.
I got into Caribbean, got into New Zealand, Indonesia.
Oh wait, you already got into... Okay, my bad. Oopsies.
Didn't get Iceland.
Not Iceland? Okay.
I'm seeing like after you die, like I'm seeing balloons, like bubbles pop up on my screen and then they disappear before I can pop them.
Yeah.
Are you like...
I'm popping them.
Okay, that must be what's going on.
Are you in every country now? Hold on.
No, I have like 0 presence in the Americas, a little bit in Canada.
Alright. I think you've got all the island countries though, right?
Yeah, I just got Indonesia. Okay, I'm in Iceland, yeah.
Alright, I'll send a plane to Japan and that should be all of the islands covered.
Oh, right, Japan, yeah. So you can send plane... That's weird.
I can send planes for you, which is interesting.
Yeah.
That seems pretty
cool.
broken. Right. Okay. Now I'll go back to boosting your... should I... Wait, hold on. Should I start boosting your lethality? Holy shit, they're researching really quickly. What the fuck?
Okay, let me do some reshuffles then.
That is quite interesting. Alright. Let's... I'm gonna see if there's anything I can do. Alright, I've boosted your infectivity. I'll start boosting your lethality. Hopefully to see if we can start doing something.
Yeah.
If I devolve organ failure, does that... Okay, I'm hoping that makes it cheaper for you to buy it.
Let's see, that's a symptom?
Yep, symptom. You go through acute encephalitis into total organ failure.
I think think I'm nowhere near that. Let's see. Diarrhea.
Oh shit, they've cured you.
Oh, they did already?
Yeah. Really quick.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Oh, well.
Alright, turns out, okay, I guess we can't really avoid both going for ships. Alright.
We were both challenging. Yeah, that was both that was a challenge run on both our parts, right?
Yeah. Alright. Ships it is. We're sending mods to JP. Yeah, you need ship 1 transmission upgrade at least, yeah. Otherwise it's otherwise it's just too slow. Co-op is surprisingly hard. Yeah, no, co-op is for sure harder than single player because of the way that they balanced it. Didn't have enough genes to make it work? Yeah. Alright.
There it is.
Okay. At least we're still getting genes out of it, which is a cool little bit of progress. One ship, other air. Yeah. I'm thinking. I think instead of going for livestock, I think this time I'll just go ship 1 and then I'll save up for sending planes around. Because I think that's the better play. Okay, I blame my teammate, yeah. Ship 1 is the coward's way out. Well, we just go whole hog into air and nothing else. Alright. Let's see what we can do here. Alright. Oh, it's so expensive though. Alright. I mean, I guess we can do it immediately, but there's not really much point. Yeah.
You're talking about Water 1?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the air thing. I guess, okay, I'm gonna start by going with the air thing, and then I'm going to go to oh wait, hold on. Is it not, can I not use it yet? Or it's not letting me select the country.
Your starting country?
Hello?
Maybe I'm not understanding.
This might be bugged. Oh, okay, no, never mind. I was just having trouble clicking somehow. Alright, there we go. Alright. Now I can focus on doing this. So, okay, maybe we don't need, maybe I don't need ships. So I think you can just have that to yourself.
Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about now. You manually sent. Okay.
Yeah. I can
Start
start
talking about like getting air.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna start. Okay. I'm gonna prioritize sending ships over to poor countries. Sorry, sending planes over to poor countries. I think it's more of a UI error. Yeah, that might be it. Or I just might be really bad at clicking things.
Can you use that more than once? The unscheduled flight?
Yep. It just costs 1 more DNA every time you use it. We'll send one to India. Okay. I think this might be it. This could be the run. I'm kind of curious to see how it looks if I just go for all animals. Okay, the world is focused on curing me, which is good. Let me evolve diarrhea so we can get more of a I can get more of a bonus in poor countries. Wait, hold on. Is Brazil rated to be poor in this? Okay, it's not. Okay, my bad.
No.
I might be thinking of another country. Probably... Wait, hold on, let me check.
Oh, you're taking over Argentina.
Yeah. Because I gave myself a bonus in rural countries. Come to Brazil, taken too far. Probably. Alright. How close are we? Alright. They started a lab in Africa. That is certainly a decision, alright. Okay, it should spread really quickly there, because I'm geared towards spreading in that kind of environment. Alright. I think I just need I need I need the resistances, I think. Alright.
Send it to Parrot's country.
Yes. Where is Colombia? Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me alright, let's... Okay, drug 2 should help. Angola has a super lab X'd out. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Alright, there's one in Papua New Guinea as well. Let me just send a plane over. I'm going to see if I can start building up some lethality. I don't want to go for organ failure just yet. Dysentery should be enough.
Man, I got like 70,000 infected. I still can't build numbers starting from here, man.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they have a modifier in Greenland that makes you spread like extra slow, even if you're used to cold temperatures. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me see if there's anything. Yeah, I just need to grab both temperature resists, and then I should be cooking. All right, the cure effort is speeding up, so. I still think lethality is the best solution. Alright. Okay. I have both temperature resists. We should be able to... I should be able to spread unimpeded.
Better hurry, they're at 50% already.
Yeah, they're going up by 2% at a time as well. Fuck. Alright, I have Toff. Alright, I'm gonna start saving up for reshuffles, because this is kind of crazy. Holy shit. Okay, the good thing is, Toff is doing its job. I think cure percentage is starting to slow a little bit. I'm gonna wait until they get to 90, then buy both reshuffles. Alright. Holy fuck, they're still advancing really quickly. Oh boy. Oh shit. Okay, they're starting to cure.
Damn.
Oh. Okay. Alright, I think I've destroyed a bit of... I think I've destroyed some of the cure research facilities, though, in the countries that I infected.
Okay, yeah, the Papua one just went down.
Yeah. Ugh. Alright. I killed half of the world, which is... That's not awful. I'm gonna see if I can start making your disease more infectious and harder to cure. I think that's the best play I have right now. Okay. People have been cured. TikTok. They are quick despite dying quickly? Yeah. Problem is that you got discovered too fast? That's true, that's true. I greeted for the new country infection DNA, because that goes up the more severe you are at the time you infect a new country.
I think I need to do like the unscheduled flight.
Oh, I can start using my DNA to do that. Where do you need to go?
Well, in terms of the Americas, I'm only like a little bit in Canada.
I could send you to all of the islands.
Yeah, I'm gonna need those too.
Alright. Let me... Okay, I'm gonna buy one more boost to your infectivity, and then I'll start I'll just send you around to different places. The good thing is, I don't know. Hold on, let me see if they recover their cure. Okay, so apparently, when my disease destabilizes a country, they don't get their cure research capacity back, even though they cured me. Send you to Iceland and to New Zealand. I'll just prioritize sending you to the countries that have a super lab.
Makes sense. I got the extreme zoonosis.
All right.
If that's worth.
All right. Now all you have to do is kill people. So let me see if I can devolve total organ failure so that maybe it makes it cheaper. Maybe. Devolve. Yes. Devolve. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing them. I'm seeing the yellow rings around them disappear in real time.
Okay, excellent.
That's kind of OP then.
Yeah, that is
total
kind of
organ failure. Got it.
All right. Okay. We can probably pull this off because your disease is super infectious. All right. I just need to start boosting your lethality, I think. How close are you to infecting everyone?
I'm still nothing in South America.
All right, I'll send you over to Brazil.
Southern Africa. Yeah, sure. Let's go to Brazil.
All right, cool. Zoonosis should help a lot with that. Is there any other country that you're not in? I don't think so.
The Southern Africa ones, South and Eastern Africa, and the rest of South America, really.
All right.
Oh, I gotta reshuffle.
Yep. Nice.
I'll harden 2.
This is going to be oh, I need to send you to Italy. I didn't even realize that they had a super lab.
I think they got us.
Oh, shit. Do you have the ability to evolve Coma? Hold on, let me see if I can devolve it. Okay,
Coma,
yeah.
Almost past insomnia.
Yeah, past insomnia. I wonder if the meta is once one of us gets cured to just devolve everything.
It might be, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Interesting. All right. Because you can't cure corpses. Yeah. Best strat is to max out transmission before you start developing symptoms. Even if it is discovered, research will be slow because they think it's harmless. That's true. That's true. Maybe I'll just do that. There goes Pancos and Raras. The Italians were the last people standing. Alright. I could try that strat, actually. Alright. I'll just try to keep as low a profile as possible with my disease.
Let's see. What's the one I just got? Unstable infection. Get bonus DNA with beginning. Oh, that's the random country one. No, we don't want to do that.
Alright. No pineapple on these cultural foods. It only took the rest of the world dying to get rid of pineapple pizza.
I like pineapple on pizza and I won't apologize.
It's okay, I'm not Italian. I won't take you to task for it. That is someone else's battle to fight. Each plague has its own strategy. Bacteria's maxing transmission. Yeah. Probably, yeah. I think I'm too used to playing, using the nanovirus playstyle, where everyone's already starting to cure you from frame 1, so subtlety isn't really a thing. I'm surprised you haven't been using genes. Yeah.
The problem is each one of them has like a
the debuff.
a downside. Yeah, a downside instead of just it's not wholly beneficial.
Yeah. 16. Alright. Alright, we'll send this... Bolivia. West Africa. And India. Alright. That should be everything we need in the short term.
Let's see here.
I think they haven't done 5 games. I don't think we've done 5 games of co-op yet.
No.
This is our 4th?
I think so.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
I don't get why people get up in arms over pineapple pizza when there's way crazier pizzas out there. I think pineapple pizza is more just for the meme factor, to be honest.
Yeah, there's a meme aspect to it, but some people are sincere. They don't like the sweetness, I guess.
Hmm.
Oh, there's a bubble under the UI. I can't pop it. That's not... Wait, no, I got it. Okay.
Okay.
There's like at the very top of Greenland. I couldn't...
Oh,
It was
yeah.
under the bar at the top of the screen. I couldn't get to it.
Alright.
Okay, made it to Norway, but still... made it there before and still just spread so slowly.
Hmm. Do you have drug resist?
I do now.
Okay. I think that should help. Alright. Let me see. I'm gonna try going for... I'm gonna try going for rats this time. I wanna try going for extreme zoonosis and seeing if it does anything. They hate pineapple pizza but allow Swedish pizzas to exist. To be fair, pineapple pizza kind of rolls off the tongue.
What is a Swedish pizza?
I have no clue. I have never heard of it.
Yeah,
That might be why. That might be why people don't complain about it.
Is there something exceptionally disgusting about a Swedish pizza?
Oh, okay. They just find me anyways, even if I don't have. Oh, okay. I have 2 symptoms that I'm mutated. All right. Okay. I mean, I do have more transmissions up at this point, though. Might evolve drug resist. If If I can cover the hot countries, I think we'll be good, because you have the cold ones covered, right?
I have in the past. I didn't get cold resist, but I will now.
Alright.
Okay, I made it into Russia, it looks like.
I'm going to start making my disease harder to cure, because they're going to start curing me faster. Okay, so they've set up a super lab in Angola again. Alright.
Yeah, what they got going on in Angola?
Good question. Ooh, that's a really expensive transmission.
I do know that Angola is one of the few countries in the world where Portuguese is the native language.
Oh,
It's like Portugal, Brazil, Angola, and that's about it.
oh,
Which, if you think about, like, if, you know, Portugal at one point owned, like, the entire world nearly, it's kind of impressive.
that's a bit of a generational fall off. I'm not going to lie. Quite literally.
Alright, they're researching you, it looks like.
Yep. I'm going to see if I can race the cure. Alright. Angola seems to be resisting infection, which is pretty interesting. Okay. People are dying pretty quickly from my disease, which is pretty good. Because that means the countries that I have fully infected should lose their ability to research you as well.
Portugal was the first to reach Japan of the European countries. Wasn't Belgium first? Maybe there's another timeline where Japan is a Portuguese-speaking country. Are you muted?
Oh, sorry.
Or just focused?
Oh yeah,
Locked
sorry,
in?
my bad. Yeah, I was too locked in on figuring out like what I needed to do to infect Australia. Yeah, no.
Swedish Christmas pizza. Okay, I will look that up at the. What? Who put a lab in my country? What are you doing?
What? All right, let me just boost infect. Can we boost infect? Okay, yeah, I can. All right. Hold on. Let me see if I can boost infectivity in Angola and in the Philippines. If I can press it. Oh boy. Okay, there we go. Done. It seems to be working. I have no way of telling. I'll try coma, insanity, dysentery and see if that does anything. Oh damn, okay. Cure seems to be slow because of the fact that there are so many countries that are already dead. Billy, thank you for the 10. He's asking, Mare, are you into boobs, ass, or feet?
Boobs. I'm a boob guy. I'm simple.
Understandable. Good taste.
Sorry, no feet. I don't do that. I
I
leave
feel
that
like
for the other
foot
ones.
fetishes are almost expected nowadays.
Yeah, well, they can have it.
Angola is... Oh, hold on. Isn't it a rural country? Or a country with hot climate? Okay, that might be why. Do we have the ability to evolve? Okay. A bit expensive, but I think we can do it. Alright. Alright. It's kind of struggling. Okay, my disease is... kind of... People are dying really quickly. It's having trouble spreading in Angola. I've got to send some people. Alright, let's see if this works. Oh, shit. Alright. Angola seems to be giving my disease a lot of trouble for some reason. What is this hips neglect? True. The more exotic ones. Well, I suppose hips is pretty self-explanatory, right? But I mean, there are more exotic things to fetishize, I suppose. Thighs.
Oh, plenty of them. Yeah. Thighs are good. Yeah.
I mean, thighs, and I've yet to meet someone who was, you know, an ass man that wasn't also, you know, appreciative of thighs, and vice versa. Let's see.
I'm still barely outside of Greenland. This is so bad. I think you're gonna win mostly by yourself here.
Nah, I think my disease is gonna run out of people to infect pretty soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, New Zealand still hasn't been infected, so I can send you over to there. Alright, and over to New Guinea as well.
Wait, you can send me even when you're not dead?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay.
This is a really broken ability in multiplayer, honestly.
And that's unscheduled flight. It just works between any country.
Yeah.
Huh. I've been ignoring it. Maybe I should give it a try. We still
The
got
initial
too.
cost
Oh,
to
wait,
actually
there's-
get the ability is really expensive, but after that point, I think it returns its cost like tenfold easily.
Okay, let's try it. Evolve, and then... Oh, I have active ability. Okay, so I click that, and then... I click one country and then click another one, or...
Yeah, you click one country that has
I see.
infected, and you click one that isn't infected.
Okay, let's go to...
I think I've been wiped. I've almost been wiped out, so I'm gonna make your disease harder to cure and then make you more infectious. Oh wait,
go to
hold
Iceland.
on. All right, there we go. Yeah. Their ability to cure you should be severely hobbled because of the fact that there are no research facilities left. No nape enjoyers. Okay, napes are pretty hard.
Oh, I just sent
Evil
it to
travel
China,
agent,
and there's
yeah.
nobody alive in China.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what's the cooldown on it? When does it,
There's no cooldown. The only limiter is how much DNA you have to use the ability.
Oh, okay. Let's see, where's a country where people are alive?
New Zealand? Oh,
New
actually, you're already in there because I sent you there already.
Yeah.
There's Botswana, but I think my disease is still going there, even if it's only in the double digits. There's South Africa as well. Actually, I can make myself more infectious in both of those places. Yeah, but besides that, I think you're in every single other country that still has people in it. Okay, yeah, South Africa's doomed. All that's left is Botswana. Hold on, why am I having so much trouble spreading there? Or with a hot climate. I have transmissions. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay. Alright, that should be fine. Botswana should be Jover. Alright, there we go. Send him to Russia. Russia's dead, unfortunately. I enjoy every aspect of a person's body. I'm sure you do, Billy. I'm sure you do. Alright. Ooh, okay. More super labs are... The super labs that are still there are still concentrated on curing me, which is kind of funny. Alright.
Maybe because you have 97% lethality, right?
Yeah. Maybe.
I've been buying lethal things, but I'm still at 0 for some reason.
I can boost your lethality on my end. Alright. Alright, the labs are shutting down. And I didn't even need to buy a reshuffle. Alright, I've been eradicated.
Yeah, whenever you're eradicated, it like throws up a bunch of the blue bubbles on my end. That's weird.
Yeah. I'll send you over to Canada because I don't think you have a presence there yet. There we go.
I think I did earlier.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, there's still a lot of people alive there. Okay.
Yeah. All right, I think we're good, actually. Yeah, no, you're killing everyone in New Zealand.
I mean, yeah. Okay.
Yes. Actually, if you get the if you get infect boost, it can I'm pretty sure it safeguards you from running out of people to infect in a country you're already in, just in case.
Where is infect boost?
Abilities. It's in the abilities slot and it's the top right.
Top right.
I can devolve.
Infection. Oh, infect boost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Almost there. Got it.
All right. I think that should be an easy win now, because I'm pretty sure Canada's the only country that still has people who are alive. Oh wait, I could boost your disease.
New Zealand.
What? Wait, that's overpowered.
We keep finding things that are overpowered and losing anyway. Okay, New Zealand is dead.
Just a matter of finding it, and then I suppose I need to learn how to use it correctly.
There are no healthy people left in the world.
Yep. I think that's a win.
Guinea.
Alright. I have a lot of DNA to burn, yeah.
Japan is slowly dying.
There's not really.
Oh, did we
much
finish
need to
off?
do. Yeah, we finished off everywhere else.
Canada? Okay, yeah, there we go.
There we go. Alright, we actually did the island challenge start, which is cool.
Yeah.
Alright.
Although you did a lot more work than I did.
Nah, I would have, if we were relying on just me, we would have lost. Alright, I mean, is there, I think, is that also our 5th game as well, of co-op?
Somewhere around there, yeah. I lost count.
Fair enough. Do you want to call it there then? Because I feel like we've exhausted co-op and versus, and we've managed to finally finish the challenge that we've been bashing our heads against for the past like few games as well.
We can call the game there. I still want to. Do you remember last night when we were testing things out? I mentioned a video game.
Yeah. Okay.
Mighty
wait, yeah.
Number 9.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. Let me close this out.
Chat, don't spoil anything about this. This is going to be a little fun little experiment.
All right. Yeah. So I was chatting with Mara yesterday, and hold on. Let me switch scenes in OBS. You wanted the Mighty Number 9 trailer, yeah?
Yeah, I have it if you can't find it here.
All right.
It is Masterclass. Mighty Number 9 trailer Masterclass.
Masterclass. Okay.
Okay, to set this up. So you're familiar with the Mega Man games at all?
Yes, but I haven't played them.
Okay. So, they're made by Capcom. Started in the NES and then kind of went through the PlayStation era. And then like the PS2 Xbox era comes along, and we can't make like 2D platformers anymore with like cute, graphics with robot boys and with weapons and that sort of thing. That's lame. No, we need to make like open world games and military shooters and that sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
So they stopped making these games, but there's still like a really strong fan base for them.
Mm-hmm. So they just
one
kept
of the
going.
guys that, well, no, they stopped. Capcom stopped
okay.
making them. But one of the guys that worked on them at Capcom quit and kind of started his own studio, and then started a Kickstarter for this game, Mighty Number 9. And it kind of had the same problems as other Kickstarters, where like they underestimated really how much work it would take, and so the game kept getting pushed back, and so on and so forth. But then, okay, you know, you're a supporter. Put yourself in this situation, right? You're a fan of the Mega Man games. You're a supporter of this game. You know, you put down your 50 or 100 or whatever dollars on the Kickstarter. You know, you keep seeing delay after delay come out, and I don't know exactly what the timeline, but they were also doing things like announcing an anime based on this game well before it came out. Starting a Kickstarter for their next game before this game came out.
Ah, yes, the classic
just all these
Kickstarter
things-
backer experience.
Right. Just all these things that were kind of red flags. And then this trailer comes out, and
This
see
one?
if you can see.
The
Yeah, the
top
very
one?
first one there.
All right.
Yeah. So put yourself in this mindset. Think, you know, there's kind of these red flags going around on this game, and you know, but you're still a fan of the series, the Mega Man series, and you think like this can be a new evolution, a new step forward in it. And in that mindset, go ahead and watch it and see how you feel. You know, seeing if your beloved little Japanese game series is gonna stick around and make a splash, right?
All right, let's. Okay. 1 minute. So it's gonna if.
Hey, you, looking at the screen. Let me ask you a question. Do you like awesome things that are awesome? Then you gotta play this game, dude. It's friggin' cool and crazy addictive, like popping bubble wrap addictive. Check this out. See, that's your dash move. There's a short dash, long dash, jump dash, spiral, slide. There's probably a dash that makes you breakfast. I don't know.
Great idea. Wait, what?
Point is, you're dashing around like a friggin' moon man, and I love it. Oh, and look at this. There's all these combo moves you can do. Then you can do combos on
I'm starting to pick up what the possible issue that some people. Okay, I mean, like, look at that look at that ratio. Holy shit.
combos to rack up your score. And I know you like that combo on combo action. But I saved the best for last. Absorption boost. You kill an enemy and you can absorb their power-ups. Stuff that'll make you faster and stronger and make the bad guys cry like an anime fan on prom night. So
Ooh.
what do you think? You ready to play? I'm ready. No one's talking to you, Vernon.
Ooh, that's rough.
Mighty number 9.
Okay. I see why you wanted me to watch this. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, the most glaring issue, it's the thing that I've always said, right? It's always safe to assume that your audience is uninformed, but it's never safe to assume that they're stupid.
Yeah. Like, okay, so one particular part of that trailer, I couldn't hear it when you were playing it back, by the way, so I'm not sure exactly what parts you were reacting to. But there's one specific part.
Okay, yeah.
There's one specific part of it that became a meme. Can you guess which part that was?
There's so many to choose from. Was it that you can a dash can do anything? You can dash here, dash there, or whatever. The bit where you kept going on about dashing.
There's probably a dash that can make breakfast. I don't know. Like, not that. I mean, that is god awful, but no, not that one. It was the make your enemies feel bad like an anime fan on prom night.
Oh, it was that. Oh.
That did not go over well.
I was
That
about to
upset so much.
I thought that was too obvious, though. I thought that would have been like, oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, because that, like, who is this aimed? Like, why would you put that in your script in a game that is aimed at like anime fans? Like, what?
Right, like there couldn't be any overlap between Mega Man fans and anime fans, right? There was never an Mega Man anime or anything like that, right?
Yes.
God,
Why did they include that? Like, to be fair, this was a trailer that was truly ahead of its time. Like, treating your audience as if they are all retarded and also shitting on them at the same time. That's something that game trailers do, like, routinely nowadays. This was from 8 years ago, too.
yeah, I'm not sure what made me remember this, but I did at some point, and then just like, yeah, connected PR disaster back to you, and
Yeah.
wanted to know if you had ever
This is-
encountered this before.
I have seen games that make trailers that are aimed at a specific audience that doesn't exist. But I have yet to see a trailer like this that is, I can only assume, unintentionally derisive towards a very explicit target audience. Because, like you said, right, this is a game that had a definite fan base. It was aimed at a definite, a definite demographic, and this just shits all over that. Which is,
how did they not know who the audience was?
Exactly. That's what I find to be so bizarre about this trailer in particular. I mean,
So eventually it came out and it got kind of mediocre scores, and like it wasn't able to fulfill some of its Kickstarter promises because it didn't sell well enough, and it was just kind of the company.
Okay, so it's just like disappointment all around.
Yeah, the anime never came out. The second game never came. That's another thing. I'm pretty sure they did promise that they were going to make an anime based off of this.
Oh no!
So like, what? Whatever.
Why
Anyway,
would you say that? Oh,
I don't know. But eventually, it became cool to make 2D platformers again. And I think Capcom has been making a couple new games since then. So it all worked out for, Mega Man fans in the end. But yeah, it's so like, were you intending to screw up like this, or like, yeah?
it seems almost intentional. Yeah,
It does.
maybe
It's crazy.
there's a common thread here between this game and Crime Boss Rocky City. Between people who have a definite audience that just for some reason don't know how to communicate with them.
I mean, it seemed like Crime Boss was doing fine until like last week, right?
That's what makes it so perplexing. I mean, I would assume that this was doing fine as well because people were still supportive of it, right? Well, I mean, aside from them underestimating the scope of how much work they'd have to do in order to pull off this. But,
It's that mid 2000s period where, or I guess this would have been mid 2010s, where like everything was being kickstarted, and we didn't yet distrust. Kickstarter didn't quite have the reputation that it does now.
yeah. Have you been keeping up with what's Pirate Software's game called again? I forgot. What was it? Heartbound. Okay, yeah, fair enough. But yeah, no, he's that game is also going through a bit of a struggle session. He made an update video, like a dev update video in January of this year, saying he was going to go back to releasing regular updates on how the game is going, and we haven't had one since. So that's another like decade-long Kickstarter that has been in the works for far longer than was initially promised. So, I mean, if being a multi-millionaire streamer doesn't save your game, I think the Kickstarter reputation is just it's a curse that can't be shaken, I think, at this point.
It gives a lot of power and then a lot of money to people who don't really know what they're doing, and they underestimate the effort required to do what they want to do, right?
Yeah.
They have a dream, but they don't understand fully what's involved in bringing it to reality. And I've fallen for it before. I've kickstarted things that just never hit the light of day, and those updates slow down and then they stop, and then you're calling your credit card company and sheepishly saying, yeah, I kickstarted something and it didn't. Fortunately, they've been pretty supportive when I've done that, but it's I won't touch anything on there anymore. I just make it, put it in a store, and then maybe I'll buy it, right?
Yeah.
Show that you have the competence to do that, and then I'll meet you halfway.
I do find it funny how over the last 10 years, gamers have kind of been Pavloved into distrusting trailers that don't show gameplay. Because that was, I think prior to around, would you say like 2022, 2023, people were still willing to, drum up a lot of hype over trailers that were basically just glorified movies. But since that point, I think in general, people have been a lot more wary about getting hyped up for things that don't have proof of substance attached to it. And I think Kickstarter has probably fed into that as well, because there are a lot of lofty promises that are made on Kickstarter. There are a lot of narrativized processes of making games, talking about how this is your dream, you're trying to execute it, yada yada yada. You love people's help doing so. And I mean, it feels good in the moment, but once those deadlines start to get hit and they don't get met, and development hell starts taking over, I think that has happened so many times now, to the point where people just naturally distrust falling for it in the first. People just naturally avoid falling for it in the first place.
Have you heard the word bullshot?
I have not heard that. Is it the past tense of bullshit?
Well, it's bullshit plus screenshot.
I
seem to remember this from at least early on in the internet days, like, the early 2000s. So I want to say that it's not entirely a new idea of kind of distrusting marketing materials from gameplay, but games. But the idea is just basically any sort of screenshot or gameplay video for a game that turns out to not match what the actual game is. I know that one game I really enjoyed, which kind of had that problem, was Watch Dogs.
Yep.
The early trailers for Watch Dogs showed something that would kind of theoretically be possible in the game if there were very specific circumstances, but it wasn't a realistic demonstration of the game. I mean, it was, but it didn't come out that good. It was still very good in my opinion, but it did kind of get the bullshottery kind of soured the reception to it a bit.
I see.
There's somebody in chat who backed Shashingo. Now that game came out though, didn't it? It's a Mo Night. And I seem to remember it kind of getting a good reception, didn't it? Were there problems with that one? And I think there was someone else who said they backed Mighty Number 9. Yeah, Rand Cossack.
Yeah.
Yeah, rough. Did you ever get what you paid for? I got my pins, still waiting on those cards.
Oh, Oshi Push.
For which game?
Oshi Push.
Oh, Oshi Push.
The Face Connect TCG.
Is it only Face Connect?
So far, it's only Face Connect. They have plans to expand outwards, from what I know.
Yes, and it does well. Okay. Yeah. Why are there so many VTuber TCGs?
Oh, because it's a. Well, I think there are like, to my knowledge, there are 2 that you can currently play that are actually that have actually had thought put into their design. Those 2 being Rift Runners and Oshi Push. But the rest, well, actually, Hololive is coming out with one. I have decent faith that Hololive is going to be able to, come up with something that is solid gameplay wise, because it's Hololive. But the rest are just because VTubers are really easy to throw out as like a brand that people want to be able to collect in the form of some sort of tangible memorabilia. It's the same reason why baseball cards are popular. And everyone wants to make a TCG because if you have a branded product, then TCGs are just a logical way of merchandise, of trying to turn it into, a form of merch that could also potentially double as a game. That is definitely why V-Card was made. V-Card was definitely intended to be like, let's give super fans a way of collecting their Oshis, because ha ha ha, isn't V-Card such a lewd concept as well? And you have a little bit of that going on. And then they just kind of slapped a game onto it because they wanted to market it as a TCG rather than just a collector's card. Even though it probably would have been better as a collector's card. But yeah.
Yeah. What would be the shame in just coming out with... I mean, as somebody who doesn't really play TCGs, from my perspective, just normal playing cards sounds more like something I would buy and not have to sweat about.
Yeah.
Whether it's like, I feel like I would be missing out on some of the functionality if I didn't play TCGs and I just bought the cards, right?
Yeah.
Just normal playing cards, not playing cards, trading cards would be more appealing to me. But I get, maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Fair enough. It's more so
V
that...
card was...
Sorry, yeah?
V card is the Gamer Subs one, right?
Yeah, the Gamer Subs one.
Was it you that did this stream on it and was talking about how it wasn't... Yeah, it was you. Like,
Yeah.
it didn't... Like,
It didn't.
because you're a
It didn't
TCG
have.
player,
It
right?
didn't. Yeah, it didn't have any. Its mechanics didn't make any sense when it was first released. Like they added up to a horrible play experience because it's how do I say? It was very obviously designed to just be. Well, initially I would have just said it was designed to be a collector's item, but having seen how they are essentially double dipping on the secondary market by not only making the hyper expensive cards, but buying them off of people so they can auction them off themselves, at this point, I'm 100% convinced it was just a cash grab. Like, I would have been willing to sort of hold off on, yeah, okay, maybe they have genuine passion, but they're just incompetent. But after seeing that, no, it's no. On top of that, okay, so hold on. Zvezda, I know that you're probably joking when you say that the Cinder card is going to be valuable, but unironically, I am... okay, so just a general bit of advice. If you are ever pissed with a content creator and you have some of their merch on hand, don't destroy it, don't burn it, because every time you do that, you add value to every single one that's left. Just donate it, just send it off to somebody else.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee all of the Pyropups who were molding about the Cinder situation and, they burn their plushes or whatever, at some point in the future, I am convinced that the merch or some sort of Cinder merch or whatever is probably going to end up increasing in value because of how rare it has become. Because people have been destroying it en masse. Just simple supply and demand, not even anything attached to like Cinder as a person or as a brand. But on top of that... when the docs started dropping about Cinder, I remember during the stream that I did on VCard, where I was talking about, okay, it's going to be really amusing to think what happens if one of them has a controversy. Like, if people who are involved in VCard start fighting, what are they going to do with the cards? Doesn't that just mean that some of their cards are just, like, ruined in terms of the way that they fit into the game? And, like, about a month afterwards, the whole thing happened on April 26th, and... at that point, it's to be fair, I don't think that's affected their merchandise at all, but I also think that VCard kind of fell off immensely after its horrid launch. I don't see anybody talking about it nowadays.
It does, yeah. What exactly would they do? Would they like replace her with another character, or just risk the mechanics of the game changing because she's not there anymore? Or just continue printing it and pretend not to care? Or?
Yeah, I would assume that printing and pretending not to care is the logical move, because if you replace her with somebody else, well, for one, the optics of that look kind of... it looks kind of bad. Even if prevalent public opinion is that she is the devil incarnate. But on top of that, if they choose to swap her out for another person, but they keep the card text, the effects, completely unchanged, what they have essentially done is turned all of the cards that were printed with her face on it into a rarity item. So that will ironically end up elevating it into becoming the most... what I suspect may become the most valuable collector's item from the bunch, because they're no longer printing it. It's limited run. So...
kind of weird to think of VTuber merch as collector's merchandise just yet,
I do think that in Japan,
really
VTubers...
thinking.
yeah, VTubers have reached that that level of cultural relevancy in Japan to the point where I can see that being the case there. But over here, I think we still have a ways to go before we reach that proper. Although I do think we're gearing up for that as well. Because if you look at all of the corporations that are currently in VTubing, especially the bigger ones, the investment groups, venture capital groups like Brave Group, etc., they all come back to the same talking point when they talk about the future of VTubing and how they plan to monetize it, which is IP. They all keep going on about IP. And so I think the logical conclusion of where we're heading now when it comes to the ability to monetize VTubers and VTubing is to pursue turning VTubers into some sort of physical collectible that uses brand recognition, that uses intellectual, control of intellectual property to convert them into profit, revenue, cash.
So I feel like in order for that to work, there'd have to be some sort of cultural shift where Hololive could keep making Gura merch even if she hasn't been there for 1, 2, 5 years, and we'd all be okay with it. Would you agree with that?
That's already happening to some extent, though, or companies are already starting to do that because that's the point of the whole affiliate thing. Besides the fact that sometimes when a VTuber leaves a company, they've already recorded stuff that's going to be played in the future, but they're not going to be around for when it is played. So they need to clear that with the audience, make sure that the audience expects that and isn't caught off guard by when that happens, etc. Because I know that VNU is also doing a similar thing where multiple talents who have left have included a little sentence somewhere in the graduation notice saying, I may appear in future things that were pre-recorded before I left. So I do think that the whole affiliate practice is kind of massaging the broader VTubing audience into accepting that or becoming accustomed to that.
Yeah. The officially licensed armchair from IKEA.
Yeah. That would be funny. That would be really funny.
I wouldn't want to sit on anything that had a face.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't either. I don't think anyone would, to be completely honest. But yeah, no, it's... If I could find some sort of sponsorship deal or partnership with an actual furniture company, that would be hilarious. But that's a very long-term goal. That's a very long-term goal.
You can do it. Closing in on 10K.
Sure. Although,
have you
if
made
I
like
want
a
to,
10K?
I think, I did promise feet, but I promised it at 25K, if I'm remembering correctly. So I don't have anything planned for 10K. Although I do think that if I want to get up to 10K, I will have to get myself over that threshold. I will probably have to, I will have to set aside some time and put out a main channel video again, because I think it's partially to do with my content, but also partially to do with the way that YouTube works. Growing while doing streams without doing videos tends to be quite difficult, because I'm not doing shorts either.
Do you feel like you've kind of hit a wall in growth, like a plateau?
Not wall, but plateau is probably a better word for it, yeah, because I haven't put out any more edited videos on the channel for like a year. So I probably need to do that if I want to be able to hit 10K promptly.
I've gotten to the point where like I'm streaming for myself and I don't really look at the numbers anymore. There's a certain freedom in that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that I don't want the numbers. It's like I've trained myself not to care. And if one day I log into YouTube and I see a video has like 20 views, I'm like, all right. That's more than normal.
Yeah. I mean, that's a, if you're constantly just like chasing numbers, then you're gonna burn out really quickly. That's why for me, when I do streams, the topics that I do are not always as like relevant or as popular, but there are topics that I've genuinely spent hours thinking about myself, and that's the kind of thing that I want to share with you guys, right? And That's why I make those, even though it's like numbers-wise, they don't tend to perform as well as when my autism overlaps with current thing that everyone's talking about. But yeah, I think that's the more sustainable mindset if you want to keep putting stuff out onto the internet, anyways.
That does raise a question that I've wanted to ask. For like one of your quote unquote normal streams where you have like the 250 slide deck or whatever.
Yeah.
How much time do you spend prepping all that, like from beginning to end, would you say?
It depends. I mean, it depends on whether you count the time I spend doing quote-unquote research into the topic or not. Because very often the way that it'll start is I just have something that catches my interest and I start looking up a bunch of random stuff that might be tangentially related to it. And then from there I find an angle, then start making slides. Making slides takes about probably a few hours, although it's spread out across multiple days, because I often take time away from making the slides to think about how I want to visualize something. If I'm making a drawing or a diagram or whatever. But if I'm just researching into the topic itself, doing things like watching streams, getting timestamps, transcribing, looking up things like news articles, investor reports, etc., that takes up the bulk of the time, which is usually easily more than 10 hours spread across multiple days. But yeah.
I would have guessed it was more than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably closer to around 40 hours a week or something along those lines. But
Whoa.
it's rewarding. It's what I do to unwind, because I don't have any sort of... Well, I do have a process, but I don't have a sort of guideline that I have to follow when it comes to looking for information. So I can kind of just go wherever my interest takes me when it comes to a topic, which is it's nice, because too often when I was still at uni, it would be the opposite, where you start off with a task you have to complete or a conclusion you have to come to, and then you go and look for evidence that supports that. Whereas when I'm preparing my streams, I just look at whatever catches my interest, whatever I find relevant or entertaining, or something that helps me scratch an itch that I have going on in the brain around a certain topic, and then I just look into that, and then that might become part of the stream, that might not, because I do also cut a decent bit off of every stream to try and stop it from scope creeping. But yeah, it's just... For every tangent you guys experience on stream, there have been at least 3 that have run their course and died in the prep for that stream. So,
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. That is a lot of work, and I'm glad it's working out for you.
yeah, I mean, I've been more than what I've managed to the fact that I've managed to get so many of you guys in here to watch me essentially to watch me autistically rant about these things has far exceeded any sort of expectations I could have had about doing this. So it very much is something that I appreciate a lot, because it gets I don't know if lonely is the right word, but at a certain point, it's nice to be able to articulate some of the trends, underlying concerns, patterns that you end up seeing in something you enjoy or something you like or something you care about. And to know that there are other people there who are capable of understanding where you're coming from, even if they reach different conclusions themselves. I think that's something my content has allowed me to achieve that I don't think I would have been able to do if I was just some random talking in a fan Discord somewhere.
So what part of that is lonely? Just not being able to articulate your thoughts among your peers? Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay.
That and also the thing is, when I'm prepping the stream, there is a pressure and an incentive for me to articulate my thoughts in a way that can be understood by people besides just myself, or people besides just myself and those who know me on like a personal level. And I enjoy that kind of thing because I just find it very personally rewarding when you can say something that voices a feeling you've had, a reaction that you couldn't quite explain when you first felt it, and you can see other people reacting in a way that indicates that they have the same sort of thought, the same sort of concerns, the same sort of feelings have cropped up at some point in their lives as well. There's a kind of an affirmation to that, a feeling of affirmation to that I have trouble putting into words, ironically enough, but yeah.
Yeah, I think I get it.
Yeah. It's also why my slides end up being so my slideshows end up being so large, because again, if I'm going to come in with some sort of assertion about a company, for example, if I were to say something along the lines of, I don't know, let's just pick something off the top of my head. Brave Group is a nefarious megacorp that doesn't give a shit about any of its talents. Like that's a pretty big assertion. You don't make a judgment like that without showing evidence as to how you reach that conclusion. So
that's one that just came up from the top of your head, huh?
Yeah.
What do you think you'd be doing if you never found VTubers? Would you be making videos on TCGs or?
I don't know if I'd be making videos at all, to be honest, if I
Really?
didn't find VTubing. Because this was... Being here now was very much a combination of a very specific set of circumstances coming together in my life, where at the same time as I found VTubing, the whole... at the same time as I found VTubing, I had a bunch of stuff in my life going on that made me want to seek escapism rather than something else. Because it was kind of a 50-50 between picking up, like, I don't know, some it could very well have been something else. I could have found some other kind of fixation, but I found VTubing mostly because the same reasons that everyone else cites, right? You know, the cute girls doing cute things. It's great for taking you out of how grim things can be IRL every now and again. But at the same time as that happened, we had a situation crop up that was almost perfectly something that I could apply everything I learned in university to, which was Slander. And throughout university, what I would do in order to stop myself from wanting to do a flip was every time I had to write an assignment about something that was related to some sort of convoluted media concept or something that they pulled out of a dusty tome somewhere, I would try to find some sort of thing that was going on the internet or something that was immediately relevant to what I consumed for entertainment anyways. And that was something that I did even before I found VTubers. And once Slander happened, that was too perfect an opportunity for me to pass up. Because that was a part of my life where I had realized that up until then, I had been doing everything for the sake of... how do I say? For the sake of approval. Whether it be from my institution or from a possible employer or even from family to some extent. But then with the whole Slander thing, I realized I had an opportunity to use all of those skills for myself, to do something to basically prove a point to myself that I had these skills, I could use them, etc., etc. And now I'm here. So without the VTubers thing, I don't think I would have started making videos or streams about other things, because that was just too many perfect coincidences happening at once.
Interesting. Yeah, I can see it. I can see how it could come together like that. So you're saying that like when you're in school and you just were stressed out, you de-stress by writing essays on just like not schoolwork, just
When
like
you-
anything else you
When you
actually
put it
cared
like
about?
that, when you put it like that makes me sound even more autistic. But yeah, no, that's I would I don't know if it was a good way of doubling, because very frequently what I would find happen to a lot of other people doing my course is every time an assessment would come around, they'd burn out really quickly because they would be writing about something they didn't give a shit about. And this way I found this was basically my way of double dipping in both enthusiasm and effectiveness, because the essays that I ended up writing, yes, they were cooked. Yes, they, upon reread, they seem very strange to actually, you know, when the words register in your head. But those were essays that I had fun writing. And also, they tended to do pretty well in terms of just raw academic performance, raw marks or whatever. I can only assume because whoever was marking them, my professor at the time, probably also thought that it was different from what they usually got on their desk. But I mean, I've said this on stream before, I think, at some point, but I have an essay somewhere in my my old Google Drive that was a combination of performance theory, Belle Delphine, Unus Annus, and sex toys. And to this day, that is the a task that I have submitted, an essay I have made, that has done the best out of anything that I've ever made in university. So,
Oh, you submitted that.
yeah, no, I submitted it, and I ended up.
Okay.
Funnily enough, I'm pretty sure I ended up getting the best results for that particular task out of anybody else in my like little seminar group, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I need to find the. I can probably dig it up, but for a future possible stream, and that might be something worth going through. I'm sure, because I there are too many VTuber fans who are probably. I'm sure that if I asked, I'd find enough people among my audience who have written some real interesting university essays. There are too many art students in VTubing for that not to have happened multiple times over. I think that would be, now that I'm saying it out loud, I think that would be a pretty fun stream idea. If any of you guys have insane essays that you wrote during your time at university, anything that sounds cooked or novel in some way, I think if you send them through, that would be, for a future stream, I think that could be a pretty fun idea.
I'm racking my brain. I can't think of any, but I'm sure there were some, but it's just been so long.
In my mind, why would you do an arts degree if you don't plan to make it personal? Because otherwise, like, what are you doing, right? It's if you do arts, you're already mentally ill. You might as well utilize it.
At least amuse yourself, huh?
Yeah, exactly. I see so many people doing an arts degree and they're suffering. Like not suffering in the sense that I say it, where, you know, it's not suffering because there are tasks that are repetitive. There are ways of thinking that our institutions are trying to impress upon us with no regard for whether they actually work in the real world or not. Or not even in the sense of, like, you know, making things for people without being paid and, you know, in a way that can be easily exploited. No, I don't mean all of those things. I mean, people genuinely find learning some of the concepts and actually applying them to be miserable. In which case, that's the part I don't understand. Because if you're doing an arts degree and you don't find the whole learning, understanding the mechanics of how people function in a society, or when you put them in groups, or how they communicate with one another, why do that degree? And yeah, it's one of the things that I never really understood when I was still doing it. Which is why even though I can look at some of the essays that I've written in the past and go like, yeah, that sounds like that came out of an asylum, I still think that was probably the best way to have approached my course. Yeah.
Well, if it worked for you.
Yeah.
You got people
Yeah.
saying that like STEM students don't write essays. That can't be true, right?
That's not true. They do.
No, they.
I think they write more reports than essays, but yeah, they still do write essays every now and then. Although it goes down in frequency the further you progress in that course, I would assume.
So the chairman could have written books if not for VTubers.
I don't know about
You think
books. Books is a major time. Books are the Kickstarter games of the publishing world. Like everyone wants a book, everyone starts a book, but like very few people actually end up with something of quality and of note. I think it was I think it was Sam Hyde who said, books are a medium that were invented because somebody had an idea that was so good they needed to put pen to paper in order to preserve it and pass it down. And the problem is nowadays people have kind of forgotten that is a major reason as to why the medium even exists. Because every influencer, every Instagram or TikTok shitter needs to have a book of their own, even if it's something as banal as how I managed to sell enough, how I managed to push enough Minecraft videos to children in order to get rich. Like, there's nothing in those books that people are now... It's become like a status symbol rather than an actual way of passing on knowledge, which... Yeah, I don't think... Books don't mean nearly as much nowadays as I think they meant even like about like a few decades ago, I would say, because it became too trendy to just publish one of your own, regardless of who you are and what you put into it. Have you seen the have you seen the Tyler Blevins book?
I don't know who that is. So
Fortnite Ninja.
Oh, okay. No. That's not something I would pick up.
Yeah, no, it's not something I would pick up. I don't know who would pick up that, to be completely honest, but it's like another case of like wrong audience for your product, right? If your entire audience are a bunch of Fortnite Zoomers, why would you put out a book as merch? They can't even sit still for long enough to consume it. Why'd you pick that? And the only reason that I can think of that makes sense is as a status symbol for yourself. Oh, Kendra! Welcome, Kendra Raiders. Welcome, Kendra. Welcome in. We're just yapping about whatever at the moment. I hope you had a nice stream. But yeah, no.
On the one hand, I don't disagree. On the other hand, just looking at it as a merchandise thing, if you have 100 million... Well, okay, let's be more realistic. If you have 10 million YouTube subscribers and 1% of them will buy your book,
that's true.
Enough
that's true.
To get onto the NYT list, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's just it's the fact that I know that they probably aren't reading it, and even if they are reading it, the contents are like it's just it feels like a waste of a medium. In my personal opinion, and that's also why I don't trust myself to be able to write a complete book, because if you want to actually make something that is worth killing trees for, just so people could potentially read it like decades, if not centuries in the future, I don't trust myself to be able to do that.
I think you're like the first scholarly person I've ever met who's like, books, whatever, they're not that great.
Everyone. Okay, so the thing is though, everyone assumes that being scholarly means you like to read, which is true. But I mean, I feel like my idea of being a scholar, quote unquote, is just wanting to learn shit and wanting to apply what you learn. Because if you want to quote unquote learn things but you don't want them to be applicable or to apply them, then you're just a quote unquote intellectual. If you just want to apply stuff, if you just want to how do I phrase this? If you want to somehow miraculously gain knowledge about things without ever having to consume anything that has been said or written by anybody else, then you are either a savant or an idiot. But I feel like in order to qualify as a scholar, you need to be able to actually not just read stuff, but to be able to want to apply it as well. Otherwise, it's a bit of a waste if you just have all of that knowledge, like, just rolling around your head doing nothing. So
there's no value in knowledge for knowledge's sake?
Personally, I don't think so. Because if you don't have a way of applying it, then there is very little distinction between poetic nonsense and actual information with utility.
Again, it just seems so odd to hear a scholarly person say this. I think you're the first. Kendra recognized Mighty Number 9. That surprised me from this one screenshot. Wow.
I'd say that I would assume that at this point, anyone who kept up with it or supported it in any way has probably had this entire video burned into their memory.
Yeah, I had him watch the anime girl anime fan on prom night video and go over anime fan on prom night, and it was a fun time.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say, I don't know. I don't think I don't know if I qualify or if I come across as scholarly. To be honest, it kind of surprises me.
Come on.
No. I mean this genuinely.
No. Stop. You make these videos that are 8 hours long about like applying what you've learned as a scholar to pop culture.
That's the bit that makes me surprised that you would class me as a scholar, though. Because generally speaking, the way that I would perceive scholar is if you just consume a bunch of information but you never use it. Whereas what I'm trying to do is like the opposite of that, where I'm trying to put it into terms that can be understood outside of the ivory tower of a university, which is why I'm surprised that it comes across that way. I appreciate it, but it's just not something. It's not a label that I would have slapped onto myself.
Oh, well, okay, I'll slap it on you then.
You're
waiting for the 3DS release. Yeah, the 3DS release was one of the ones that never got made because the game was such a flop. Yeah, it was canceled just a couple of years ago, yeah. Interesting. Well, I mean, so a scholar is somebody who, I think, in your opinion,
actually,
in
learn
hindsight, something and not apply it.
In hindsight, I might be thinking about an academic instead. That I might be mixing up the words on that one, but yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, it's the job of a scholar to learn, I suppose. And I mean, I do try to do that. Don't always succeed, but I do try.
Yeah, we should all try, right?
I mean, you would think so, but the way that this industry works, I have doubts about that particular conclusion.
Oh yeah, some people aren't learning anything.
Why learn when you can just get internet validation? That's much more important, right?
Oh, there's a whole rabbit hole we could go down on the reasons that people are starting these small corpos.
I mean,
it's not always just money, right?
I mean, some of them just have a fucking ego that they haven't kept in check, or that hasn't been kept in check for them. Others just seem to want a harem of anime women, which, I mean, I don't think I need to explain why that's, not the best motivation to start a business with. But it's just, I think there is an aspect on the topic of the whole, people starting corporations just so they could try try their hand at getting a harem. There's something about this medium in the way that it's built around escapism that just, when that mixes with people who have more money than sense, it just creates this cocktail of the most, I don't even know how to put it besides just Chunibyo business malpractice is the way that I would put it. But yeah, it's like you have so many CEOs that, well, so many CEOs of failed companies who just seem like people who never grew out of the 8th grade. Because they have these lofty ideas of what they can achieve and an inflated sense of, self-worth and what they are capable of. And then they go on to create these disasters in the corporate scene.
Yeah.
Wait, actually, Eddie, only thing you need is actual experimentation, human or not. See, interesting part about that, right, is that's the one part of so-called, scholarly practice or academic study that I wouldn't be able to do in my current position as someone who just makes content in this sphere. Because every single social sciences experiment ever done is basically an academia sanctioned psyop, an academically sanctioned gayop, even. Because if we were to do the equivalent of that, just in the field, so to speak, that would literally be what we do. It would just be a gayop. We would just go in, see, for example, actually, I was talking about this with Mara yesterday, but we were talking about the Cat Liente situation, where she seems to have this.
Oh.
She seems to have this tendency of just accepting random, unverified reports of things that supposedly happened from her chat, and then start running with that in the form of like a video, with again no verification whatsoever. And we were discussing, if you wanted to limit test how susceptible she is to people just seeding random shit, just approaching her with bogus claims, wanting to weaponize her as this megaphone against someone who they don't like, you could stage basically a social experiment through a glorified gay op, right? You go into her chat, stay there for a little bit, turn yourself into a member of the quote-unquote community, then coordinate an attempt to present quote-unquote information and an allegation against a creator that is somewhat decently popular and therefore has an incentive to, she has an incentive to talk about them. And so if you coordinate that sufficiently, and if you got the creator involved as well, it would be really, really easy to probably point her at a news story that doesn't exist. And that's textbook social experiment. That's the kind of thing that you would do that's the kind of thing that you would do as part of social sciences research. Just seed information in a social environment, make it seem natural, and see how people react.
Isn't that how her Doki video was propagated? Yeah, it kind of felt that way. That's kind of where we started going, how we started getting on that topic of just how little could you approach her with and have her make a video out of it. And, now we're kind of ruining the surprise by talking about it, I suppose. So,
yeah.
But I mean, nobody was going to try to do this anyway, right? Right, chat? We're all just speaking hypothetically here.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but yeah,
it very much with the entire Dokiba thing, it very much did feel like, okay, thank you for the 5A Cat Liente. The word gullible isn't in the dictionary. Yes. But yeah, with the Dokiba thing, it very much did feel like, Celeste just went, oh, okay, I've had this falling out with a big creator. Let's look to see if we can find somebody who's willing to make a video out of my side of the story, and just went to Cat Liente, sent her a bunch of screenshots and everything, and then Kat, without even trying to critique it in any way or evaluate how true it is, just ran with it. Like, that's I don't understand. I just don't understand.
I watched that video you talked about in your YouTube post by
Mugen? The two
Mugen.
Yeah.
I had missed the fact that she didn't even the person who the computer builder didn't even make that Google Doc. Kat Liente did.
Yeah.
Somebody came to her. She wrote a Google Docy for somebody else.
Yeah. And the funniest thing is, if people hadn't gone to the archives of the Tiltify page, and if Celeste wasn't incompetent enough to type in Kat Liente's VOD where she was talking about this with her work account, people wouldn't have made that connection. Kat Liente would have tanked all of the negative attention for Celeste if that had been the case. Which is just, it's just extra funny to think about Kat putting her like public rep on the line because of her own incompetence for somebody else who doesn't deserve like a human shield in any way. Because let's be honest here, if you are charging $14,000 for a PC build, that's extortion. And also if you're charging people for things without having some sort of like pre-approved agreement. And so
yeah, that's where it went wrong.
Yeah.
From the very first top, all right?
Yeah. And to be fair, that is also partially on Doki's team, but not putting it into words before they moved ahead with that. And a lot of this could have been, I still very much think that Celeste is a bad actor, but I think that her ability to retaliate in this manner would have been hampered effectively if everything had been done by the books and in a professional manner. But yeah it's it just, why would you do that? Like, why would you do that? If your entire, the thing that I never really understood about the Kat thing is, how do I put this? I'm trying to think about a way of explaining it that doesn't sound too pretentious. If your job, if your content niche is reporting on drama, right? I talked about this in the stream that I did last year about drama tubers and all that. To some degree, the main resource that you are trading on, the main reason why your audience has any motivation to take you seriously, is your personal credibility, your reputability. It is a job that relies on social capital / clout. And what I don't understand is why creators who have this content niche like Kat Liente would be so willing to just throw that resource away on something that could have been on a mistake that could have been found out so much easier than, because she does edited videos. It's not even that she does live streams, right? She does edited videos. And the funniest thing about the Dokibud video was she had all of the info that Celeste had given to her all the way back in March. And a whole 2 months passed between then and when she posted the video. And over the course of those 2 months, surely she could have looked at some of the claims that were being made by Celeste and gone, okay, that one sounds a little bit, that one sounds like a bit of a stretch, a little dodgy. Maybe we should take another look at this. But no, she just went ahead with it. And I just don't understand why people toss. This isn't even just a, well, I suppose this is especially relevant to drama tubers, but this is something that also applies on a broader industry scale as well. It never ceases to amaze me how many people seem to undervalue reputability as an actual resource that helps you make content. And it's either that people devalue it by hoarding it and not doing anything with it, in the sense that they only do things for clout, or that they just throw it away without seeming to acknowledge how it could be used to help them gain more, gain reach or gain more eyes on a situation or more eyes on their coverage or whatever.
If we want to be charitable, she's new to this, right? We were talking about yesterday how she seemed to have started out as, just making videos about how to become popular as a streamer and that sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
The drama 2 week thing, this news reporting thing, let's not use the word drama if that's a loaded word. Is new to her, so maybe she just doesn't know these things. I
don't know, because the thing is, she's not really that. I don't think she's that new to it, because she started doing it around the same time as. I'm pretty sure she started dipping her toes into VTubing drama around the same time as I started doing it at the beginning of last year, and that's like an entire year to get accustomed to doing this, and I just.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I guess I'm just trying to figure out where
it comes
ascribing
from.
malice, what could be going on here.
That's understandable. I think I don't know, because the way, okay, so the point at which I decided that that ascribing malice to Cat makes more sense than ascribing negligence is when she posted the quote-unquote proof of her quote-unquote compensating Alicia X's death for clickbaiting her cancer, and the way that she censored it was just, I mean, you could very much read what the letters behind those little squiggles were, and people made the argument, and people could make the argument that Alicia's first and last name were already out in the public because she was a public figure prior to becoming a VTuber, but also Kat also included her middle name, and there have been previous instances where Kat has released information but done an effective job at censoring it, and yet in this particular instance she didn't. And right after Alicia got on her ass for using the conflict that they had previously had around Kat clickbaiting Alicia's cancer, the timing on it just seems way too suspicious in order to just write it off as just base negligence.
Okay, just everybody in chat, just so we're on the same page, if you want to censor something out of a document, don't do it on your phone where you have to do it with your awkward finger. Don't use any sort of highlight tool where the first time you do it, it's not completely blacked out. It's just colored over with the color, because you can keep doing that and eventually it will look dark enough, but it won't be completely blacked out. If you want to censor something, you go into, any paint program, MS Paint, whatever you want to do, and you draw a black rectangle, 100% opacity, or it can be whatever color you want if black is too goth for you or whatever, but it has to be 100% opacity, and you just do it as a rectangle that's completely covering everything. It's not any sort of squiggle. You don't use the paint tool. You use the rectangle so you can get 100% covered. We're all this is okay. Everybody knows now, right? We can stop making this mistake.
That's the thing that convinces me that it's not a mistake. Because at this point, surely you would know to do that. It's the fact that when she was going through, because of the fact she made that Google Doc, right, for her Dokibird video, every single instance of Celeste's name had been blacked out properly. Yes, it was still using, probably a finger and some sort of paint app or whatever, but it was still completely 100% opaque. You couldn't see through what was being squiggled over the bit that was being censored. But with Alicia, just no. For some reason, she just skipped out on that. And that's what convinces me that, at this point, it has to be malicious, right?
Well, I remember from the Mujin video, there were a couple points where he said, oh, this isn't censored. This should be censored. I'm going to have to censor this before I make my video, right?
I guess that's fair enough. Yeah.
Maybe she's just stupid?
I don't know, though, because the thing is, with that, it's more of, you could make the argument that's more subjective, right? Should this be censored? Should this not be censored? With Alicia's name, that's There's no question about that. There's no debate about whether that should be censored or not. It's not a matter of opinion. It's just
Yeah.
That's why I find it hard to apply that same justification for that particular instance of her failing to censor something.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm too much of a nice guy. I'm trying to figure out any other sort of explanation for this. But
I mean, there's nothing
maybe
wrong
she
with
is.
hacking away with Hanlon's razor, but there's like I feel like at this point, I don't think Kat still has the. I don't think she's still entitled to the benefit of the doubt at this point. Because there have been way too many instances of a similar thing happening where she's kind of gone like, nudge, 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 wink, wink. These are awful people, etc., 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 etc. And she has been, to say that she has been unrepentant as to the consequences of doing that is an understatement, considering how she handled the, what was it, the lollipop girls, or the lolly group that she covered in an earlier video last year.
Well, I mean, anti-loli people can be kind of irrational from the beginning, but like for the Doki situation and the middle name situation, let's turn it around. Like, what does she gain by doing that? If she's doing it with complete malice, what is her thought process?
So
Why Doki Bird deserves this malice?
the way she doesn't, well, okay, to put it in the most cynical way possible, it's not that Doki Bird deserves the malice. It's that Doki Bird, when you do okay, so how do I explain this in a way that doesn't sound too psychopathic?
Go full psychopath.
When you do, okay, how do I say this? When you do quote-unquote drama reporting, very often it will boil down to a zero-sum game where you essentially initiate a you know that scene in Free Run where have you watched that, by the way?
Unfortunately, I haven't. No.
Oh, fuck. Okay. You essentially initiate an arm wrestling competition of sorts with your subject. And by the end of it, either you win or they win, and whoever wins gets to essentially absorb some of the social capital that was previously associated with the other person, right? Either a drama tuber attacks a subject and they do an abysmal job, and all of the respectability that people previously associated with that drama tuber transfers onto the victim of their coverage, or they end up exposing someone whose behavior is deplorable, and all of the previous reputability of their subject transfers over to them for exposing that awful behavior or practice. And so, when it comes to that, when you start viewing it as a zero-sum game, and if you make your content as a drama tuber or whatever, with that goal in mind, right? You start focusing on subjects because they have clout rather than because of any sort of, underlying critique or any sort of critique of an actual thing that they're doing or some sort of principle or morality or whatever. That's when targets like Doki become more appealing rather than less. Not because she deserves it in any sort of karmic way, but because she has the most to lose, therefore, by proxy, giving whoever does the quote-unquote exposing the most to gain. So she's not a target because she's done anything that would warrant that kind of malice, but she is a target because she is big and juicy, essentially. And so that is the thing that, in my opinion, Kat stands to gain from covering Doki's situation in the way that she did. Because she did everything possible to try and obscure and excuse why the artist was treated the way that they were. And when you have that narrative of, oh, look at this person who is so beloved and popular and everyone knows about, look at this awful thing that they did. Shouldn't everyone rethink the way that they currently view them? Now, all of a sudden, all of that reputability, that respectability, has nowhere, well, can't stay, right? If that were to have worked, it wouldn't be able to stick to Doki. It would have had to go somewhere else. And where else would it be more convenient for it to go than the person who did the exposing in the first place? And that's
So are you saying
the most cynical version of the most cynical distillation of this content genre.
Yeah, that is cynical. Are you saying that you see it this way, or that Kat sees it this way, or that everyone sees it this way? Because I don't see it that way.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that everyone sees it this way, and even I don't see it that way in terms of the reasons why I do the content that I do. But I think it would be naive to ignore that that is a thing that is an underlying dynamic that does pop up and is a motivation that people have when they do this content. And so the thing is, how do I say it? I think that paying attention to things like I think this might also be an occupational illness that you inherit from doing an arts degree. But when you start viewing clout or social capital as a resource, I think it does make content creation easier because you don't take things as personally. And if you're willing to spend it as well, because the way that, okay, so when I say that's not a motivation behind why I do content, I don't want to imply that I don't think about it while I'm making content, because I very much do. So the way that I view it is I have a goal, which is to communicate the way that I think and feel in a way that helps other people communicate the way that they think and feel. But on top of that, there is also an underlying fact that we exist in an entertainment industry. So social capital is very much like a thing that exists, can change the way that stories play out, the way that people react to things, etc., etc. So I view that as another resource that I can gain and spend in order to accomplish my main objective of expressing how I think and feel in a way that helps other people express the way that they think and feel. The way that I gain social capital is by criticizing bad practices in unpopular actors. And the way that I spend social capital is by criticizing bad practices in popular actors. Because whenever you criticize, if the goal is to stigmatize a practice that isn't, that you don't think is good for the industry, as mine are, because the way that I view my content is basically attempting to identify, articulate, and then subsequently help in stigmatizing bad practices in this industry. The problem is, if you end up criticizing a popular actor or a popular person in the space, you're always going to lose social capital, especially if you're like a smaller creator. That's just a fact. So it's very much this kind of give and take between the two, where it is, because of the fact that I view my reputability as a resource that I can spend to make the content that I do. That is a dynamic that I'm paying attention to, both when I'm evaluating the way that I do my own content and when I interpret the actions of other people that make content in the same niche as I do.
I mean, it almost sounds like you're talking about like a video game mana pool or something like that, right?
Kind of, because there is very much a cost to doing this kind of content that, how do I say? People need a reason to listen to you, right? And I think that very often people make the mistake of, in this space, it's very popular to tell other creators, oh, people will just listen to you because you're you, and then not think about or dwell upon what that statement actually implies or means. Because when people listen to you for you, what actually constitutes you? And this ties back into a whole bunch of other stuff that I talked about in previous streams, where, if you are an online content creator, you build a version of yourself that you present to other people on the internet. And you have to, there has to be something attached to the way that you present yourself that incentivizes people to actually listen to you, to pay attention to what you're saying, to take what you're saying seriously. And for me, that thing is reputability. Reputability built on, an attempt to stick towards principles and good practice, but it's still reputability nonetheless. And so I think that people underestimate how much reputability plays as a role in, how do I say, being able to do the job of a content creator effectively. Because at the end of the day, And also the other thing is people mistake reputability to mean just blanket popularity. That's not how it works at all. Where popularity just means, you know, how popular are you among just the most common denominator of people, whereas reputability has a target audience in mind, right? You can be reputable among one group of people, but not reputable among another group of people. Reputability is the thing that I prioritize more because of the fact that I have a target audience in mind, which is you guys. And if so long as I continue to earn your respect, that's fine. I don't really give a shit if anyone outside of this, you know, this community, this group, you know, doesn't view what I say as being worth listening to. But so long as I give you guys reason to continue, I suppose, to take what I say in, you know, seriously in any sort of way, then that's it. That's all I really need as a content creator. But yeah, it sounds like I'm talking about like a playable resource or like, you know, a mana pool or whatever, because at the end of the day, that is kind of how I view it, as something that you can gain and spend, and the only difference is whether you gain and spend it consciously or unconsciously, I suppose.
I guess in a way you could be putting into words and into concrete math something that well-socialized people might be able to understand instinctively.
Yeah. That's
as somebody
that's basically,
as an autist who isn't like the best in social situations, I guess there's some value to understanding what you've just said and putting it's a
mechanical breakdown of things. But this is, I mean, I suppose that's the nature of all of my content, right? It's just taking things that most people just know intuitively, but putting it into a manner that is mechanical and can be verbalized relatively easily once you hear it being done by somebody else. The capital that gives you the ability to be trusted by the target audience, that's a pretty good way of describing it, right? Because see, that's why I make a distinction between how do I say it? This is why when I refer to reputability, social capital, clout as a resource, that's what I mean when I say that some people just hoard it without using it. Those are the people that always stick with the general consensus approved opinions, right? Because they gain clout by following the crowd, only saying things that are safe to say out loud, but they don't spend it in any way because, well, for whatever their motivations are for not spending it. Whereas if the way that you can potentially spend all of the clout that you earn, the reputability, the trust that you earn, is by doing something that might go against the grain, but is something that you believe is, you know, right, important, whatever. And what I talk about, you know, like I talked about in I think it was the last stream that I did. When it comes to criticizing bad practices in VTubing, it is an unfortunate fact that bad practices are not always constrained to bad actors. And so when you criticize them, you're going to get flack because, well, it's understandable, right? Everyone has a fan, everyone's a fan of something. So that's how you're never going to be able to get. Funnily enough, Niji Sanji at the beginning of 2024 was the closest thing that this industry, in my opinion, has ever had to a universally acceptable punching bag. And so the trick is, how do you expand the same criticisms of the same practices that were exposed in Niji Sanji to other actors beyond Niji Sanji? Perhaps more beloved than Niji Sanji, less acceptable to bash on than Niji Sanji. And that's where the whole game comes from, of figuring out how social capital works, figuring out how you spend it, where you gain it, and trying to nail that balance between the two. It's a bit, as a content creator, when you start thinking about it that way, it's a bit like becoming aware of breathing, right? But yeah.
You're all now thinking about your breathing. You are all aware of your breathing. Breathe in. Breathe out. Oh, did you breathe in good enough? Are you possibly breathing in some carbon dioxide? Monoxide, that's the bad one. So what would you say is an example of a bad practice done by a good actor in this industry?
Oh, that's okay. That's a pretty easy one. Using your talents as PR reps.
Okay, yeah. So, well, okay, then who would be a good actor that's doing that?
I would say VShojo. I think VShojo has proven themselves to be a corporation that seems to genuinely care about the people who are under their wing. I think that VShojo has proven themselves to be people who, like, a company that seems to care about both the talents that are under it and the fan bases of those talents. But just because you justify it through talent freedom rather than corporate negligence doesn't mean that the practice itself is any better. Just because you change out, let's say, Illyra, Vox, and Ike for, I don't know, Kuro, Mata, and Michi, that doesn't mean that the practice becomes any better. Because changing the people around doesn't matter. Changing the organization that does it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, the reason why using your talents as PR reps is a bad idea is because being a PR rep and being a talent require skills that are so fundamentally different from one another that being good at one usually precludes you from being good at the other. And that's as neutral a way as I can put it. And it has been kind of funny to see how combative some of the fans of VShojo seem to be, where I talk about how this practice is bad when it comes to VShojo, and it is interpreted as if I just hate the company. Whereas that's not the case at all. I don't hate the company. I just don't think that their PR, their approach towards PR is very sustainable. I don't think that the company has much of a identity for itself beyond just, we are the talent freedom company. And I mean, that's fine in the early stages. But like I said in the last stream that I did about VShojo, if your entire company identity revolves around whatever your talents want it to be, what happens when your talents want different things? What happens then? If you don't have any sort of framework that they can sort of glomp onto themselves, what's going to happen is eventually, if you get to a point where too many talents want too many different things, you're going to rip yourself apart. Again, that's not me trying to say that VShojo is evil or a black company or whatever. That's just me pointing out that there's a certain practice that is unsustainable, even if it is done by someone with good intentions.
Yeah, that's fair. You're now aware of the contact between your fingernails and your fingers. Well, you know what? You're aware of how itchy the inside of your ears are. Right down there in your ear canal where your pinky can't reach. It's kind of itchy, isn't it? You might need to go get a cotton swab for that, you know? Okay, what would be another example? I mean, because like you do talk about like the whole PR thing a lot. Can you think of anything like other bad practices?
I think that let me try and think of one. Maybe potentially outside of the realm of ER.
Well, I was saying breeding? No, breathing. Did I stumble that word? Maybe I did. Pixel Link.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, okay, yeah. So the practice of crowdfunding your talent's IP, that is what I don't like. I don't mind selling it, because selling it makes sense. This is a business after all. But I don't like crowdfunding it, and I don't like declaring that you're crowdfunding it ahead of time. Because again, Pixeling was another example of a company that, based off of what we have seen, seems to have been supportive to its talents. Doesn't seem to be as anywhere near as exploitative as some of the other companies that have gone down over the course of the last year. But that is a practice that I would very much prefer didn't catch on in this space.
Yeah, I agree with that completely.
So again, it's for the sake of I suppose for the sake of fairness, I'm trying to think if there's any sort of practices that FaZe does that I'm not really on board with either. I didn't like how in the past, when there was a merch issue, the talents would end up replying to it on Twitter. In some cases before management did.
Yeah.
That was something I didn't like. Because I mean, talents can't fix that, right? That's something that only management could fix. And if the talents are going to respond to it, people are going to be incentivized to even just unconsciously, people are going to be incentivized to pull back a little bit on their criticism of the product, which very well may be warranted, because they don't want to look like, even indirectly, they don't want to look like they're shit talking the talents that they watch and support. So the thing that, how do I say this? Actually, the thing that for me makes the thing that ended up mitigating that worry for me somewhat when it comes to FaZe specifically is Pippa actually said on stream that she had a conversation with Sakana where she said something along the lines of, if we don't fix the merch, I don't think I can keep shilling it to my audience. And she actually like said that out loud. And the fact that she's comfortable enough saying that out loud, that I do think that level of candor does help to mitigate my worries about that specific practice that I was seeing. But again, it's just not something that sits right with me whenever I end up seeing that. And I don't know if it's because I've been seeing it less or it's happening less, but I don't think I've seen it as much recently as was the case last year, for example. But again, that could just be me not coming across it when I scroll through Twitter or whatever. But yeah, no, that was something that I very much wish FaZe wouldn't do.
FaZe has terrible merch communication. I feel like they tried to address that they had like a FaZe merch Twitter account, at least for a while. I don't know if it's still active, but
I hope
I do agree.
Because the whole FaZe merch thing, it's like it's become a meme in the community. But there's only so long. Like, the thing is, when one of your deficiencies as a company becomes a meme in your community, what that essentially does is it buys you time, right? It buys you time where people are willing to just laugh off something rather than condemn you for it. And the problem is memes get stale, and I don't know. I think we're getting to the point where the meme is become stale, which makes me nervous, because I would much prefer that, you know, that problem was fixed than Sakana or whoever is in charge of merch just relied on the community's good humor keeping the criticism at bay.
Yeah. It feels like a problem that they should have solved at this point. It's been a meme for so long, right?
Yeah, because I mean, the FaZe fan base is like pretty chill, but
there's always limits.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you feel more broadly about the openness that FaZe talents have to shit talk Sakana on stream or in Twitter?
How do I say this? I think that the openness is a good sign. I think it's generally healthy. I wouldn't... How do I say this? I'm resisting the urge to make like a comparison that makes sense in context, but might feed into how other people are, like how malicious actors have been painting FaZe. But the thing about FaZe is that a lot of the things that work for them wouldn't work for any other company because of the fact that the unique circumstances that emerged around how they came to be. The fact that FaZe's Gen 1 almost had like a complete walkout on Sakana because he just didn't understand how to communicate with women is something that being able to move past that as a company is one of the reasons that I think that this communication style actually works, where you need that combination of a company having actual fuck-ups and I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this on the fly, but you need a combination of a bunch of things that are really difficult to find in just any other corporation. One, talents who have enough of a backbone or an I don't give a fuck attitude in order to voice their displeasure in a candid manner. Two, you need management and leadership that is actually humble enough to eat shit when they earn it. And you need a company that has had struggles, significant, sometimes existential struggles, but have managed to survive them as well. Because that's when you can go back, look back on, all of the things that you went through, and then conclude that, oh, okay, this current disagreement isn't going to end us if that thing didn't end us from the past. And when it comes to all three of these criteria, I don't think there are a lot of other companies that have that exact same combination. Where Sakana has just kind of established himself as this uniquely bullyable public figure, which I don't think the other companies have. If you think about Gunrun and Yagoo, for example, they are CEOs that are venerated, universally venerated across not only the fan base, but across the talents. Whenever they get seen as a meme, whenever the joke is at their expense, it's not at the expense of their competence. It's at the expense of their professional persona. Because it paints them as more like, human. It paints them as like friends of the talents or people who are capable of having an awkward interaction or two. But with Sakana, it's this thing where the talents seem to feel all right, pointing out there is this underlying attitude that the talents feel safe pointing out deficiencies that he has had in his interactions or operations with them or with the company. But there is also this underlying confidence that he is not ignorant to them himself and that they are not existential threats to the company, I suppose. Where another interesting contrast is by looking at, the relationship that looking at the difference between, let's say, Sakana and Riku, for example, where Riku is this immensely polarizing figure, where he's either venerated by some of the people who are probably, more rabid fans of Nichi-Sanji, or he is made out to be the devil incarnate by anyone who despises Nichi-Sanji, or where Nichi-Sanji has headed over the past year or so, or it's been exposed to have headed over the past year or so. And every single time, it's either complete incompetence or complete praise. There's like no in between the two. If there is incompetence that's being pointed out, there is no hope that it's going to be fixed. If there is a thing that's being praised, there's no room for considering what might go wrong or where the deficiencies lie. Whereas with Sakana, I think Sakana and FaZe more broadly, I think there is that sweet spot in the middle that they do manage to hit that allows the talents to be kind of vocal about shortcomings with the company or the way things are going or the interactions that they've had with Sakana, while still at the end of the day feeling like fans listening still feeling like, oh, okay, it's gonna be alright anyways, it's just a funny story, etc, etc.
I don't really disagree with anything you said, but at the same time, I still feel like it does kind of come off as unprofessional at times.
That's fair enough.
And there's got to be a line somewhere, where it comes off not as teasing, not as playful bullying, but as like having some real issues with, Sakana for whatever reason that might be. But at the same time, I don't know how to put that genie back in the bottle. I don't know how you would rein it in and say, okay, let's keep things to like playful banter here. Without it coming off as heavy-handed.
Yeah, I think honestly, Tomahawk probably. I think he put it pretty well in chat. He's proven his competence. the thing that makes the Face Connect jokes funny and banter is not actually, I don't think it's actually something to do with the way that they express themselves. I think it's everything around it. It's a contextually relevant, it's a joke that relies on context to be funny, in other words. Because so long as Phase is successful as a company, so long as the talents seem contented and happy, then it's going to continue to be funny. But the moment that the company stumbles, the moment that the company starts to have it starts to show cracks, then I think the jokes are going to be recontextualized to mean a bit more than just playful banter.
Yes, that's another part of it. Yeah, if for some reason, there is some sort of controversy tomorrow, then people are going to be peeling, to some degree, peeling over all those posts and saying, this one, if you look at it in light of what we know now, was actually saying this, and whether or not that's true or not, it does kind of open things up for that.
Yeah, it is kind of
that angle.
Allowing your company to be defined by that kind of interaction between, the talents and the CEO. I think that it can work. It has been working for Phase, but it is a conditional benefit. It cannot, it relies on other factors in order to continue to be a good thing, I suppose. And it can bite you in the ass really badly if you mishandle other aspects of the way you run your business.
So long as the truly problematic behavior is kept in check, it's fine. That's subjective, though. I've seen things that I would say is problematic. I can't think of any specifics off the top of my head, but some of the ways that the talent have been, talking about or treating Sakana has come across as very inappropriate to me, very problematic. But nothing's coming of it. I assume they're not getting disciplined for it because they keep doing it. So I guess to Sakana himself, it's not that bad. So, I guess who am I to be talking about it? But it is subjective, and like Armchair just said, it could be recontextualized. So things that were just fine today, tomorrow might be evidence of a long-standing problem. Rift between the management and the talents. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, everyone focuses on the joke, but people keep missing the context, right? Where very often, if let's say for example that I think, okay, this is hopefully this won't happen, right? But if tomorrow one of the talents decided to graduate and the reason that they cited was I felt unsupported and I felt like no one was there to listen to my struggles, etc., etc. Now all of the jokes about Sakana being really awkward around the employees, not being, perhaps not really understanding how to communicate with women in the most sensitive of ways. Now all of those jokes start to look a little bit less funny, right? That it's not
exactly.
It's not a thing to do with the joke itself. It's more to do with the surrounding context around the joke that either enables it or disables it.
Exactly.
Sakana also had his faults. The quest for a marine took Uruka to a very dark place. See, that's another example. That's a pretty good example, right? So let's say tomorrow that a talent graduated and they cited that one of the reasons was because they felt like they had a lack of creative control over their content. Now all of a sudden, all of those jokes about how Sakana tries to hit every one of the talents with a boob enlargement ray, now that looks a bit worse, right?
Uruka's actually went down, but
yeah. Well, I would. I don't know about that one. Her second model, yeah. Well, actually, no. A more recent model. Do you mean her most recent model?
No, I'm just speaking of her 2.0. Did they grow again?
I swear that wasn't the 2.0 the one where they expanded?
Am I mixing her up with somebody else? I want to say that this
I think
2.0...
so. Wait, you might be Leah was the one who had the boob reduction. Uruka, the opposite happened.
Fake fan. Oh my god. Yeah, you're right.
Had to rewind in the panic to verify it was don't worry. It was purely hypothetical. It was purely hypothetical. But again, it's like I said, right, where you can make these jokes now and they will be funny now because the context fits them now. But if the context were to change, then all of a sudden now you maybe not so much, right? It's for that reason that I wouldn't encourage other companies. Partially the reason why I don't think this would work for other companies is because they haven't built up the underlying context in order to facilitate the relationship, that particular relationship between talent and CEO, etc., etc. But the other reason why I wouldn't recommend it, especially to newer companies who might seek to make this a shtick all the way from the moment that they were first conceived and debuted up until, deep into their operation, is because a newer company will not have the same established baseline of competence that FaZe Connect has demonstrated over the years that it's been active. And you need competence at just running your business in order for this to even possibly be funny.
I like that, yeah. That kind of sums up the entire industry, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
not so funny when it's incompetent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyone can make jokes about, haha, my CEO is so silly and autistic. But like, it's considerably less funny when your business collapses like next week, right?
Right. No, I like that. That was good. Yeah, it's a good question. So, like, what is the solution to all this? Kihara Kiri, what is the solution to all this? All I can really see is sanitizing everything regarding Sakana and removing him completely from the public eye.
I don't think
that's what I was saying earlier. I don't think there is a solution because, it would come off as like heavy-handed and.
Yeah, I don't think there is a solution because I'm not entirely convinced that. Well, see, it's not. How do I say? I don't think it is a problem because it becoming a problem is contingent on other things being a problem, I suppose is the way that I would put it.
Yes.
And in that case, is it really a problem or just a factor at that point at risk of playing semantics a little bit?
Schrodinger's problem.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, it's kind of like it's a Schrodinger's problem. If other things start going wrong,
Schrodinger's yab.
Schrodinger's Yav. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah, a lot of the way that FaZe operates a lot of the way that FaZe has like that banter between Sakuna and the talents can be considered a Schrodinger's Yav, right? If the company keeps running fine and all the talents are, they all get through whatever difficulties they face with feeling like they're supported by the company and other people in the company, if they feel contented or happy, if they feel like their dreams and ambitions are still within their reach and they feel like they are capable of achieving them, then there's really, nothing, it doesn't become a problem. But if that changes, then yeah, it does become a problem. And so it's constantly in that state of like, it's kind of like a will they, won't they kind of, it's a will they, won't they yab, I suppose, for want of a better way of putting it. Yeah, Kendra, do your job, and then you can kick with your fans, all right? Too many other companies miss that step, right? They go instantly to, I just want to look like a chill. I just want to be a chill guy. Without remembering that only works if you're actually good at your job beforehand.
Mm.
Everyone can accept, like, a somber professional, but no one likes to entertain a clown when other people's jobs, livelihoods, dreams are on the line.
Yeah. Hyper Shelta, companies with no public-facing staff give red flags for me. It's a thin line because I feel like if you have staff that are too visible, then they're taking away from the talents. We're not here for the staff. We're here for the talents. So I'm just fine with no public-facing staff. Like, it's not their job to be
I think VNU is a pretty good example of this, where I don't think they had any public-facing stuff. Any statements that management makes, they make as a company, basically.
Mhm.
And so prior to the whole Uchu thing, whatever that is, there wasn't
Whatever that is.
yeah yeah they didn't have any sort of like public representative on to speak on behalf of management. But yeah, no, it can work. It's just a matter of how do you use that lack of public facing staff. Because if you use a lack of public facing staff as both a justification and a facilitator of you using your talents as PR staff instead, as I argued VNU did, then yeah, that's a pretty big red flag. But if it's just, if you just if you still do your job as management and communicate the things that shouldn't be left up to the talent to say to your audience, then I see nothing wrong with not having public facing staff.
Yeah, because I feel making a press release or something like that is not being public facing.
Yeah.
In the same sense that a talent is. So yeah, maybe management does that, or maybe they come on a stream and talk when they absolutely need to, but like are not a regular feature.
Again, not having
yeah,
public
there's a
facing
line
staff
there.
is another example of Schrodinger's Yap, right? Because so long as nothing goes wrong, nobody cares. But the moment something does go wrong, if you don't have someone there to take the heat, then that heat is going to spread throughout the entirety of your company.
For me, it's not even that. It's just a matter of they're not talent, right?
Yeah, that's fair enough as well.
For some of them, it's possible that it might go to their head and they decide, oh, they're better than the talent.
I hope Sakuna doesn't
use that one time.
I hope Sakuna doesn't fall into that trap. I hope he understands that less is more when it comes to his public presence.
And I think that's the case because we hardly ever see him on streams or anything like that. And I mean, there are other phase staff who have like avatars and that sort of thing, and we hardly ever see them on stream either.
Yeah. And I think the
and to that
appearances
extent, it's
feel
almost a
more
treat when
special.
we do.
Yeah, exactly. It feels more
Exactly.
special when it happens.
So yeah, that's where you're kind of riding the line, but you're still on the safe side, I think, in terms of staff being public facing.
Yeah. It's just, how do I say? You could very much make an argument both sides, but like anything else when it comes to VTuber corpos, it's all context dependent, right? If your companies run competently, it doesn't really matter either way. If your company's not run competently, it doesn't matter which way you go, they're both bad, right? It's just very dependent on everything going on around it.
Yep, I agree with that.
It helps to sell the gacha boxes with limited staff merch. True. I wonder if that's...
Oh yeah, there's staff merch.
Do you remember when Dizzy, during the FaZe Academy event, do you remember when Dizzy had a conversation with the FaZe managers? And she talked about how Sakura kept flip-flopping between whether the FaZe managers should be doing FaZe Weekly with her or not. I wonder if part of the reason why he said, okay, I don't want the managers to, behind some of the times where he said, I don't want the managers to appear on camera or for stream or whatever, was because he wanted to keep it rare.
I don't know if it had that much forethought. It
Fair
might
enough.
have just
Fair
been,
enough.
It's not their job, or they're not trained. They might say something they shouldn't, that sort of thing.
Fair enough.
Plenty of other reasons, right?
Yeah, that's true. Though part of me does wonder, because the thing about Sakuna that I find quite fascinating is that people have wildly different assessments of his competence. Some people view him... Yeah, no, some people view him as like essentially, the same way that someone views God's favorite idiot, right? Where he's just been lucky enough to succeed to the point where he is now. They just view him as being I think the way I saw somebody, I think this was someone on TVA that phrased it by saying Sakana does the VTuber CEO equivalent of Drunken Fist, where it's really, really hard to tell where the, him doing things that work out accidentally ends and him doing things on purpose, like, begins. Where some people will assume that he's just, God's favorite idiot, and other people will assume that he is actually this sort of hyper-competent, ruthless businessman who is simply operating under a facade of being this sort of lovable, bumbling fool.
My perspective is that there was certainly a good deal of luck in who ended up in that first generation.
Yep.
And certainly a good deal of lack of competence that led to it almost falling apart, but that it didn't fall apart. And that since then, he's gotten just more numbers and year over year, just more numbers. I think that is enough to speak of his confidence. It can't be an accident for 5 years and growing, right?
That's what I believe personally, because I do think that Sakana possesses one of the most important qualities that a CEO can possess in this space, which is the ability to acknowledge when they have fucked up and change accordingly.
Yes.
It's kind of wild how many other CEOs of corporations that have, risen and died seem to lack that one fundamental trait. The fact that Sakana actually seems to be humble enough to level with his talents seems to help. And yeah, that's one of the things that convinces me that it's not all luck, right? Because that is, at least to some extent, that is a skill. The ability to actually talk to someone when they are in a state of distress, to actually hear what it is they are saying, and at least to some degree to internalize and then act on it later. That is a skill that you can't... I don't know if that's a skill that you can really teach. And so that's one of the things that convinces me that the success of FaZe and Sakana are not just, the world's most beneficial set of accidents in a string one after another. Yeah, actual humility. Actual humility is probably a good way of putting it. Important thing is that Sakana has... The real important thing Sakana has is keeping his libido in check. I don't know. From what we've seen, Sakana seems to be... You know what? Actually, now that I say this out loud, I think this is a very good thing. I think that if in all of your instances of seeing a company CEO, if based off of all of those appearances, you would easily get the impression that the CEO is thoroughly asexual, I think that's a good thing. And I think that that's the impression that we've gotten from Sakana so far. Sakana's married, that's the secret. Sure. Did he keep that secret for years? I don't know if he did, because I'm pretty sure as early as second year, if not first, people were already talking about that. Oh, I can't hear you anymore? You can't hear me? Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Did you drop out of the Discord call? Oh, wait, my Discord crashed. Hold on. Let me see if I can restart it. Wait, can you guys still hear me? Yeah, my Discord just went into... Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, you can still hear me, just not Murray. Alright, I don't know why, but Discord is suddenly freaking out. It kept auto-correcting. I guess YouTube just really hates that word. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me try something. Let me try reloading the video and seeing if it boots up, because if it doesn't boot up, then that means that it's my internet that has a problem, not just Discord. Okay, I think it might be my internet that has a problem. because refreshing the video is not working either. Can you guys still see? Okay, so the stream is still updating. This might be an internet issue on my end. Hold on. Okay, I think. Hold on, give me a second. Let me switch over to the Ed Hort screen while I jig around a bunch of stuff. Because I'm not getting the. Okay, let me restart Discord and see if that fixes anything. Let me try clearing my cache also and seeing if that fixes anything. The movie's showing a black screen? Okay. Does that fix anything? Alright, see, Discord is working on my phone, but it's not working on my PC. And my phone is using data. Okay, that might be why. Alright, hold on. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can fix this. Fuck. How long is it until... Okay, reconnection successful on OBS. How long until YouTube decides that it's time to kill everything?
It seems really fast, like 2 minutes or something.
2 minutes? Alright, hopefully it was less than that. I've
Oh,
restarted...
I hear you now. Okay, good.
Okay. Wait, is the chat moving?
It is, for me. Not on screen.
Okay, let me try reconnecting. Just need... If my browser can work... Alright, it is working. Alright.
While you're working on that, I'll respond to what you're saying. I think part of the whole thing with Sakana being able to handle things a bit more maturely, you know, like with respect to you were saying that he recognized that there was a problem and he did steps to solve it. This wasn't his first CEO position, right? He did something else before it, whatever it was. So he had some experience there, right? He wasn't just a 23-year-old kid planning things out with his, you know, friends on Discord.
Yeah.
He had, you know, so that the immaturity, for lack of a better word, just life experience. Let's go with that one.
Yeah.
Probably played a lot just by virtue of being an older person who has had real world experience in the business market before. Probably helped a lot in that regard.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I do think that that's a pretty valid. Hold on, let me see if I can grab your. Do you mind sending me the?
Hey, it's me.
Yeah. Do you mind grabbing the link to your thing, your reactive specifically? So that
Okay.
I can
Yeah. Give me 1 sec.
But yeah, no. As I was saying, yeah, there are way too many CEOs who thought it was a good idea to enter this space sometime throughout, like, you know, either in between around 2020, 2021, all the way up until 2024, where this was, you know, this was their very first business. They wanted to make some sort of mark, or they thought that VTubing would be an easy thing to break into, and as a result, they got completely fucked. And it's just, it is weird how, considering how many corporations have cropped up in this industry over the past year alone, how few of those CEOs seem to have any sort of experience running a business, I suppose. I mean, I guess the most extreme example of an inexperienced CEO that we've had was the VC thing that cropped up briefly, where I'm pretty sure the CEO was actually just the CEO in quotation marks was actually just a child, and they were just trying to grab other children so they could make like a digital friend group. But yeah, it's.
Fun fact: Sakana originally wanted to invest in Sundaria, and when he was denied, decided to start his own company.
Yeah, I saw.
Is that true? I hadn't heard that. That's interesting.
I'm pretty sure that's like widely. I think that's pretty widely known lore among some of the older phase heads. But yeah,
Okay,
no, that was definitely like a thing. Hold on, let me. Fuck. All right.
It does sound like fun, hanging out with, it is just like hanging out with your friends and playing video games all day, except you get to make some money, and boy, you're gonna make so much money because it's such a hot prospect nowadays. VTubers, right?
Yeah.
I can totally understand how somebody without life experience could think themselves a CEO. And I mean, the problem with that is that when they fail, they don't just fail themselves, do they?
Yep. Yeah.
They have
the problem is
all
always
of
that it's
these,
collateral.
Yes, exactly. These Fugis are to scale, by the way. And so, yeah, so that's something that I've railed on before and has kind of, I can get pretty worked up at times, is these people need to understand that when they go into this business, it's not just them that gets hurt when they fail, when they have these talents that are counting on them to make the only money, be their only source of income in some cases.
Yeah.
And so it's something. There was a guy that was on Twitter wanting to start a corpo with his girlfriend called V Heaven or something. I can't remember. But it was very clearly that situation where you could tell, I could tell from somebody who pays way too much attention to this sort of thing, that this didn't look like it had much.
Wait, guy who was looking to start a VTuber corpo with his girlfriend, was this the other Tiger? Was this the other Tiger and her boyfriend? Okay, that was a different thing.
If you really want me to look it up, I'm sure I can find it in my DM somewhere. But I don't think a Tiger was involved.
Okay, never mind. Good night, Gabriel. Hope you have a good rest. But yeah, no, that, and I think I remember. Wait, what was the other one? What was the other instance of two VTubers just randomly getting together and deciding to like make like a pseudo corp? What was it? Coco Soko, yeah, that. I think I remember seeing you in the replies to that when that popped up and was briefly a thing.
I don't remember, but I'm sure it happened. Yeah, it could have. I've been all over the place, huh?
Fair enough.
Gosh, yeah. I've been doing this for over 2 years now. That's incredible to think about.
It's a long time to be doing this.
And so much has happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if there's any message, if anybody in chat is thinking of, it'd be really fun to start a VTuber corporation, I'm not going to tell you stop. I'm not going to tell you no. I love the ideas of these small corpos. I'm outside of just, being a drama hound. I do think that this is really a fun thing, for the industry, and really healthy for the industry to not just have brand A and brand B, right? But you got to know what you're getting into. You got to know that this is a business and this is a livelihood for people, and people are going to be counting on you to know what the hell you're doing. And when you fail, if you fail, I shouldn't say when, if you fail, you're hurting a lot of people, not just yourself. And have that in your head going into it, and good luck.
Something I find kind of fascinating when I look at other people who tackle the same sort of issues that I talk about on my stream is how all of us seem to have very different angles from which we approach the whole issue of advocacy. Something that I've noticed actually, both talking to you now and also in the previous instances where we've talked about the same things, is that you seem to approach the issue of these harebrained corporations a lot more from the perspective of advocating for and on behalf of the talents who are involved, whereas my angle tends to more be, I'm trying to figure out how to articulate it, but probably more critical of the talents than I am of the corporations or the CEOs specifically, I suppose. Well, not more critical, but more critical than other people seem to be when it comes to criticizing the way that these corporations rise and fall. Because, how do I say this?
From my perspective, it's a similar thing where the talents themselves are going to be young people who do not have the life experience to know when they're seeing a bad deal. You can say, oh, the talent should have seen that this was a bad idea. Okay, these are like 18, 19, 20-year-old girls who are living in their mom's house and, maybe have never had a job outside of a McDonald's, maybe not even that in Pippa's case, right?
Yeah.
They don't have life experience to know, like, oh, something about this stinks. I should take this contract to a lawyer. That's a good use of my limited money and time. So I do think in many cases, even if these CEOs are not setting out to exploit and victimize them, they still end up getting exploited and victimized just because they don't know any better.
That's fair. I think a better...
So yes, I do...
Sorry?
I am sympathetic to the talents in these cases, yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's more than fair enough. And I do think that... I think a better way of phrasing that is we tend to be more critical of different things. Where, from what I picked up, you seem to be more critical of the CEO, like the CEOs, their actions, their lack of a business plan. Whereas I tend to be more critical of, I suppose, the feel-good, hug-boxy nature of the way that people talk about these issues in the space, where there's this combination of infantilizing the talents, not in the sense that you were describing where it's just an acknowledgement of inexperience, right? But an actual attempt at trying to absolve them of any sort of agency in any and every given situation, combined with this assertion that these things shouldn't happen, and trying to something that I've noticed actually that is kind of, how do I say, there's like multiple different things that are like vying for impressions in my mind, but one of the things that has always kind of irked me about the way that a lot of people approach talking about certain issues that are prevalent in this industry is they will briefly acknowledge that there is a problem that exists in this space, and then they will turn around and give you 10 lines of, but you shouldn't let that discourage you, but you shouldn't let that scare you off, etc., etc., etc. Where I come more from the perspective that you should be scared, that being scared of these things is a good thing, because if you don't respect that these are obstacles that lie in your path, what's going to happen is you're not going to be prepared for when they inevitably rear their heads at a critical moment. So I suppose it's almost like I'm struggling to find a good way of wording this, but
who is the you?
You? Sorry?
When you said like you need to be aware of this and this and this, are you talking about the
Oh, just
talents
the
or
audience. The audience who's
watchers?
listening.
The audience?
Yeah, the audience who's listening to them talk about this, briefly acknowledge this thing that is happening in the industrial space. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, the thing is, and when I say you, I also mean like, you know, the general audience who's listening to people talking about this. But, yeah, it's, how do I say? I feel like the way that, I appreciate the presence of people who go about critiquing these controversies in the same way as you do, and I think Rima also kind of does this, where you guys will very much be there to advocate for talents in the sense that there is no way they, you know, there's very little way they could have realistically been aware of what they were getting into, how the CEOs are, you know, they may have had ambitions or hopes of doing something better, but it turns out they just, you know, they fucked up other people who were relying on them in XYZ way, while also I feel like it culminates in a very, I suppose, it's reassuring. It gets across the idea that people that you know, you care, I suppose. Whereas with the way that I present things, I feel like it's more I feel like it's a lot more tough love, if love is even the right word to begin with. Where it's a lot more, you know, it's a lot more, you should be afraid and here's why, right? I suppose.
Yeah, I get it's definitely a different approach.
Yeah.
And I think there's validity in both. I mean, obviously there's a place for knowing these sorts of things that you talk about, and especially with your perspective that you're able to give with your scholarly litness. I will once again slap that label on you. But okay, well let's turn it around a little bit. Mm-hmm. What are some cases where you think something has gone wrong in a company? Well, you're probably going to say the talents acting as PR again, but where talents have been somewhat at fault,
Talents,
or there's somewhere that they could have avoided the situation and they just didn't.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna try to pull an example that isn't like, you know, talents being PR reps, because that's like an easy one. Right. I'm gonna try to think of something else.
Maybe it's an unfair question, because this probably isn't an assertion that you're actually trying to make. But...
Yeah. I think, to be honest, all of them do revolve around talents being PR reps. All of the ones that come to mind, because the rest are all, could very well be argued as being like, you know, talents didn't realistically have an idea of what they were getting into beforehand. Whereas, you know, talents being PR reps, like, there is always a point at which you can choose to stop talking. And the same cannot be said for, let's say, for example, joining a corporation that later turns out to be quite exploitative. Or, I suppose... Oh, actually, I do have one... The problem is it also links back to the whole talents being PR thing. But the one that I was going to talk about was in Production Kawaii, where after Gen 3 walked out, everyone else got into one stream together and decided to have like this weird kind of joint statement about the whole thing. That was very much a situation where I think, okay, at a certain point, when you go down the process of getting everyone together and reading things out, like, you know, allocating specific lines to specific talents, at some point you should probably realize that you don't need to do this, right? That you kind of, you're digging a hole for someone, probably yourself, when you do something like that. if you have a bunch of talents that are leaving because of, let's say, for example, they cite that they feel unsupported, they feel burnt out, whatever, and then you make a statement that basically boils down to, yeah, we're aware that some of these issues certainly have existed in the past, but the way that they went about walking out was just so inconsiderate of us. At some point when you're looking through that message, reading through that message, you should probably realize, okay, that's probably not the best thing to start putting out there.
There might have been a degree to which that was coerced by management, but either way, they still could have refused to do it. I agree. Both talents and management should understand that just saying nothing is always an option. Just like,
Yeah,
guys, we've had some difficulties lately, but I'm going to start my stream and we're going to have fun and we're just going to try to go about this, the best we can, and nothing more will be said after that. And my mods will be deleting people in chat, banning people from chat that are bringing it up.
Yeah.
All right, so let's have fun. Let's start up Minecraft. Here we go. Right?
yeah. And the thing that made the production kawaii thing stick out especially is the fact that had they not done that, it would have been a weird thing that happened, but it wouldn't have been nearly as bad. Because the Gen 3s, they did leave statements that seemed to have attempted to preserve some sort of goodwill. Yes, it was sudden, but it wasn't an idea that there was underlying hostility until the remaining talents got together and started making those statements. And that's the thing that can be, that's why I cite that as an example of, okay, at a certain point you probably realize you should have stopped, right?
This is a question I think I already know the answer to, but what's the situation in where they've done the talent PR thing and it hasn't turned out to be a disaster?
Oh, okay. See, that's tough because I don't think it has ever happened when like the company sets out to do that for that express purpose. The only times that it works is when the talent acting as a company representative in any sort of way fits more in line with them making content for themselves than it does with making a statement on behalf of their entire company. And this is an example of this, which I talked about previously, was Crony and Callie and co doing streams about her account getting hacked to shill Bitcoin. That was not, like, again, you could make the argument that that was her speaking on behalf of the company in the sense of dismissing audience concerns that was, a problem. But it very much fit more in line with just her making content and as a joke about something that had happened, rather than the company setting out to make a statement to the audience through her. And that's like the only time, in my opinion, when a talent becoming something of a PR rep for their company can work. Not just because, not Bitcoin, just some random crypto coin. I shouldn't have said Bitcoin, but yeah, it's just, if your talents are making content, that's fine. If your talents are making statements on behalf of your company, that's when it's, that's when it starts to become a problem.
Yeah, I would almost say that doesn't really count because, clearly it was for the content, right?
I mean,
More
you
than
could
anything
also
else, far more.
You could also make the argument. Okay. To be fair, I think that what I mentioned earlier, right? When FaZe, fans would bring up merch complaints on Twitter, and then you would have some of the talents reply to them. That's another instance where it hasn't ended in disaster, but I'm not going to say that that's a good thing because it might.
Okay.
Right. That's not something. That's not a strategy that I would advise anyone to do, because in the short term that might. It's as a fan, right? It feels good when you have a talent coming in to address the concerns you've raised personally. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand that, but as a general trend, no, no, you don't want that to become something that happens more than like once or twice or like ever, right? If you start relying on that as a company, then you have problems, because that's not going to work forever. And eventually you're going to get to the point where you are burning out one of two things. Either your fans' willingness to advocate for themselves in terms of, you know, getting the quality of merch they expect with what they paid, or their tolerance for the talent and their conception of the talent. Because it's kind of like the social capital thing that I was talking about earlier, right? When a talent has to get in and explain why you got merch that wasn't up to what you hoped for, it's not their fault that the merch is that way. But some of the magic around why they are the way they are and how you see them is going to rub off every time that happens. It's not fair. It's not, you know, it's not fair to anyone involved, but that's just the matter of things. And that's why I'm very adamant against that whole idea of using your talents to address things like that. Because in my mind, perfect response would be, like, you know, let's say a talent sees a fan complaining about the merch on Twitter, they just refer it to management, and then management will respond to it using the official Face Connect account. Or
Yes.
Sakana does it if, you know, it's in a pinch. But even with that, I don't think he should do that too much, because that's same thing, right? You are asking, undeniably, the myth that has emerged around Sakana in the eyes of a lot of FaZe's fan base is a good thing for the company. And I don't think they should throw that away just for the sake of, you know, I don't think they should throw that away over merch complaints when they could just use the official company account to respond to those things. So, yeah, I would much rather that every single time that happened, that was the way that it got resolved. Talent sees it, talent refers it to management, management responds to it openly in public using their official Face Connect account. Because that would save the whole process of eroding the way that, you know, eroding the talent's personal brand image over a problem that is not within their power to fix.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's not their job. It shouldn't be their job. If it becomes their job, then it's a problem, because it shouldn't be their job.
Yeah. And again,
like, are they working at the warehouse? Like, what can they do?
Well, I mean, they might be working at the warehouse, but even then, that's like kind of, that's besides the point, right? They can't actually fix the quality of the merch or the time it takes to deliver to your doorstep. So, like, maybe you get some compensation out of the idea that, you know, your standee was touched by a particular talent themselves, right? It was handled by a specific talent themselves. But there's that can only take you so far, right? If you're just waiting for months on end, yeah, potentially years on end to get merch that you bought. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Well, we're coming up on, what, 7 hours?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Frankly, I'm a bit hungry.
Fair enough. I could also
Chat
probably
died.
go for some food.
I think chat was just quiet for a while.
Yeah, chat's been a bit quiet, but yeah, I think we can afford to wrap things up. Especially, I am glad, however, that the little bit of scuff we had right towards the end of the stream didn't prove to be, you know, it didn't kill it. So we were able to have just a little bit more of a chat about this particular topic. Because I do find it quite refreshing to be able to talk about it in a way. I have had people ask me, like, you know, do you plan to do a Face Connect stream? To which the answer is, of course, obviously going to be yes. But it's kind of like one of those things where I'm crossing my fingers constantly that by the time I get around to doing it, I still have mostly positive things to say, and I won't need to do like a deep dive into like shit going wrong or whatever. Because, I mean, I am still a fan. I would prefer not to lose that little bit of magic. I'm not gonna try to hide that fact. But yeah, no, it's I hope, man. I hope they can fix the merch issues. But yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
As a fan, do you think you could cover it fairly? I mean, that kind of circles back to what we were talking about with like bias in news, right?
yeah, I'm not going to pretend that I'm going to be like, I'm not going to pretend I'm going to be like completely fair and objective. I will try. Doesn't mean I'll succeed. So,
Right.
Like everything else, it's very much going to be, I will make a case. I will present whatever evidence that I think supports my case. But everything else is like, it's gonna be up to you guys to essentially watch what I'm saying and like judge for yourselves whether that's believable or not. It's the same thing that I've brought this up multiple times before, but it's times like this where I'm glad that there are multiple people in this content niche, because the topics that I don't really feel like, I don't feel like I can do a good job of covering, but other people in my same content niche can probably do a better job, and vice versa. And I feel like when it comes to criticizing FaZe, I'm probably not going to be the best person for the job. I'll be honest. But yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
I will try, but it doesn't mean I'll succeed. And that's the only thing I can really say.
That's all we can ask.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, I suppose.
What you got next week?
Next week? Oh, I haven't
Yep.
posted a waiting room for that yet. I need to. Well, we're going to be doing a bit of a deep dive into the whole Catliente situation, and something that I've been thinking about cooking up is, I think that what the Catliente thing has done, I don't like looking at Catliente, pointing at that and going, hey guys, look, this is how bad a drama tuber can actually get. Think about this next time you start talking about drama. Because that's fucking stupid, right? No one gives a shit. Like, that doesn't say anything about the very valid criticisms that people have of this content niche. So, even though there is like a temptation to do that, instead, what I think is more interesting is Catliente allows us to, I think it's only a rudimentary idea so far, but hopefully it'll probably get fleshed out over the course of next week. But she gives us a chance to come up with, I would say, a typology of drama tubers. Not just because of the way she's conducted herself, but the way that fits into the broader sphere of how that content niche is handled in this industry. So that's something that I'm looking forward to being able to sort of, iron out over the course of the next week or so. But
Topology.
Typology, yeah, just the different categorization of things. But
I'm sorry, just to be clear, are you saying TYPE-ology?
Oh, TYPO, typology.
Typology.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that word. I thought you were saying like TOPO.
No. That's the. Is that something to do with
Like mapping and
layer?
altitude.
Yeah, layers and like surface. Yeah. There we go. Like altitude and stuff like that. Yeah, no. Well, I mean, you could make the argument that she is probably the lowest that we have to offer, but that's a subjective assessment of things.
Shots fired.
But yeah, I mean, is there anything that you want to plug?
Well, like I said, I will be having a cooking stream on Sunday, Sunday for us, Americans, and then, late, early Monday morning to mid Monday for the other parts of the world. At whatever time this stream started for you, it will be at the exact same time. Got to decide what to cook yet. It's been a weird week. Let him cook. Yeah, that's exactly what I call it. They're fun streams, but yeah, it's been a weird week. I might end up doing something simple like a burger or something. I've been thinking of trying to do that.
If you are a bachelor and you don't know how to make food for yourself, you don't know how to feed yourself, and you want an easy way of making yourself more attractive to, the opposite sex, I highly recommend tuning in to just see how, a functional man can feed himself.
Functional. Well, that I don't know if I'd go that far, but
I'd say if you can cook for yourself, you're pretty functional.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Some of the recipes I do are pretty simple. You know, I've done like chicken nuggets. It's really easy to do and it's really tasty. Much better than anything you'll get in a restaurant, I guarantee.
And it won't take years off your life either, so that's a bonus.
No. Yeah. I've done Japanese curry is also really easy. I did Salisbury steak, which is a bit more difficult, but they're freaking delicious. God, I think that was the best thing I made. And I did it with like some fried potatoes, you know, French fries, you know, homemade French fries, and some veggies on the side. Gosh, that was good. Anyway, so yeah, I have a whole playlist of that if you want to check it out and kind of get an idea of, you know, what the stream will be like. Yeah, and other than that, I do gaming streams just kind of sporadically throughout the week. I've been trying to make it a regular thing on Tuesday nights, but yeah, it's a fun time if you're up for that sort of thing. And yeah, I'd appreciate a subscription if you don't mind.
I highly recommend it. But yeah. Thanks for just, you know, popping in, being willing to not only, you know, go through my autism game with me, but also having this this was a really fun conversation to have.
It has been so much fun on my end too. Yeah, it's been a great time. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate you showing up as well. But yeah. I'm just going to be getting through all the super chats and stuff that I missed, and I won't detain you for that.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I need to rustle up something to eat.
Yep. And
It's a chair.
it's a chair. Hopefully I'll talk to you sometime soon.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And there he goes. Alright. So, let me switch back to the head Hort screen. And we just pull up my... Let me pull up the super chat... The super chat history on YouTube, and we'll go through all the ones I missed from there. It's fun seeing you on screen, alright? Yeah. The guy has a perspective on a lot of things in this industry that I value quite a bit. Head Hort. Yes. Alright. Give me a second to pull this up. I think I thanked all the gifted memberships, so it's just the super chats left. Supers. Alright. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Doki should have cancelled the order ages ago. Agreed. Although, again, I understand that she was having management struggles at the time, so that's quite understandable, but you are right in that would have made the situation a lot easier to resolve if that had been the case. Alan, thank you for the 5. From my perspective, all of your streams are like informal video theses that is simple enough for common people to understand. I hope so. Because, again, the aim is to take the various things going on in this space, combined with the, you know, all of the concepts that I've learned, and then hopefully make it not just accessible, but something that you guys can replicate when you want to express yourselves and how you think and feel. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. The chairman, gentleman, and scholar. If only. I hope I can live up to that. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. I've got a Pyropop keyring. I'm keeping it. Hashtag. Oh yeah, I already read that. But yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me if that started gaining value over the next few years or so, even a few months, depending on how things pan out. Oh, Mercurius, thank you for the 5. The Nazi Party is officially known as the National Germanist Socialist. The National Socialist German Workers' Party, or the National Sozialist Deutsch Arbeiterpartei. Okay. I don't really know how to pronounce that, but yeah. Or NSDAP, yeah. Did that thumbs up for the chat, man? Thanks, Murray. Thanks for helping me plug the stream. Even after leaving the call. But yeah, no, like and subscribe and all of that stuff. No slides being uploaded to Patreon for this stream for obvious reasons, but yeah. I'll still be timestamping it though, and those will be up a few hours after I finish stream. Hold on, let me just check to see if there were any more that I missed. Curious, thank you for the 5. It was probably cowardice. They just thought she was alive. Oh, I think I already read that out. I think I've read out all of the other super chats as well. Okay, I think we're all caught up. Hold on. Mercurius, you had a recommendation for a raid target. Let me see. Chairman, don't look into how the sausage is made. See, that's why, right? That's why I'm hesitant about doing any topic related to FaZe. Because that would require me essentially, yeah, splitting the sausage open and rifling through the insides. Again, that's why I'm also not going to make any bones about the fact that I would not hope that you guys trust me to be your default definitive critic on anything FaZe, because simply speaking, I cannot be trusted with that responsibility. I can try to mitigate the bias, but again, I don't think I can. I don't think I will be able to succeed 100%. I am, at the end of the day, still a fan. Hearing Chairman try to pronounce German was worth the price. I am a Chinese Aussie. It is difficult enough for me without having to deal with Germanic languages. I trust you to make more FaZe fanfic, though. Now that you can trust me with, and that is something that I have, something that I've kind of put it to the side over the past few weeks, but I am going to be picking it up. Hopefully sometime after the Brave Group stream, because that's probably going to be kind of intensive to put together. But yeah, no, for next month we have a few ideas that I'm working with for a possible chill stream, and one of them is more VTuber fanfic, especially around FaZe. So, last question before we go: what do you think of the new FaZe Femmo? Clear, clear IT, more like Kino item. Nah, that's cringe. But yeah, no, I think all the FaZe invaders are excellent additions. But Clear's stream length is truly intimidating to me. I have not. Clear is probably like, she has become my default when I think of a marathon streamer. The woman is, I don't know how she does it, I'll be honest. She makes my streams look like fucking 15-minute zoomer bait. Yeah, Clear's great. Amen, amen. She is a, if I want a creator to represent what being Australian is like, I Clear is certainly one of the foremost creators I would think of. She's not even marathoning, which is funny. Yeah, that's why I find it intimidating, because with her, to her, that doesn't seem to be anything special, right? It's just an average day on the live. What about Kayla? Yeah, Kayla's also someone whose length I find to be quite intimidating. But yeah, no, I don't watch Kayla nearly. I don't watch Kayla nearly as much as I watch Clear. So that's the reason why Clear takes precedence in my mind as being, like, you know, the default, who I picture when I think marathon streamer. And ironically, joining FaZe nerfed her stream length. The only reason she doesn't go longer because YouTube caps. Yeah. I do hope that someday YouTube gets rid of that limit. It would be very good if they did. Try to pronounce Ike Hernican? I don't know. Ike Hernican seems, based off of the little I do know of how to speak German words, That sounds like my best bet. They're built different. They are. Phase Quest has been so much more successful than even my wildest hopes for what they would be, which is I really do feel like I know that a lot of other people have been saying this as well, and it might be a little like cliche or cringe to say this, but I think Phase Quest is unironically a turning point for the company, because that's just how they seem to be shaping up in terms of how much they bring as well as what it means that they joined. Imagine the possibilities of Armchair having a 16-hour seminar. Never again, never again. I can't last against it. Also, all of their models look great. Oh yeah, absolutely. They cooked with each and every single one. I'm not gonna lie, as someone who was watching Mari before she joined FaZe, it did take a little bit of getting used to when it comes to a new model, but once I got used to it, it's like, she just fits so well into it. Like the expressions aren't the same as her old one, but holy shit, do they fit the way that she, like, the way she talks, the way she emotes as well. It's just such a perfect fit. It's such a perfect fit. Chairman, could you read this out loud? I don't even know how to say that. Siuska, Siorman, I suppose. I don't know if it's people putting her on and going to bed or what. I don't know. I think people like tag team the I would assume that people tag team the VOD where they tune into a section, go do something, and then come back and she's still streaming. I assume that's how it works. Perfect. She sounds more autistic. I think she sounds the same. It's just that again, the model fits so perfectly with how she speaks. All right, hold on. Let me scroll through and see. Who are you talking about, Mercurius? Said someone to raid. Wait, was it you or was it somebody else? Oh, Hyper Shota, that was you. Ekoe Boo. Okay, hold on, let me take a look. Ekoe Boo. Oh, okay. All right, I haven't watched this. This indie before, so this will be new. All right, cool. Okay, yeah, I found you, Hypershoda. I found you. I think Cleo's the only streamer I watch that's chill enough to leave on while I sleep. Yeah, Cleo is very relaxing to watch, which it honestly doesn't surprise me that people use her as a sleep aid. She's a very, very soothing voice. Very soothing voice. All right. I'm going to send you off to Miss Boo, and since this is a new person, be sure to behave. I'll be heading on over myself to check out what this is all about, and yeah. Next week's stream will be announced formally sometime tomorrow. Waiting room and thumbnail will be finished then as well, and yeah. Hope to see you guys for next stream. Thank you for tuning into this one. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you guys found it to be, entertaining, funny, somewhat informative. And yeah. Otsu chair.